Audit documentation and Audit evidence. First of all, I will try to deal with the Audit evidence. The Audit evidence on which auditor bases his opinion shall be sufficient and appropriate. As said earlier, sufficiency refers to the quantity of audit evidence and appropriateness may refer to quality of audit evidence. Appropriateness includes relevant evidence and reliable evidence. When the evidence gathered by the auditor is relevant and reliable, it is said that the evidence is qualitative. Okay, so sufficiency refers to quantity or quantum of audit evidence to be gathered by the auditor. Appropriateness refers to relevance and reliability or quality of audit evidence. Therefore, as an auditor, you are supposed to gather sufficient quantity of relevant and reliable audit evidence. What is reliable? What is more reliable? What is less reliable? Has already been discussed with you under the heading reliability standards of audit evidence. What is sufficient was also explained to you in the past. What is appropriate was also explained to you in the past. Now, the auditor is not expected to obtain audit evidence. He is expected to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Don't use the term audit evidence unilaterally. You need to make use of the terms sufficient, appropriate along with dash. Audit evidence. Only say sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. Don't say audit evidence. Why should the auditor obtain sufficient, appropriate audit evidence? To draw reasonable conclusions on the financial. Again, this is nothing but definition. Information used by the auditor to arrive at conclusions on which auditor's opinion is based. Then what is sufficiency of audit evidence? Sufficiency is the measure of the quantity of audit evidence. The following factors influence whether evidence gathered by the auditor is sufficient or not. In other words, if you were the auditor, you need to check. If you were the auditor, you need to check whether audit evidence gathered by you or obtained by you or collected by you is sufficient or not. I repeat, if you were the auditor, you need to check whether evidence gathered by you is sufficient or not. How the auditor knows whether the evidence gathered by him is sufficient or is it required for him to gather some more audit evidence? While deciding whether audit evidence gathered by you is sufficient or is insufficient, the following factors are required to be considered by you. So by considering these factors, you will be in a position to assess. You need to fill this blank. By following the factors given below, auditor would be able to assess whether dash gathered by dash is dash or dash. Whether evidence gathered by the auditor is sufficient or is it necessary for the auditor to gather some more evidence is decided by the auditor considering the following factors. Yes or no? If a particular item being checked by you is having a value of 1 rupee, assume that the value of the item being checked by you as 1 rupee. If you were the auditor, how many evidences will you try to gather to ascertain whether the value being reflected in the books of account is correct or not, and you satisfy that the evidence is appropriate? How many evidences would you gather as an auditor to ascertain whether the value of 1 rupee appearing in the books of account is correct or not? It is immaterial, but still, if you want to gather evidence, you will gather only one evidence and you will conclude that this is more than sufficient. Only one evidence has been treated as a dash by the auditor. Now assume that you are checking an item having a value of 100 crores. You are checking whether that value is correct or not. How many evidences will you gather as an auditor to satisfy that the evidence gathered by you is sufficient? Will you satisfy with only one evidence? No. Why? Why? Because the item being checked by the auditor is material. Simply speaking, in case where the item being checked by the auditor is immaterial, even one or two evidences may be treated as sufficient by the auditor. If the item being checked by the auditor is material, then more and more number of evidences are required to be gathered. That means whether evidence gathered by us is sufficient or is it required for us to gather some more audit evidences is dependent on the materiality of the item being examined by the auditor. So materiality is a factor. Materiality is a factor that influence dash. You are expected to provide this answer. Materiality is a factor that influence dash. Auditor's judgment about what? Materiality is a factor that influence auditor's judgment with regard to dash. With regard to whether evidence gathered by me is sufficient or is it necessary for me to gather some more audit evidence. Followed? So, the first factor to be considered by the auditor to decide or to judge whether evidence gathered by him is sufficient or is it necessary for him to gather some more audit evidence is the concept of materiality. Try to follow point number 2 and 3 first, which are very easy to understand, which will strengthen your conceptual knowledge of the point. Less evidence is required in case the assertions are less material. More material, if assertions are more material, more evidence would be required. Whether evidence is sufficient or is it necessary for you to gather some more evidence is dependent upon whether the item being checked by you is less material or more material. Simply speaking, if you are checking a material item, you should try to gather as many evidences as possible. Then only you can conclude that you have obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence. If you are checking an immaterial item, an item which is not so material, you can satisfy with one evidence and you can conclude that the evidence so gathered by you is dash sufficient. So the quantum or quantity of evidence to be gathered by the auditor is dependent upon dash, the materiality of the item. If the item is material, try to gather more and more audit evidences. If the item is less material, try to gather one or two audit evidences that are sufficient for you. Next, are you able to understand this point? If you fail to understand this point, either you need to stop pursuing this course or I need to stop giving lectures on auditing to CS students. Okay? It's all about significance. Significance is nothing but related to the concept of materiality of classes of transactions, account balances, presentations and disclosures to the users of financial statements. Even if you ignore point number 1, it is of no problem to you. Try to focus only on the last 2 points. If the item being checked by you as an auditor is material, try to gather more and more audit evidences. If the item to be checked by you is less material, even you can satisfy with 1 or 2 evidences. Whether it is sufficient or not is to be decided by you based on the concept of dash. Then you can easily explain this point to me, so that after this I'll give you a break. Risk of material misstatements. If the auditor assess the risk of material misstatements at a very, very high level, in that case, what will you do as an auditor? You will try to gather more and more audit evidences. Then only you can satisfy that evidence gathered by you is sufficient. If the auditor expects that the risk of material misstatement is very, very less, then the auditor may satisfy with even 1 or 2 evidences. How many evidences should you gather as an auditor? Whether this many evidences are sufficient or this many evidences are required to be gathered by you. It all depends upon several factors. What are those factors that are required to be considered by you while judging whether evidence gathered is sufficient, or is it necessary for you to gather some more evidence? It is dependent upon the materiality of the item being checked by the auditor. It also depends upon the risk of material misstatements. I don't want to explain you these two terms as of now. I will explain these two terms as a part of essay 315. Trust me, I am going to explain them. Why? Because I have already explained you the term audit risk. Yes or no? What is audit risk? Audit risk can be defined as the risk arising to the auditor in a situation where the auditor expresses an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. Have I explained that or not? If you were the auditor, would you try to increase your audit risk or would you try to reduce your audit risk? In future, very soon, I am going to take up another standard on auditing called as essay. Very soon I am going to start a new chapter called as essay 530, which deals with audit sampling. There I will try to explain you the term sampling risk. What is that? This is different, that is different. What you said to me now is the definition of dash risk, audit risk. There is another risk called as sampling risk, which you will encounter in a separate standard called as essay 530 audit sampling. Understanding sampling risk is more difficult than understanding audit risk. Once you are able to understand sampling risk, then I can divide this audit risk. There is no division in sampling risk, but sampling risk will certainly help you in having a better understanding of audit risk. That audit risk contains three components. The first one is inherent risk, the second one is control risk, and the third one is detection risk. Third one has not been given here. It will be given in essay 315. Inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. There is a relationship between these three types of risks. Ultimately, these three are a part of dash risk, audit risk. In future, I will try to explain you like this. Audit risk is equal to inherent risk into control risk into detection risk. In future, I will explain you a formula called as audit risk is equal to inherent risk into control risk into detection risk. This inherent risk and control risk are technically called as risk of material misstatements. Hence, audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatements into detection risk. These two are technically called as dash risk of material misstatements. So, audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatements. It is a function of, that is the terminology that was used. Audit risk is a function of inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. Since the term function is used, we are multiplying inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. That is the point where I should have to explain you the concept of inherent, control, and detection risks, not now. So this is not the time to explain those two things. That is the reason why I am postponing the discussion on the concept of inherent and control risk. If there is a lower risk of material misstatement, less evidence is required. Lesser number of evidences are required. If there is higher risk of material misstatement, higher number of evidences are required. That means the number of evidences to be gathered by the auditor, the quantity of evidences to be gathered by the auditor, the sufficiency of evidence to be gathered by the auditor is dependent upon the risk of material misstatement. If the risk is high, try to gather more and more audit evidences. If the risk is low, try to gather even one or two evidences which can be treated as sufficient by you. And as said earlier, I cannot explain you what is about population as of now. This can be dealt with under SF and 30. That's it. This is all about the concept of sufficiency of height evidence. Here, they haven't explained anything about appropriateness of height evidence. Probably it may have been explained in a different. Oh, there is another point called as point number 2, appropriateness of height evidence. Appropriateness refers to dash. Quality of height evidence. It deals with dash and dash. Relevance and reliability. If the evidence received by the auditor is relevant, if the evidence received by the auditor is if the evidence received by the auditor is relevant and reliable, it is said that evidence is more dash, is more qualitative. Do you have an understanding of the term contradicting such assertions? Of course, this question has been completed. Question number 2, I failed to provide you with an example for that point. Now I got a doubt whether you are really able to understand that point. Point number 6 in question number 2. Audit evidence comprises both information that supports the management assertions as well as information that contradicts with such assertions. Do you understand what is meant by information that contradicts with such assertion? Shall I give you an example for that? Say, as on 31st March 2023, while valuing their investments, management said that the objective behind purchase of investment was a long-term objective. They have classified the investments as long-term investments and they were valued at cost. I repeat, while preparing the balance sheet as on 31st March, the organization had made an assumption that the objective behind purchase of investment is a long-term investment and hence they were classified long-term objective. Hence, they were classified as long-term investments and they were valued at cost. However, during the course of performance of audit, the auditor came to know that immediately after the date of balance sheet, the entity under your audit sold such investments which are there as on the date of balance sheet. What the management said as their assumption, management said that the objective behind purchase of investment was a long-term objective. That is the information that the auditor gathered by going through the balance sheet. However, after the date of balance sheet, the auditor observed that the same investment has been sold by the entity. So the objective stated by the entity is that they want to hold the investment for a long period of time, but in reality, they sell the investment. That means this sale of investment is nothing but technically called as information that has been received by the auditor which contradicts with the assertion made by the management. What was the declaration made by the management? That the objective behind purchase of investment was a long-term objective. That was the assertion. Whereas now the auditor is able to obtain some information which contradicts such a assertion. So because of gathering audit evidence, sometimes the information known to the auditor may be corroborated, sometimes it may contradict with the assertion made by the management. That is the meaning of point number 6. I know very well that most of you people won't go through question number 2, but still, if anybody is having some academic interest and if anybody is really wanted to understand the meaning of the term contradicts such assertion, for those people I have explained the example. This is question number 2 that was already completed. Question number 3 is also completed. Different types of audit evidence. Under that heading, probably 1 or 2 points may not have been dealt with, but most of the points were dealt with. Of course, everything has been dealt with in question number 3. Question number 4. The audit evidence on which the auditor bases his opinion shall be sufficient and appropriate. Explain. This point was also explained to you. Sufficiency of audit evidence is dependent upon several factors like materiality of the item, risk of material misstatements in the financial statements. The only thing that I left from the discussion is about size and characteristics of the population. This has a link directly with SA 530. Without having an understanding of SA 530, I cannot explain you what is population and what are the characteristics of population. So unless you understand the concept of population, it is quite difficult for you to understand the relationship between the characteristics of the population and the sufficiency of audit evidence. Hence, I postponed the discussion on that particular point till the completion of SA 530. The next one is appropriateness of audit evidence. Probably we stopped here in the previous session. Appropriateness is a measure of quality of audit evidence. That is, if the audit evidence gathered by the auditor is relevant as well as reliable. If the audit evidence gathered by the auditor is relevant as well as reliable, it is said that the audit carried out, the audit evidence gathered by the auditor is qualitative in nature. I repeat, we can say that the evidence gathered by us is qualitative only when such an evidence is relevant as well as reliable. You know very well about the meaning of reliability, and we had a discussion on reliability standards of audit evidence. So if you are able to recollect what are reliability standards of audit evidence, there is nothing more to explain about the reliability. For relevance, I have given you a very good example. They have given some more examples. You can just read them. If you are able to understand it, fine. Otherwise, follow my example. What was the example that I have given to explain you the term relevance? For that, I made an assumption that I am your auditor. During the course of performance of my audit, I got a doubt about the genuineness of a purchase transaction. Purchase account has been debited, supplier account has been credited with an amount of say 10 lakh rupees. Being an auditor, I got a doubt about the genuineness of that purchase transaction. Now, it is necessary for me to ascertain whether that entry recorded by you in the journal is genuine or is fraudulent, is real or is fictitious, for which I should verify that with the help of supporting documentary evidences. I require you to provide with all your sale invoices. I asked my client to provide with all the sale invoices. I got a doubt on the genuineness of a purchase transaction, but I am trying to go through the sale invoice to ascertain whether the transaction is genuine or not. Is that evidence gathered by the auditor in the given example be called as a relevant audit evidence? What is relevant audit evidence in case where you get a doubt about a purchase transaction? Purchase invoice is the supporting and relevant documentary evidence. In that example, I asked the management to provide me with sale invoice, and more importantly, I said that anything is documentary evidence. No doubt, sale invoice is also a documentary evidence, but that evidence is not a dash evidence to the auditor. Considering the objective of the auditor, sale invoice is an evidence, but sale invoice cannot be called as a relevant evidence considering the objective of the auditor. What was the objective of the auditor? To ascertain the correctness of purchase. In such case, purchase invoice is said to be relevant documentary evidence. Therefore, as an auditor, you must always try to gather relevant audit evidence, and more importantly, the evidence so gathered by the auditor must always be reliable. Then only it is said that the evidence gathered by the auditor is qualitative. So, appropriateness refers to quality of audit evidence. Quality can be achieved through obtaining relevant and reliable audit evidence. Auditors shall consider the relevance and reliability of the information to be used as audit evidence, and he has to express opinion on the truth and fairness of the financial statements. Relevance deals with logical connection with the purpose of audit procedure. As said in the previous example, the purpose of the auditor in my example is to ascertain whether purchase transaction recorded in the books of account is genuine or not. In order to meet that purpose, what is said to be relevant documentary evidence? Purchase invoice is said to be the relevant documentary evidence. And you can read the additional explanation under CRD, which is somewhat difficult to understand, but I assure you that this example will be explained to you by me under SA 530. Under SA 530. Next. This is a general point. Obtaining audit evidence regarding a particular assertion, for example, existence of inventory, is not a substitute for obtaining audit evidence regarding another assertion, for example, valuation of the inventory. Existence is one assertion, valuation is another assertion. Therefore, you need to follow audit procedures and you need to obtain audit evidence to ensure that all the assertions made by the management are correct. Sometimes only one procedure may be sufficient. Sometimes only one procedure may be sufficient to ascertain two or more correctness of two or more assertions. For this, I have given you an example in the past. I repeat, sometimes only one procedure followed by the auditor may be sufficient to ascertain the correctness of different assertions. For example, auditor got a doubt about the existence of a particular debtor. Hence, the auditor has followed an external confirmation procedure. Let us assume that the auditor followed positive form of confirmation. Also assume that the auditor followed alternative number 1. The balance in our books of account is 1 lakh. Do you agree with this balance? This was the way in which the auditor wrote an external confirmation request to the debtor. The debtor immediately responded to the auditor saying it as yes. What the debtor said? Yes. Now, immediately after receipt of that response from the debtor, the auditor can satisfy with two things. What are they? Since the debtor has responded, the debt is in dash. The debt is in existence. Since debtor also confirms that he is agreeing with the balance specified in the request letter, now the auditor can also confirm about the correctness of valuation of the debtor. So, by following only one audit procedure, in the given example, the auditor is able to get some knowledge about two different assertions. What are they? The first one is existence, the second one is valuation. Even if you are unable to understand what is appearing on the screen, you must be able to understand this example, which is very easy to understand. So, by following a single procedure in the given example, the auditor would be able to ascertain the correctness of two assertions made by the management. One is dash and the other one is dash. One is the assertion relating to existence and the second one is assertion relating to valuation. So, if one procedure is sufficient, you can follow only one procedure. Otherwise, in order to get supporting documentary evidence regarding every assertion, you may have to follow different types of audit procedures. Read it again. Obtaining audit procedures regarding a particular assertion. For example, the existence of inventory is not a substitute for obtaining audit evidence regarding another assertion. For example, valuation of that inventory. That means you need to get information not only about one assertion but also about the other assertions as well. When I say assertion, at least you should be able to recollect what we discussed about assertion in the past, particularly assertions relating to balance sheet. How many assertions are there relating to balance sheet? And if your answer is 4, can you please list down those assertions? The first one is existence. The second one is ownership, otherwise called as rights and obligations. The third one is valuation. And the fourth one is completeness. You need to follow required audit procedures to satisfy that each and every assertion made by the management is appropriate. Sometimes single procedure may help the auditor in finding out the correctness of more than one assertion. Sometimes you may have to follow multiple audit procedures. Should I repeat this point again? Management made several assertions. That is point number one. It is the responsibility of the auditor to verify whether each and every assertion made by the management is correct or not. In order to ascertain whether each and every assertion made by the management is correct or not, auditor is expected to follow some audit procedures. Sometimes a single audit procedure followed by the auditor may be helpful for the auditor to ascertain the correctness of more than one assertion. Sometimes you need to follow more than one audit procedure to ascertain the correctness of more than one assertion. It all depends upon the circumstances of the case. On the other hand, audit evidence, this is a good point and easy point to understand. On the other hand, audit evidence from different sources are of a different nature. When I say sources, you should be able to recollect that sources are two in number. The first one is internal, the other one is external. When I say nature, you should be able to recollect that based on nature, audit evidence can be classified broadly into three categories. The first one is documentary evidence, the second one is oral evidence, and the third one is visual evidence. So, on the other hand, audit evidence from different sources are of a different nature may often be relevant to the same assertion. That means, what is the literal meaning of this sentence? For checking whether a particular assertion is correct or not, sometimes it may be necessary for the auditor to get audit evidence from different sources or of different nature. I repeat, on the other hand, audit evidence from different sources or of a different nature may often be relevant to the same assertion. That means to ascertain the correctness of a particular thing, auditor may have to gather audit evidence not only from one source, from different sources. The example for this has already been given. Auditor got a doubt about the occurrence of a sale transaction. Auditor got a doubt about the occurrence of a sale transaction. What is the doubt of the auditor? Whether this sale transaction has really taken place or not. That means the auditor got a doubt about whether entry recorded in the books of account is real or is fictitious. In order to ascertain that, if you were the auditor, what can you do? You need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Say in the given case, you can obtain audit evidence from two sources. The first one is from internal source, the other one is from the external source. Internal source is sale invoice. External source is acknowledgement received from the customer. What is that? Are you able to recollect this example? For the same transaction, more than one documentary evidence is available to the auditor. One is a dash in nature, the other one is a dash in nature. The first one is internal in nature and the other one is external in nature. This example has been given to you to understand that in case of a single transaction, more than one documentary evidence is available to the auditor, and generally auditor prefer dash over dash. External evidence over internal evidence. But still it is necessary for you to match internal evidences and external evidences received from different sources. That is technically called as corroboration or corroborative audit evidence. Now read this point again. On the other hand, audit evidence from different sources or of a different nature may often be relevant to the same assertion. That means to ascertain the correctness of a single assertion, sometimes the auditor may have to gather more than one documentary evidence. This point has been cleared to you, not now, in the introductory classes itself. While I introduced you the concept of watching, I have explained you 3 to 4 journal entries under the heading watchers or watching. What was the first journal entry that we discussed? Stationery account debtor to cash. Are you following? You have been appointed as the auditor of an entity. When you go for an audit, entity provided you with all books and other related records. You are going through the journal. The first entry that is appearing in the journal is stationery account debtor to cash. It is our responsibility as an auditor to check whether that entry is a genuine entry or a fraudulent entry, a real entry or a fictitious entry with the help of supporting documentary evidences. The only documentary evidence available in respect of such a transaction will be in the form of cash bill issued by the stationery shop owner. The next entry that I explained to you is bank account debtor to cash, where the entity has deposited some cash into bank. In that case, it is the responsibility of the auditor to check whether cash has really been deposited into bank. For that, you need to verify the transaction with the help of supporting documentary evidence or evidences. Then I asked you what documentary evidence or evidences are available to the auditor in respect of deposit of cash into bank. You said the bank passbook is the evidence. Then I added some more evidence. The evidence that I added is bank counter file. Then I said to you that, okay, sometimes in respect of a particular transaction, only one documentary evidence may be available. Sometimes in respect of a particular transaction, more than one documentary evidence may be available. In the second example, more than one documentary evidence is available. The first one is bank counter file. The second one is credit entries in the bank passbook or bank statement. Like that, in order to ascertain the correctness of something, sometimes the auditor may be made responsible to collect evidence from different sources. This is about the last 2 points. I haven't explained you point number 1 and point number 2 under the heading additional explanation CRD. You can go through it, or else also there would not be any problem. I'm sure I'm going to explain you the same example, not in this context, but in the context of SA 530. Next. Next one is reliability. The evidence received by the auditor must be reliable. Reliability of information to be used as audit evidence, and therefore of the audit evidence itself, is influenced by reliability is influenced by dash source and nature. Which source of evidence is more reliable? Which source of evidence is less reliable? Which nature of evidence is more reliable? Documentary evidence or written evidence is more reliable than oral evidence. Have I explained that? So reliability of information to be used as audit evidence, and therefore of the audit evidence itself, is influenced by its source and its nature and the circumstances under which it is obtained, including controls over preparation and maintenance where relevant. Why the term including controls over its preparation and maintenance where relevant is the term used? In case of internal evidence, you can rely on internal evidence provided dash are satisfactory. Internal controls over the preparation are satisfactory. Therefore, generalizations about reliability of various kinds of audit evidence are subjected to important exceptions. Even when information to be used as audit evidence, is obtained from sources external to the entity, circumstances may exist that could affect the reliability of such audit evidence which has been obtained by the auditor from sources external to the entity. By including that sentence, what they wanted to convey to you. I repeat my question, by including this sentence or this paragraph, what Masterminds wants to convey to you? Generalization about reliability of various kinds of audit evidence. What is generalization about reliability of various kinds of audit evidence? This is nothing but reliability standards of audit evidence. How many reliability standards of audit evidence have been discussed by us? 5. External evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. External evidence received by the auditor directly from a third party, not through client, is said to be more reliable. Internal evidence is also reliable when the related internal controls are effective or satisfactory. Written evidence is more reliable than oral evidence. Evidence available in original form is more reliable than evidence available in photocopy or carbon copy form. These are all called as reliability standards of audit evidence. They can also be called as generalizations. They can also be called as generalization about the reliability of various kinds of audit evidence. So, we concluded through reliability standards of audit evidence that what is more reliable? What is more reliable? We concluded by going through reliability of standards of audit evidence that dash is more reliable. This is more reliable. Yes or no? In the previous session, I explained this table, although it was given under the heading self-practice. Yes or no? It was clearly mentioned here that dash is most reliable audit evidence. External is said to be most reliable. What is external? Evidence is prepared by a third party. Evidence is also held by third party. When requested, the same is provided to the auditor. The best example for that is confirmation directly received by the auditor from a third party. In this case, there is no intervention of dash. There is no intervention of client. Evidence is being received by the auditor directly from a third party, not through client. And hence, I said that this type of evidence is most reliable audit evidence. But I also said to you that this is only most reliable audit evidence. This cannot be considered as a very good, a conclusive evidence. This is only a primary or persuasive evidence, not a conclusive evidence. Why this cannot be treated as a conclusive evidence? I have explained you this point more than 3 times till now, so I don't want to repeat it. If the third party is a related party to the organization, what may happen? Although you have received information from the third party, that information may not be reliable. That is the reason why, as an auditor, we are made responsible only to express an opinion or only to provide a reasonable assurance and not an absolute assurance. Come back to the original discussion that we are having. Therefore, generalizations about reliability of various kinds of audit evidence are subject to important exceptions. Even when information to be used as audit evidence, even when information to be used as audit evidence is obtained by whom? Is obtained by whom? From sources external to the entity. Sometimes circumstances may exist that could even affect the reliability of such evidence. Here such evidence means such evidence obtained by the auditor from sources external to the entity that has been referred to in our material as dash. External. So even this is not completely reliable. It is more reliable, but you cannot say it as a conclusive evidence. That is what he is saying. Now read it again. Even when information to be used, as audit evidence is obtained by the auditor from sources external to the entity, circumstances may exist that could affect its reliability. I have given you an ungenuine reason in this case. Yes or no? What is that ungenuine reason? There may be a relationship between dash and dash. Management and the third party. In that case, information, although received by the auditor directly, is not that much reliable. This is an ungenuine reason. I will even provide you with a genuine reason for this. Genuine reason is, say, the letter written by the auditor has not been directed to a party who is having knowledge of the subject matter. The auditor has not addressed his letter to a party who is having knowledge about the subject matter. Have I explained this point to you? You need to address your report to an appropriate confirming party. Who is an appropriate confirming party? A party who the auditor believes is having knowledge about the matter to be confirmed or knowledge about the information to be provided. For that, I have given you an example also. You want to communicate with A Limited. Then in the to address, you cannot write to A Limited. Instead, you need to write to the manager, creditors section of A Limited. If your request letter was not properly directed, there is although information is being received from the third party, there is a possibility that the information so provided by the third party is not so reliable. For example, the letter written by you have reached not the creditors section but the debtors section. Somebody in the debtors section has responded by saying it as yes. In that case, is that information received by the auditor a reliable information? Remember, in this case also, auditor received the information directly from a third party, but still it is not reliable. I have given you two different examples. Have you observed that? What is the difference between example number 1 and example number 2, and what is the comparison between the two? What is the difference between the two, and what is the comparison between the two? What is the difference between the two, and what is the comparison between the two? That is what I am asking you. Anybody? In the first case, the reason is ungenuine. That means, in the first case, the client and the third party are related to one another. Therefore, the third party exercised bias towards management because third party gets influenced by dash. Third party gets influenced by management. Therefore, third party started acting biased towards management, and hence the information that is provided by the third party is not so reliable. That is an ungenuine reason. In the second case, the party who is responding to the request made by the auditor is independent. He is not being influenced by management. But unfortunately, the person who is responding to the auditor is not an authorized person to respond. He is not an authorized person to respond. In both the cases, dash received by dash is not that much dash. In both the cases, the evidence received by the auditor is not that much reliable. Are you really able to follow this, or should I explain this point with the help of some other example or diluting it? Is it understandable to you? Good. Please read it again. Therefore, generalizations about the reliability of various kinds of audit evidence are subject. They are general rules. Those rules are having some exceptions. What is the general rule? Evidence received by the auditor directly from a third party without the intervention of the client is more reliable. Is it a generalization or not? Is it a general rule or not? Is it having any exceptions? Is that rule has any exceptions? Yes. What is the exception? If the third party is being influenced by management, then the information provided by the third party directly to the auditor is not reliable to the auditor. What is the second exception? The third party is not knowledgeable, but still the third party responded to the request made by the auditor. When the person providing the answer to you is not knowledgeable, can you place reliance on the information provided by that third party? Yes or no? So even where you are getting a dash from dash, that dash may not be dash. Even where you are getting the required information from a third party directly, you cannot say that that information is the most reliable information. That is generally most reliable, but it has its own exceptions. At least by now, probably you would have some more knowledge about that. So what they want to convey to you, there is a rule, and there is an exception. Under the heading generalization or under the heading reliability standards of audit evidence, it was mentioned by SA 500 that evidence received by the auditor directly from a third party without the intervention of the client is more reliable. However, there is an exception to that rule. The exception is when the third party is a related party or when the third party is not having that much knowledge of the subject matter on which he is responding. So every rule has an exception. That is what they want to convey to you by including that paragraph. Now please read it and please say that you are able to understand it. If you say yes, I will move on to the next point. Ready? Read it again. The entire point, that is reliability on your own. Reliability. The evidence gathered by the auditor should be both dash and dash. The evidence gathered by the auditor should be both relevant as well as reliable. Then only it is said that the evidence gathered by the auditor is qualitative. Then only it is said that the auditor gathered appropriate audit evidence. We had a discussion about relevance and now we are having a discussion about reliability. Read it again, including that example which is given in our material. Reliability of audit evidence. Reliability of audit evidence is influenced by the source and by the nature. This is the reason why I have explained you reliability standards of audit evidence. These reliability standards of audit evidence can also be called as generalizations of reliability. Generalization of reliability of various kinds of audit evidence. What are the kinds of audit evidence? Internal evidence, external evidence, visual evidence, documentary evidence, oral evidence. These are all said to be the kinds of audit evidence. So reliability of audit evidence is influenced either by the source from which you are gathering it or by the nature of evidence being gathered by the auditor, including the circumstances. To explain the term circumstances only, this example is given, including the circumstances under which it is obtained, including controls over preparation and maintenance where relevant. From this only I derived those reliability standards. What is the first one? External evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. That is based on dash. Source. Yes or no? External evidence received by the auditor directly from a third party is more reliable generally. That is also based on source. But it is having an exception. Even that evidence is not that much reliable depending on the circumstances under which the evidence has been gathered by the auditor. The third one is written evidence is more reliable than oral evidence. It is derived from dash. Nature. Yes or no? Therefore, generalizations about the reliability of various kinds of audit evidence are subject. This is how you need to read and try to understand the subject. This is the point where you must understand that understanding the subject is not that much easy, even after listening to it for the almost 3 to 4 hours. I have been explaining the concept of audit evidence say from 3 to 4 hours, but still there are some points which are left, which were not touched by us and which are posing problems to us. Therefore, you need to understand the importance and difficulty of the subject. So try to read each and every word. Try to understand each and every word in detail. Generalizations about reliability of various kinds of audit evidence. Those general rules are having some dash exceptions. That's it. Information obtained from an independent external అనవసరంగా చించుకున్నా information obtained from an independent external source may not be reliable if the source is not knowledgeable. That is the reason that I have explained to you as dashed reason. Genuine reason. Sometimes even because of ungenuine reasons, the information provided by the third party is not reliable to the auditor, for which I have given you an example wherein dash is able to influence dash. Management is able to influence the third party. Sufficiency and appropriateness are interrelated. Sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence are interrelated. Sufficiency is the measure of quantity of audit evidence. Appropriate is the measure of quality of audit evidence. You need to ensure both quantity as well as quality. Auditor need to gather sufficient quantity of relevant. If you have obtained more quantity, can you call it as qualitative? No. If you have gathered qualitative evidence, but the quantity is lesser than required, can you say that you are able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence? Should I repeat my question? You have obtained 100 evidences, but those evidences are not relevant and reliable. Now, can you say that you are able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence? You have obtained most qualitative audit evidence, but the quantity required is less. The quantity of evidence to be gathered by the auditor is more, but the quantity actually gathered by the auditor is less. In that case, can you say that the audit evidence gathered by the auditor is sufficient and appropriate? No. So, to say it as sufficient and appropriate, auditor should focus both on dash and dash. Both on quantity as well as quality. That is the relationship. Unless both are present, you cannot say it as sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. Read it. The sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence are interrelated. Sufficiency is the measure of the quantity of audit evidence. Appropriateness is the measure of the quality of audit evidence. In fact, SA 500 is the mother standard. SA 200 is originally said to be the mother standard, but to have a very good understanding of auditing subject, every one of you must be able to understand SA 500. Therefore, I am giving you an advice that if time permitted you can just go through our CA Institute's material also, particularly for this chapter. What is the chapter? Audit evidence and audit documentation. Without having a question from this chapter, there will not be any question paper. There was no question paper. There will not be any question paper without having a question from, particularly from SA 500 audit evidence. That is very, very important. You will come to know some more points which are not given in your material. If you try to read the original CA Institute's material, at least for this chapter. I am not suggesting you to go through Institute's material for every chapter. Time may not be sufficient for you to do that. But at least go through the Institute's material for this chapter, particularly for the concept called as audit evidence. You will certainly enjoy it. And you will learn some more things which are not given in your material, which were not discussed by me in the classroom. Okay? Next, that is the end of the discussion on question number 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are completed. With some exceptions, I am promising you that those things which were left from our discussion will be discussed at a later point of time. Then question number 5. Discuss the principles. This question is important. Not the answer. You know the answer very well, but the question is slightly differently asked. Therefore, try to focus on, not on dash, but on dash. Try to focus not on the answer, but on the question. The question is a very good question. Students, most of the students do fail in providing answer for this question, although they know the answer, but they fail to understand the question. So be careful. If you find the term principles and reliability, if you find terms, principles and reliability. Write down generalizations of audit evidence, otherwise called as reliability standards of audit evidence. Discuss the principles which are useful in assessing whether the evidence gathered by us is reliable or is unreliable, is more reliable or is less reliable. I repeat, discuss the principles which are useful in assessing the reliability of audit evidence. While recognize, can you please correlate this point with any other point that we have already discussed? While very good, while recognizing that exceptions, only those students who are keenly listening to my class would be able to understand this sentence. Otherwise, it is not understandable. Just now I said to you that these are all generalizations. These generalizations have their exceptions. So while recognizing that exceptions may exist, the following generalizations about the reliability of audit evidence may be useful. Independent sources. Independent source means a source external to the organization. The reliability of audit evidence is increased when it is obtained from independent sources outside the entity. Independent sources outside the entity means external to the entity. So when you obtain evidence from parties external to the entity, then that evidence is called as dash external evidence. So what is the first point? External evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. That is what I explained to you. Are you able to correlate what has been discussed with what is there in the material? External evidence is independent of the management. Internal evidence is not independent of management. Why? Because internal evidence is created or generated or originated well within the organization under your audit. So, what is the meaning of independent source? External evidence is an independent source. If you receive any evidence from sources outside the entity, sources outside the entity are called as external to the entity. Hence, audit evidence received by the auditor from sources outside the entity is called as external evidence. That is more reliable. The reliability of audit evidence is increased. The term increased has been converted by me into dash more. So, what is first one? External evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. Or else you could say like this: evidence received by the auditor from independent sources outside the organization are more reliable. Why it is more reliable? Because you are receiving the evidence not from the entity under your audit, but from a party who is external to the entity. That is the reason why I am saying it as dash evidence. External evidence. Second one, effective internal controls. The reliability of audit evidence that is generated internally. I call it as dash. Have you observed the difference between the terminology? I said it to be internal evidence, which is easily understandable. They are not calling it as internal evidence. Instead, they used a different terminology. The reliability of audit evidence that is generated internally. Audit evidence that is generated internally is called as dash internal evidence. If you say internal evidence, that is more understandable. If you say that evidence is generated internally, that may not be that much easily understandable. The language that has been used throughout our CA Institute's material, particularly for auditing, is like this only. Therefore, you must be very careful while reading each and every word. The reliability of audit evidence that is generated internally is increased. Is increased means reliability of internal evidence is more when related internal controls are effective. What I said to you about this point, internal evidence is also reliable when the related internal controls are effective or satisfactory. Are you able to reconcile them? Third one, direct directly obtained by the auditor. I don't want to explain anything about this because we already had and completed a discussion on SA 505. This is after all to you. Directly obtained by the auditor. Audit evidence obtained directly by the auditor is more reliable than audit evidence obtained indirectly by the auditor. I have given one example. They have given another example. This example is quite difficult to understand, and I will tell you this example at a later point of time. I make use of this example to explain you some other point. Please try to recollect and remember the example that I have given to you. If the evidence is received by the auditor through the client, that is less reliable, although it is dash, although it is external. If the evidence has been received by the auditor directly from a third party, it is called as dash. It is more reliable. I will try to explain the example that is given in this point when I am explaining you about other procedures like inspection, inquiry, observation, confirmation, recalculation, particularly under the heading dash, observation. Okay. So please allow me 10 to 15 minutes time. By that time, I will be able to start a discussion on observation. Then I will try to explain you these two examples in detail. Okay. Next. This is easy to understand. Written evidence. Audit evidence in documentary form, whether it is paper, electronic, or any other medium, is more reliable than evidence obtained orally. Next. Original documents. Audit evidence provided by original document. Do you find any difference between original and photocopy? If your answer is no, I will do one thing. Please give me 500 rupees. I will take a photocopy of 500 note. Photocopy will be given to you. I will keep the original with me because you are saying that both are one and the same. Are you willing to do that? No. That is the point. Original document is more reliable than photocopy or facsimile. Facsimile means document received through fax, not fax. Fax. Audit evidence not tax, fax. Audit evidence provided by original documents is more reliable than audit evidence provided by photocopies or facsimiles or documents that have been filmed, digitized, or otherwise transformed into electronic form, the reliability of which may depend on the controls or the preparation and maintenance. For this, I will give you an example which was previously asked in the examination for several times. During the course of performance of audit, you find that the entity under your audit is having some fixed deposit with the bank. Now you got what assertions could the management may have made to the auditor by simply including fixed deposit in their balance sheet? What assertions could have been given by the management to the auditor by simply including fixed deposit under the heading assets in their balance sheet? It is said that management is declaring to the auditor that fixed deposit is in existence. They are having rights over the fixed deposit. The value of the fixed deposit shown in the balance sheet is correct. All fixed deposits held by them have been completely shown in the balance sheet and nothing has been omitted. Now, what is your duty as an auditor? You need to check whether such assertions made by the management are correct or not, for which you need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So, to ascertain the existence as well as valuation as well as completeness and so on, you ask the management to provide you with the original fixed deposit receipt, fixed deposit certificate. The management has provided you with only a photocopy of the fixed deposit certificate, and when asked about the original fixed deposit receipt or certificate, management has not given any answer to the auditor or has given an answer to the auditor which is a baseless answer. Now, if you were the auditor, can you place reliance on the photocopy of the fixed deposit? Photocopy of the fixed deposit receipt? Yes or no? If your answer is no, why? Why? Because the original copy would have already been submitted to the banker and the fixed deposit may have been matured, but that may not have been reflected by the organization in their books of account. That is a possibility. Therefore, original fixed deposit is more reliable than photocopy of the fixed deposit receipt. Yes or no? That's it. Audit evidence provided by, this was the example that has been asked in the examination almost 4 to 5 times till now. So you should be very careful with this example. Photocopy, original. Out of these two, which is more reliable? Original is more said to be more reliable. Audit evidence provided by original documents is more reliable than audit evidence provided by photocopies or facsimiles or documents that have been filmed, digitized or otherwise transformed into electronic form, the reliability of which may depend on the controls over their preparation and maintenance. So, reliability of audit evidence increase when they were obtained from independent sources, when the related internal controls are effective, when they are obtained directly by the auditor, when they are in a documentary form, when they are in original form. Out of all these things, which is the best one? I cannot say it as best. I can say it only as most reliable. If I say yes, readers will ask the auditor to provide a guarantee because you are saying that you are able to get best evidence. When you are able to get best evidence, please provide us with a certificate or a guarantee. Is it possible for the auditor to provide a guarantee? No. So don't say best evidence. Don't say best evidence. You should say most reliable audit evidence. You cannot say it as a best audit evidence. Inconsistency or doubts over reliability of audit evidence. What is meant by inconsistency, and can you please correlate the term inconsistency with the other term that has already been discussed with you and has been explained in today's session itself? Of course, that was explained in the previous session also. I got a doubt about whether you are really able to understand it. So in today's session, when I started my discussion, I repeated that point, contradict. Yes or no? Keeping this in mind only, I repeated that. What is that? Contradict. Sixth point in question number 2. Very good, very good. Please read that point again. Audit evidence comprises both information that supports and corroborates management assertions, and it may also contain information that contradict with such assertions. Have I given you any example for the term contradicts with such assertion? Have I given any example for the term contradict? Yes or no? This is the example that I have given, which is appearing on your screen. Yes or no? Now go through that question. Not question number 2, the one that we are discussing. What is that question? Question number 5. Question number 5. Inconsistency. Inconsistency means contradiction. If you get contradictory evidence, then information that you already have and information just now you obtained is contrary to one another. In that case, it is called as when you compare dash with dash, you may observe inconsistency. when you compare internal evidence with external evidence, you may observe inconsistency. That means when the auditor tries to corroborate, one evidence, the discussion that I am having is not that much easily understandable. But if you are listening it carefully, you will be able to understand it and you will get immense satisfaction after completion of this 500 essay 500. So when you compare two things and when the content of one evidence is different from the content of other evidence, it is said that they are not corroborating with one another. When it is said that they are not corroborating with one another, it is said that there is a dash between those evidences, a difference. The difference here is called as dash. Under essay 505, difference is called as exception. Under essay 500, difference is called as dash. Inconsistency. Are you able to distinguish between the term difference used under essay 505 and difference used under essay 500? Under essay 505, difference is called as dash. Exception. Under essay 500, difference is called as dash. Difference between one evidence and other evidence under essay 500 is called as dash. Inconsistency. So, without understanding what is inconsistency, even if I explain what is there in the material, it's of no use. Inconsistency or doubts. When there is an inconsistency, obviously the auditor will get a doubt over reliability of audit evidence. In that case, what is your duty as an auditor? The auditor you must be able to understand this. If you fail to understand this, it is said that I failed to explain the thing properly to you. The auditor shall, in which case, when the auditor finds dash, inconsistency, or when the auditor got doubts about the correctness or otherwise of dash, the reliability or otherwise of dash already obtained by dash, already the audit evidence already obtained by the auditor, then the auditor shall decide what modifications, instead of that you can use some other term. This is not new to you. When explaining you compliance procedures, I said to you that initially, before commencement of audit, the auditor focused on whether the entity had established effective systems of internal controls. And auditor finds this point is understandable only to those students who attended the previous class. Okay, I am the auditor. I am going to start my audit of a company called as A Limited. Before commencement of audit, first of all, I need to check whether the management of A Limited had established effective systems of internal controls. I found that management had established effective systems of internal controls. If you were the auditor in my place, what conclusion would you reach by that? Okay. Effective systems of internal controls have been established by management. Therefore, in this organization, the auditor started expecting that in this organization, the possibility of occurrence of frauds is less. The possibility of the existence of material misstatements would also be less. Hence, the auditor decided to follow audit sampling. But during the course of performance of audit, the auditor is required to focus on the continuity of internal controls as well as the operating effectiveness of such internal controls. During the course of performance of audit, the auditor finds that although management had established very good systems of internal controls, employees of the organization or other officers of the entity failed to operate. The material given to you is very good, but you failed to prepare it. But you failed to prepare for it. In that case, will you get good marks? Certainly not. So, existence of effective internal controls is necessary. At the same point of time, following or operating the same is also necessary. Auditor finds that those established controls were not properly operated. What happens if effective internal controls that were already established by the management were not properly operated? Internal control is there, it was not operated. Then what will happen? The possibility of occurrence of fraud will be high. The existence of material misstatements in the financial statements would also be high. Yes or no? In that case, if you were the auditor, what conclusion would you reach now? Earlier, I concluded that the organization had established very good systems of internal controls, and hence I concluded that it is sufficient if I follow Audit sampling. But now I came to know that those effective internal controls that were already established by the management have not been properly operated by the employees. So there is a high chance of occurrence of frauds. There is a high chance of risk of material misstatements. When you anticipate a high risk of material misstatement, what should you do? You need to carry out 100% verification. Now the auditor modified the extent of checking. What was the previous conclusion of the auditor and what the auditor decides now? Previously, the auditor was of the opinion that it is sufficient if he follows dash. Now the auditor modified the audit procedures. Similar to that, here also, you try to perform different procedures to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Now you got a doubt about the reliability of such audit evidence that you have obtained because you find some dash between dash and dash. You find some inconsistencies between one evidence and other evidence. So when you find inconsistency, you will get a doubt about the reliability. When you got a doubt about the reliability of evidence that you have already gathered, what should you do? You need to gather some more audit evidence. In order to gather some more audit evidence, what the auditor should do? Auditor should have to modify the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Followed or not? Till date, I haven't explained you anything about timing. That is not that much important. But you find this term in SA 330, not now. SA 330 is not in our syllabus. SA 330 is not in our syllabus. In future, in your final level, you must have to understand the content of SA 330 also. There you will find this term, nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Fortunately, I explained you about nature of audit procedures, extent of audit procedures. The only thing pending for our discussion is timing. Usually, auditor will carry out or will commence his audit after the completion of the entire year. That means, if you were appointed as the auditor for the financial year 22-23, usually we start our audit process at the end of that particular financial year. That is on or after 31st March 2023. Why do auditors prefer commencing their audit only after completion of the relevant financial year? When you start our audit after the completion of the relevant financial year, everything that is required by the auditor will be kept ready by the entity. Yes or no? What is required by the auditor? Books are required by the auditor. Financial statements are required to the auditor. All the things that are required by the auditor will be provided by the will be kept ready by the entity, will be provided by the entity instantly to the auditor. That is the reason why we prefer carrying out audit only after dash, only after 31st March. So when the auditor wants to start his audit after 31st March, it is called as year-end audit. But in some cases, the auditor might be, it might be necessary. Sometimes it might be necessary for the auditor not to wait till the end of the relevant financial year. The auditor may have to carry out surprise verification. The auditor may have to carry out surprise verification. What is meant by surprise? Usually the auditor started carrying out audit at the end of the year. Then what is surprise? In the middle of the year, without giving any intimation to the entity under audit, if you start carrying out audit, it is called as dash surprise verification. So what should be the timing of audit? The timing of audit may be either after completion of the particular year or during the year. And particularly when the auditor finds that internal controls are ineffective, that means risk is more, don't wait till dash. Don't wait till the completion of the particular financial year. In that case, it is better for the auditor to follow dash surprise verification. If you find everything well, then you may adopt dash year-ending verification. So what is the time at which you need to start your audit is dependent on the effectiveness of internal controls and the risk assessment procedures. That is called as timing of audit procedures. When should we follow audit procedures? All these things are generally dependent upon risk assessment. Here what they said, the auditor shall determine what modifications or additions are required to be made by the auditor to dash. You have already followed some audit procedures. You have already gathered some evidence. Now you got a doubt about the reliability of that audit evidence. Why the auditor got the reliability, doubt about the reliability of audit evidence? Because the auditor finds some inconsistencies in the evidence that he has gathered. In that case, what the auditor is expected to do? Since you got a doubt, you need to clear your doubt. In order to clear your doubt, what the auditor is required to do? Auditor is required to gather some more audit evidence. To gather some more audit evidence, what the auditor is expected to do? He is required to follow some more audit procedures or additional audit procedures, or he is required to modify the existing audit procedures. Are you able to follow it at least now? You need to modify. In that case, what is meant by in that case? Please provide me a clarification. In that case means what? Where the auditor finds dash inconsistencies in audit evidence obtained by him, obviously the auditor will get dash doubt about the reliability of such evidence. In such case, since the evidence gathered by you is not that much reliable, you need to gather some more audit evidence. In order to gather some more audit evidence, you need to follow some more audit procedures. Therefore, you need to make additions to the audit procedures or make modifications to the audit procedures. The auditor shall determine what modifications or additions to audit procedures are necessary to resolve the matter and shall consider the effect of the matter, if any, on the other aspects of the audit. This should be done by the auditor. This should be done by the auditor. What is this? Modifying the audit procedures or making additions to the audit procedures is necessary to the auditor if audit evidence obtained by the auditor from one source is inconsistent with that obtained from another. That is what I said to you as an example for a contrary or contradictory evidence at the start of this class. Yes or no? By going through balance sheet of the entity, what evidence the auditor gathered? By going through the balance sheet, particularly valuation of investments, by going through the balance sheet, particularly valuation of investment, what was the information that the auditor gathered? You have gone through the balance sheet of the entity. Balance sheet contains some investments. Entity had valued them at cost. So by going through the balance sheet and by observing that investments were valued at cost, the auditor made an assumption that the objective behind purchase of investment by the entity was a long-term objective. So what is long-term objective? the entity do not want to sell them in the near future, but they want to hold them for a long period of time to earn some income in the form of interest, dividend, rental or capital appreciation. But at the beginning of the next financial year, these investments were found to be sold. When the objective of the entity is a long-term objective, the entity should have held these investments, but they have sold the investments. That means now the auditor gets some information which is contrary to the information that already the auditor is having. What was the information the auditor is having? Entity is having investments. The objective behind the purchase of investments by the entity was a long-term objective. This was the information available with you. Now you came to know about the fact that those investments have been sold. That means now the auditor got an evidence that such investments were sold, which is contrary to information that is already known to you. In that case, would you get doubt or not? That is called as doubts about reliability of audit evidence. Why the auditor got a doubt in the given example? Because there is a dash between dash and dash. Conflict or inconsistency, a difference between one evidence and other evidence. That means when you try to dash with dash, when you try to corroborate one evidence with another evidence, you may find some differences. Such differences are technically known here as dash, inconsistencies. So when you get inconsistency, you need to make additions to your audit procedures, or you need to modify your audit procedures. Followed or not? I haven't explained you anything new. What has been explained by me is appearing in your material. That's it. What I said to you, when you find inconsistency, you need to follow additional audit procedures. What is inconsistency? When you try to correlate one evidence with another evidence, when you try to compare or corroborate one evidence with another evidence, and when you find that the content of one evidence is different from the content of other evidence, that is technically called as difference. The difference in this standard is technically called as dash. In that case, what the auditor is required to do, when you find inconsistency, the reliability is in danger. When the reliability of evidence is in danger, what the auditor should do? Auditor should try to obtain some more evidence. How do you obtain some more evidence? By following either additional audit procedures or by modifying the existing audit procedures. Followed or not? Read it. The auditor shall determine what modifications or additions to audit procedures are necessary to resolve the matter, and shall consider the effect of the same matter, if any, on the other aspects of audit. If audit evidence obtained from one source is inconsistent with that obtained from another, or if the auditor has doubts over reliability of what is given as a heading has been explained again, to be used as audit evidence. SA 230 includes a specific documentation requirement. This is not understandable to you as of now. This is understandable only as after discussion of SA 230, but I want to explain this because you won't find this in SA 230. If you are having knowledge of SA 230, you will be able to understand that. But this point is not there in SA 230. SA 230 includes a specific documentation requirement if the auditor identifies information that is inconsistent with the auditor's final conclusions regarding a significant matter that we will discuss in SA 230. So, sometimes you may get a doubt that the party who has responded to your request is not independent, is not acting independently. That means you got a doubt that there is a dash between dash and dash. There is a relationship between the entity and the other party. In that case also you need to modify your audit procedures or make changes, make additions to your audit procedures. I can explain this entire point with 2 to 3 sentences. Are you ready to listen to them? During the course of performance of your audit, you will always try to compare dash with dash, internal evidence with external evidence. If external evidence is not available, you will try to compare internal and internal evidences. Such comparison of evidences is to ascertain whether the content in one evidence is tallying or reconciling with the content of other evidence. That comparison is technically called as corroboration. If the content is same in both the evidences, the evidence is said to be more reliable. However, during the course of performance of audit, sometimes when the auditor tries to corroborate one evidence with another evidence, the auditor may find a difference in the content of both the evidences. The difference is technically called as dash. inconsistency in this standard. Sometimes the auditor may get some information about the independence of the third party who had Sometimes the auditor may get some information about the independence of the third party who had responded to the request made by the auditor. In both those cases, the reliability of information is in danger. The information that you have already obtained is not that much reliable. In that case, what should you do? You need to gather some more audit evidence. How do you gather some more audit evidence? Either by extending existing procedures or by modifying existing procedures. That is what you are expected to do. That's it. Followed or not? So if you find dash, you need to follow dash. If you find inconsistencies, try to modify the existing audit procedures or try to make additions to the existing audit procedures. That is what they have explained under the heading inconsistency in or doubt over reliability of audit evidence. Now question number 6. Explain various techniques or methods or tools or procedures for obtaining audit evidence. Out of this, few are known to you. Should I explain you anything about external confirmations? Is it necessary for me to explain anything about external confirmations? Yes or no? Why? Done. Is it necessary for me to explain anything about inquiry? No. Why? Because inquiry means ascertaining the correctness of some information. Confirmation means response to such a inquiry. So there are some more points that are required to be. Observation is a point that has already been told to you, and I repeated that point several times till now. What is observation? Looking at a process or operation. When somebody is performing that process or operation is technically called as observation. 5. It is completed. Let me explain you about question number 6, which is very important. The term inspection includes 3 things. This was already explained to you. The term inspection includes 3 things. It was already explained to you. Inspection includes 1. Physical inspection or physical verification. 2. Inspection of books and records. Inspection of books and records. The third one is inspection of documents. I repeat, inspection includes physical inspection or inspection of books and records or inspection of documents. For the term inspection of documents, I have given you an example. The example is like this. While going through the balance sheet of the entity, you find that the balance sheet of the entity contains building having a value of 5 lakhs. This example is not a new example to you. When the management includes building having a value of 5 lakhs in their balance sheet, it implies that management is declaring to the auditor about 4 points. They are: 1. That the building is in existence. 2. That the organization is having rights over the building. That means organization is telling the auditor that they are the owners of the building. The third one is organization is also declaring to the auditor that the value of the building that is reflected in the balance sheet is correct. And the fourth one is it is also said that the organization is declaring to the auditor that all the buildings have been properly recorded in the books of account and are reflected in the financial statements without omitting any building. So all the buildings are said to be completely recorded. These 4 are nothing but being called by us as declarations or assertions or claims or representations made by management. When management, these representations are generally dash in nature, implied in nature. It can also be called as embodied in the financial statements. Yes or no? So when management makes all these declarations to the auditor, what the auditor should do? If all the declarations made by the management, if all the declarations made by the management to the auditor are correct, if all the declarations made by the management to the auditor were found to be correct, you can say that dash is correctly prepared. Balance sheet is correctly prepared. Therefore, what is your duty as an auditor? You need to check whether these declarations made by the management are correct or are incorrect. How do you check whether these declarations are correct or incorrect? To check it, auditor should obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the asset is really in existence or not. Auditor should obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that the entity is the owner of the asset. The auditor should also obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that the value of the building shown in the balance sheet is correct, and so on. Yes or no? If you were the auditor, how do you ascertain the existence? You need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the existence of the building. How do you do that? In order to check the existence of the building, the auditor need to inspect the building or verify the building physically. Auditor should ask the management to show the building. You are saying that you are having a building. You are saying that you are the owner of a building. Please show it to me. That is what dash should ask the management. Auditor should ask the management. Then the management will show the building to the auditor. The auditor can physically inspect it. So dash is a procedure that helps. Dash is a procedure that helps the auditor to ascertain the existence of building that was reflected in the balance sheet. Physical inspection is otherwise called as physical verification, is a procedure. Since it is being followed by the auditor, it is called as audit procedure that is available for the auditor to obtain dash. I repeat, physical inspection in the given case, otherwise called as physical verification, is said to be an audit procedure that is available for the auditor to obtain dash or dash about dash, to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence with regard to existence. At least by now, you must be able to understand and agree that inspection is nothing but a dash, audit procedure. Why should the auditor follow this audit procedure? To obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Yes or no? Continuing with the same example, what is your duty as an auditor with regard to ownership? You should also verify whether organization under your audit is the real owner or not. They are claiming that they are the owners of the building. You need to check whether they are really the owners of the building or not. How do you do that? By inspection of documents. In the given example, the document to be verified by the auditor to satisfy that organization under audit, the document that is required to be verified by the auditor in the given example to satisfy about the ownership of building by the organization is title deeds. So title deeds is an example of dash, a document. What the auditor is doing? auditor is inspecting a document. Why the auditor is inspecting title deeds a document? To ascertain whether the ownership declaration or ownership assertion or ownership claim made by the management is correct or not. So by following dash again, inspection again, auditor would be able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the ownership of the asset or ownership assertion made by the management. So what you are doing to ascertain the correctness of these assertions, you are trying to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. When these assertions are correct, then only financial statements are said to be free from material misstatements. To ascertain whether these assertions are correct or not, you need to gather sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Such sufficient appropriate audit evidence can be gathered by the auditor by following some procedures called as dash audit procedures. One such audit procedures available for the auditor is dash inspection. Inspection can be classified broadly into how many categories? 3. What are they? 1. Physical verification, otherwise called as physical inspection. You will never listen this standard in your lifetime in this much detail. This is the first time, and take it for granted. You can write it on a paper also. This is the first and last time you are listening to this standard in this detail for this time. Okay. Nobody will tell you in this detail this standard, and you will certainly appreciate me in future, not now, but certainly when you are listening to this standard in from some other person, you will certainly recognize the importance of this discussion. Okay, be careful. Inspection may be of different types. The first one is dash. The first one is dash physical inspection. The second one is dash inspection of documents. In the given example, the document is available in the form of dash title dates. Now the third one is inspection of books and records. How do you check whether value of this 5 lakhs is correct or not? You need to verify whether not only the purchase price of the asset, but also all other incidental expenditure incurred by the organization have been capitalized or not. For that purpose, you need to inspect dash books. So inspection includes 3 types. What are they? Physical inspection, otherwise called as physical verification, inspection of books and records, and inspection of documents. Why should the auditor follow inspection? Inspection is nothing but a dash audit procedure. Why the auditor should follow audit procedure? To obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Why should the auditor obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence? To satisfy that dash made by dash are correct. Declarations made by the management are correct. Why should the auditor verify whether declarations made by the management are correct or not? If the declarations made by the management were found to be correct, you can conclude that financial statements are free from material misstatements resulting either from fraud or from error. Thereby you can express your opinion. So if you want to express an opinion, you need to come to a conclusion. If you want to come to a conclusion that financial statements are free from material misstatements, you need to gather sufficient appropriate audit evidence. If you want to gather sufficient appropriate audit evidence, you need to follow some procedures. Such procedures that are required to be followed by the auditor to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence have been given in essay 500. What are the procedures? Risk assessment procedures, further audit procedures, which includes compliance procedures and substantive procedures, which includes tests of details of transactions, otherwise called as watching, tests of balances, otherwise called as verification, substantive analytical procedures. Apart from those procedures, these are all the additional procedures that are available for the auditor to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. At least by now you should be able to recognize that these are all additional procedures that are available for you as an auditor to obtain dash. To obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Yes or no? Done. This is all about inspection. You know very well about what is observation. Observation is nothing but looking at a process or operation when somebody is performing that process or operation. I have even given you an example for that. What was that example? When the management is making physical verification of inventory, instead of making physical verification by the auditor on his own, auditor can simply observe the process being followed by the entity. When the auditor makes physical verification on his own, he will be able to get some evidence about the existence of inventory as well as the physical count of the inventory. Or else, when the same is being done by the management, the auditor can simply observe the same. That means you can obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence either by doing it on your own or by observing it when somebody is doing that. Followed or not? Are you able to recollect the meaning of the term observation or not? Do you know what is the meaning of external confirmations? Even if you say, no, I cannot do anything, I cannot help you in any manner because we already had a discussion on SA 505. Then what is a recalculation? Generally, recalculation implies verification of arithmetical accuracy. Frauds can be undertaken by making wrong totals also. That is the reason why under the heading introduction, I told you that to verify whether financial statements are really reflecting a true and fair view, the auditor should start his process from journal. Journal should be verified with the help of supporting documentary evidences. That process is called as watching. Later, the auditor should perform a technique called as posting. Later, the auditor should perform a technique called as casting. Casting means dash. Arithmetical, checking the arithmetical accuracies or checking the totals. Why recalculation has been given that much importance? I will try to explain the importance of recalculation with the help of an example which was already given to you. The entity under your audit is a dealer in TV sets. They sold 1,000 TV sets during the year. They need to create a provision to meet warranty claims or guarantee claims. Based on their past experience, they know that 10% of the TV sets will be returned back from the customers within the warranty period or guarantee period of 2 years given by them. They also know that on an average, they need to spend an amount of rupees 500 for each and every TV set to get it repaired. Now, management wants to involve in fraud. This management wants to involve in fraud. That means management wants to create a higher dash towards dash. Management wants to create a higher provision towards warranty claims or guarantee claims. If you were the management, if your objective is to create a higher provision with respect to warranty claims or guarantee claims, how do you do that? How do you do that? You are the management. You want to create a higher provision with respect to respect to warranty claims or guarantee claims. There may be several ways that you can follow to achieve your objective. What alternatives are available for you as management to create a higher provision with respect to the guarantee claims or warranty claims? You can simply take a wrong assumption. You can simply take a wrong assumption. Instead of taking a reasonable assumption as 10%, you may take that assumption as 90%. In the given example, 10% is said to be reasonable. Industry average is also 10%. But the management may take the percentage of the TVs that may be returned within the warranty period or guarantee period to be 90%. In that case, would there be any increase in the provision to be made? Yes or no? 1000 into 10% means only 100 TV sets. 1000 into 90% means you are making an assumption that 900 TV sets out of 1000 TV sets sold by you will be returned back within the warranty period or guarantee period of just 2 years. In that case, obviously, the amount of provision to be created by the entity would be high, on the higher side. When the provision is high, the profit will get reduced. When the profit gets reduced, the tax liability would also get reduced. That is the objective That is the objective behind management's involvement in creating a higher provision through which the management wants to involve in fraud. Have I explained this to you in the past or not? This is alternative number 1. Instead of taking wrong assumptions, there is one more option left to the management to create wrong provisions or to create a higher amount of provision. What is it? Have you understood my question? I know very well that only 1 or 2 people of you may be able to understand my question. The question is like this. Management do not want to make wrong assumptions. What is the right assumption? 10%. Wrong assumption is 90%. Right assumption is say 500. Wrong assumption is say 5,000. Management do not want to make wrong assumptions. Management wants to make right assumptions only. But still, management want to create a higher provision towards warranty claims or guarantee claims. In such case, if you were the management, how do you achieve it? If I were the management, I will do arithmetical inaccuracies. I will do what? Arithmetical inaccuracies like this. Total number of TV sets sold by me during the year 1000, out of which I anticipated that 10% of the TV sets may be returned back within the warranty period or guarantee period of 2 years. 1000 into 10% to 200. I am making an assumption that I need to spend an average amount of 500 rupees per TV set. 200 into 500, 2 lakhs. And this was the provision that has been reflected by the management in their profit and loss account. You were the auditor. Unfortunately, you failed to check the arithmetical accuracy, but every other thing has been checked by the auditor. What is the other thing that the auditor may have checked in the given case? The auditor focused on the reasonableness of this 10%. Found that 10% is reasonable, very much reasonable. Auditor also focused on this 500, found that it is very much reasonable. Hence, the auditor satisfied that the provision is also very much reasonable. Is it reasonable? No. Why the auditor failed to detect that management has created a higher provision? For the simple reason that the auditor failed to focus on dash. Arithmetical accuracy. Yes or no? So, as an auditor, you need to check dash also. Arithmetical accuracy. For that arithmetical accuracy, take your calculator, and it is only an example. Take your calculator, 1000 into 10%. Is it really 200? No, it is only 100%. 100. 200 into 500. Is it really 2 lakhs? No. So what you created is wrong. That is called as recalculation. Another example which is easily, I know that this can be explained to you within half a minute also. Can I explain this within half a minute? The best example for recalculation is recalculating the amount of depreciation by the auditor on his own and comparing the amount of depreciation so calculated by the auditor with the depreciation already claimed by the management. Over. This is, I choose a difficult way. I don't want to choose an easiest way. Easiest point is always understandable even to the student. Difficult point is not understandable to the student. That is the reason why I focus more on difficult points, not on easy points. Okay. So, arithmetical accuracy is required to be checked, for which you need to perform a procedure called as dash. Recalculation. And the next one, the most important one, most difficult one to you people to understand is about reperformance. What is reperformance? I don't want to explain you analytical procedures because something out of it has already been explained to you, and I am going to have a discussion on SA 520 very soon. Okay, so there is nothing to explain about dash. Analytical procedures. Have I explained anything about analytical procedures? Analytical procedures can be defined as analysis or comparison of significant ratios and trends and investigating into the resulting fluctuations. Such comparison of ratios is of 4 types: interfirm comparison, intrafirm comparison, comparison with budgets, and comparison with industry averages. When the auditor compares ratios and when the auditor identifies any deviation or variation or fluctuation, it is the responsibility of the auditor to investigate into the reasons for such deviation deviation or variation or fluctuation. On investigation of the reasons, sometimes the auditor may find some genuine reasons. When the auditor finds genuine reasons, stop there. When the auditor finds ungenuine reasons, then the auditor should start suspecting the existence of a fraud. When the auditor started suspecting the existence of a fraud, he need to focus more on such areas. When you start focusing on such areas, you will be able to detect frauds. In that way, following analytical procedures will help the auditor in detecting frauds. Then I have given you a statement like this. When you follow analytical procedures, the results of analytical review procedures will not identify the area in which fraud has taken place, but they provide useful indications to the auditor as to the areas in which fraud may have taken place. Are you able to recollect it or not? You should have to compare not only ratios, even comparison of dash figures will also fall under the category analytical procedures. Abstract figures. In the previous year, the salary is 2,40,000. In the current year, it became 4,80,000. You have compared previous year salary with the current year salary. That is also called as dash. Have I explained you the trend? In the first year, the gross profit ratio is 20%. In the second year, it is 15%. In the third year, it is 10%. This is the fourth year. In the fourth year, it is 5%. Will you accept that 5% as reasonable or not? You must have to. But sometimes the auditor may do like this. Auditor may have calculated average net profit for the last 3 years. 20 plus 15 plus 10, 45 by 3, 15. Then the auditor started comparing average 15 with current year 5. Do you identify any difference in that case? Yes. Obviously, you need to make an inquiry. But actually speaking, there is no need for you to make an investigation or inquiry because the current year figure of 5% is said to be reasonable. Considering trends, the trend is falling 20 to 15, 15 to 10. If the same trend continues for the current year, they should have got a gross profit of 5%. They got a gross profit of 5%. There is no duty on the part of the auditor to probe into the matter further. This is when the auditor considers dash trends. Yes or no? Have I explained all these things to you or not? So there is nothing to explain about analytical procedures. Even if there is something in our material which was not explained by me, leave it. I am going to explain it under dash SA 520. Making an inquiry is very well known to you. Several things may be inquired by the auditor with the management. What is the objective behind purchase of investment? Is an inquiry made by the auditor to the management. Of course, Companies Act had given a similar right to the auditor. What is the second right given to the auditor by Companies Act? Right to obtain information. And how do you get information and explanations? By making an inquiry. What is your name? I made an inquiry. I made an inquiry to get some information about your name. Yes or no? So getting information and explanations is a right that can be used by the auditor to make an inquiry and to get required information. Sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. That's it. Okay. Now, what is the reperformance? I know very well, I remember it, that I need to explain a particular example which was given under previous questions, which was not explained by me, but I promised you that I will explain that example later on. Now the time comes, after explaining reperformance, I will go back to that particular point and I will explain you that point as well, today itself. Okay? What is reperformance? This is very difficult to understand. Very difficult. Do you know what is a bank reconciliation statement? Very good. What is the purpose of preparing bank reconciliation statement is also well known to you. Very good. The way in which bank reconciliation statement is required to be prepared is also well known to you. No, I don't agree with you. Yes, I don't agree with you. You don't have knowledge of preparing a bank reconciliation statement. I know very well that you are able to prepare a bank reconciliation statement when entire information is provided to you. What information do you require for preparation of a bank reconciliation statement? You need balance as per bank passbook. You need balance as per cash book. You need information like checks issued but not presented for payment, checks deposited but not credited, bank charges debited but not accounted for in the accounts. If all this information is provided to you, then you will start from one balance and try to arrive at the other balance. If it is not possible for you to try to arrive at the other balance, you will do one thing. You will reverse what you have already done. All the items that have added will be subtracted. All the items that have been subtracted will be added. Anyway, you will be able to arrive finally at the other balance. This is the approach that is acceptable only for accounts or for providing solutions to the accounting problems. Real life situation is completely different. Assume that just now you have completed your CA, you have been joined as an employee in an organization. Immediately on your joining, your managing director asked you to prepare a bank reconciliation statement. Then you asked your managing director as follows: please provide all the required information. We are able to prepare BRS only when the required information is provided. What is the balance as per cash book? What is the balance as per bank passbook? What are the causes of differences? You will be immediately kicked out of the door. A flying kick will be given by your managing director to you. That is the first day and last day of your employment with that company. You need to collect all that information. Nobody will provide you that information. This is not an examination. This is a real life scenario wherein nobody will provide such information. You need to collect that information, and from the information so collected by you, you need to prepare bank reconciliation statement. I know very well that I am explaining the concept of bank reconciliation statement elaboratively than required here, keeping in view 2 chapters. Chapter number 1, in future, I will deal with audit of items of financial statements. Under that heading, there is a particular point called as how do you verify cash at bank. Under that heading, I must have to explain you bank reconciliation statement. At that time, I don't explain all these things again elaboratively. Just I will try to repeat what are all the things that we are going to discuss today. And another one is the same point will appear under the heading risk assessment and internal controls, particularly under the heading internal controls. It is a part of internal control. Preparation of bank reconciliation statement is considered as a part of internal control. So this point is very difficult and very important for you people, and try to listen to this point carefully, although you know it very well. Okay? How do you collect information in order to prepare a bank reconciliation? I am not telling you anything about the duties of the auditor. I am telling you about how a person is able to prepare a bank reconciliation statement practically. Okay? Take the cash book. Assume that the entity under your audit is maintaining a double column cash book or a triple column cash book. When they are maintaining either a double column or triple column cash book, you will find the bank balance in the dash book itself, in the cash book itself. For example, if you are conducting audit of a company, can you ask the company for a cash book? Will the company maintain a cash book, or will it try to maintain a journal? This point has been explained to you on the very first day of my lecture. A company is required to follow mercantile system of accounting. If you follow mercantile system of accounting, sometimes you need to record not only cash transactions but other than cash transactions into books. If you are maintaining a cash book, is it possible for you to record a transaction other than cash transaction in the cash book? Yes or no? In that case, what book should you maintain? A journal. So usually a company is required to follow accrual system of accounting. Under accrual system of accounting, you need to record not only cash transactions, other than cash transactions as well. You can record only cash transactions in the cash book. In that case, you cannot maintain a cash book. You have to maintain a journal. Have I explained that point to you or not? This has been explained to you in the very first class of my discussion. Okay? I cannot prove it because that document is not readily available with me. Okay? Right. But if the entity is following mercantile system, instead of taking cash book, take the ledger. Take the ledger. Open bank account in the ledger. Either you need to take dash or you need to take dash. Either you need to take cash book, particularly when the entity is maintaining double column or triple column cash book, because bank balance is ascertainable by going through cash book only. Whereas in some other cases, you may have to take the ledger, open particular bank account in the ledger. Example, the entity in which you are working is maintaining an account with the State Bank of India. Open ledger. Open SBI account in the ledger. There you will find balance as per our books. Yes or no? Please speak out. Very good. Take the bank passbook also, or otherwise called as bank statement. Take the cash book, take the bank passbook or bank statement. Take the bank counter files. For what counter files are available to the auditors or to the management? Whenever you deposit some cash into bank, or whenever you deposit a check into bank, a documentary evidence shall have to be provided by the banker to you that you really deposited some cash or check into it, for which the banker will provide you with bank counter files. Usually business organizations will take 400 to 500 bank paying slips. I said to you that the entire part is called as bank paying slip. You are required to submit this paying slip along with cash or along with the check in the bank counter. Then the person in the bank counter will keep this right side portion of the bank paying slip with him. He will affix the stamp of the bank on the left side portion of the bank paying slip. He will put his signature thereon, and the same is provided to you. That left side part of bank paying slip is being called by us technically as dash. Bank counter. The total paper is called as paying slip. Left side portion that is given by the banker to you is called as bank counter file. Usually business organizations will take 400 to 500 bank paying slips at the beginning of the year. It will be bounded. It will be bounded into a book. As and when the business organization wants to deposit cash or check into bank, the details of the cash or check will be recorded in the bank paying slips which are bounded into book. This bounded book will be presented. This bounded book will be presented by dash to dash, by the organization to the person in the counter. That person in the counter will tear off dash portion of paying slip. Right side portion of paying slip. On the left side portion of the paying slip, a stamp is attached. It will be signed and given to you. After completion of all the bank paying slips, only half will remain with you. The remaining half has already been taken by dash. If you want to see this practically, go to a bank. Exactly at 10 o'clock in the morning, when the bank opens the counters, then you will find several people standing in the queue who wants to deposit cash into the bank, and they bear these books in their hand. The bounded books. Bounded book is nothing but a book which is bounded, wherein you will find a bunch of dash. Bank paying slips. Every day they cannot visit the bank for taking one paying slip. So they will take 400 to 500 paying slips at the beginning of the year. That book is required to be taken by you, which is called as bank counter file bunch or book. Then take the first two leaves of checkbook. Take the first two leaves of the checkbook. Have you ever issued a check to any person? Or have you ever saw the process of issuing a check to somebody else? If you see that, you may identify like this. Previously, in olden days, checkbooks are used to be issued by the bankers like this. Like it is just like a bank paying slip. Checkbook will also contain two parts, left side part and right side part. We use it to issue checks. We use it to tear off the right side part. It will be given to that person, and the details of the check so issued will be recorded on the left side part. So this will be given to the persons to whom payments are to be made. This will be retained by us. Organizations retain this. This is done in olden days. Now this process has been dispensed with by the bankers. Now the bankers are not providing counterfiles to the checks. Instead, bankers are providing some leaves, some papers on the top of the checkbook, which are ruled papers. So what you need to do is, when you issue a check, details of the check so issued is required to be recorded on that paper, like the date of the check, check number, in favor of who, on whose name it has been issued, amount of the check, balance after the check issued, etc. Generally, balance column will also be there, but usually we don't fill it. Okay. These are all the points that are required to be written before you issue a check to the other party. If the checkbook is completed, only these 2 pages will remain in that checkbook. Take that also. So what you did is, you have taken documentary evidences relating to deposits. You have also taken documentary evidences relating to withdrawals or payments. Yes or no? Yes or no? You have taken cash book as well as bank passbook. Why you have taken both the books? Because you want to reconcile the balance appearing in one book with the balance appearing in the other book. Yes or no? Now, what you need to do is, first of all, check all the cash deposits and check deposits. Check all the cash deposits and check deposits into cash book as well as into bank passbook simultaneously with the help of dash. With the help of bank counter files, auditor should check the deposit of cash as well as deposit of checks into bank, both into dash as well as into dash, both into cash book as well as into bank passbook. Why do you need to prepare a BRS? When there is a difference between bank balance as per cash book and bank balance as per passbook, then only you need to prepare a bank reconciliation statement. If they tallies, there is no need to prepare a bank reconciliation statement. Generally, they are expected to tally. Why? When you deposit some cash into bank, you will debit the bank account in our books and credit cash in our books. Yes or no? When this deposit has been received by your banker will debit cash and credit your account. So your accounts, your books have been debited, bank book has been credited. Yes or no? I deposited an amount of 10,000, bank account add to cash. Bank account will be immediately debited by me with an amount of 10,000. My account with the bank will be immediately credited. So that the deposit transaction is appearing both in dash and dash. This is where I identified that students lacks practical approach. You are feeling it very difficult to understand my wording. Yes or no? Huh? Is it understandable to you? Okay. So you are checking the deposit of cash and bank into both the dash and dash. The transaction should appear both in dash and dash. Usually cash deposits will appear both in cash book and bank passbook on the same day. Yes or no? If you deposit cash into bank, how much time will the banker take to credit your account? If you deposit cash into your bank account, how much time will the banker take to credit your account? Instant. That's it. The moment you deposited your cash into bank, your account gets credited. So usually, in respect of dash, there would not be any difference. Usually, in respect of deposit of cash, entry relating to deposit shall appear both in dash and dash on the same day. Both in cash book and in passbook on the same day. So, when both books are properly recorded, that is not the cause of dash. That is not the cause of difference. If transaction is recorded in one book and is not recorded in the other book, then only there would be a difference. If the transaction is recorded in both the books, it is not the cause of a difference. Yes or no? So usually we won't find any difference, particularly with reference to dash, deposit of cash. But there will certainly be a difference with regard to deposit of checks. Yes or no? I received a check from you today. Immediately the same is deposited into my bank account today itself. What entry would I record in this case? Bank account debtor to so and so party. Your name is A. I received a check from you. So bank account debtor to A account. So my account has been debited in the books of account. In my books of account. Then the same is presented to the bank, asking the banker to collect it. Will the check is collected on the same day on which it is deposited? Yes or no? No. My banker had to send the check for a collection to your bank. Your bank has to clear that check. Funds are required to be transferred from your bank to my bank. Then only my bank will credit my account. So today, that is on 9th. What is the month? Number of the month? 11. Okay. I am still in October. On 9th November 2023, I deposited a check worth rupees 1 lakh into bank. Immediately my bank account has been debited in my books of account. But unfortunately, it was credited in the bank account on 14th November. Why? Why? Because there is a gap between deposit and collection of the same. So you won't find this 1 lakh on the same day in both the books. This 1 lakh will be identified by you in the cash book on the same day on which it is deposited, but that will be identified in the passbook after a few days. Then also there would not be any problem because the entry is appearing both in dash and dash. Entry is appearing both in cash book as well as in bank passbook. That is not the cause of difference. There is a timing difference, but the balance is one and the same. That is not the cause of difference. Then why there occurs a difference? Particularly in respect of checks deposited at the fag end of the accounting year. Yes or no? If you deposit the check at the beginning of the year, there would not be any problem. Within few days, that check will be collected. There will not be any problem at all. But if you deposit this check at the fag end of the accounting year, what may happen? I will try to continue with the same example. Let us assume that instead of 9th November 2023, I deposited a check received from one of my customers on 28th March 2023, worth rupees 1 crore. I received a check worth rupees 1 crore from one of my customers. I deposited the same into my bank account on 28th March 2023. Immediately my bank account, the bank account in my books of account gets debited with an amount of 1 crore. So my bank balance increases by dash. My bank balance as per my books of account increases by how much? 1 crore. So bank balance as per cash book increases by? Bank balance as per cash book increases by 1 crore on the date of deposit. What is the date of deposit? The check has been sent for collection by my bank to my customer, and the other banker responded, and this check has been credited in my account on 4th April 2023. It has been credited, but the date on which it has been credited is 4th April. So as on 31st March 2023, would there be any difference between bank balance as per cash book and bank balance as per passbook? As on 31st March 2020, as on 31st March, there is something wrong, 24. As on 31st March 2024, would there be any difference in the balance of bank balance appearing in cash book and passbook? How much is the difference? Why this difference happens? Because entry is recorded in one book has not been recorded in another book. What is the cause of this difference? Check deposited has not been collected. That will be written by you on a paper like this. Check number so and so, date of deposit so and so, but collected on so and so. In your examination, all these details are provided by them only. But in practice, you need to collect all this information by following the procedure that has been explained by me to you till now. Now, you have just checked only the deposit portion. Cash deposits and check deposits. Generally, in case of check deposits, there is a timing difference. Because of that, there would be a difference between balance as per our books and balance as per bank passbook that you can identify just by checking each and every check deposit into cash book as well as into bank passbook. Now you need to focus on dash. So a tick is appearing in both the books. What does it mean? If a tick is appearing in both the books, what does it mean? The transaction is recorded both in dash as well as in dash. Both in cash book as well as in bank passbook. That is not the, in that case, that is not the cause of difference. If there are two ticks in respect of a single transaction, it is not treated as the dash of difference, cause of difference. Now auditor need to focus on dash. Check issues. Will there be any timing difference in respect of check issues? Obviously yes. Today you have issued check. Immediately your bank account gets credited in your books of account. Your bank balance gets reduced immediately in your books of account. But the person to whom you have issued a check might not have deposited the check immediately into his bank account. So there may be a maximum difference of how many months? Why I am telling it to be 3 months? As per NI Act, the maximum period of the maximum validity period of a check is 3 months. So there may be a timing difference of how many months? A maximum of 3 months. So every time a check is issued, you need to check whether that check issued has been reflected both in dash and dash, both in cash book as well as in bank passbook. If there are two ticks, it is said that the transaction has been recorded both in dash, and hence it is not the cause of dash. It is not the cause of difference. However, you may identify that checks issued by you at the fag end of the year. Checks issued by you at the fag end of the year. Remember, this is with reference to BRS prepared on a yearly basis. If you are preparing your BRS on a monthly basis, you need to take it as fag end of the month, not fag end of the year. If you get an employment in Navaratna companies like BPCL, HPCL, BHEL, etc., you may be assigned to a particular department wherein you are made just responsible only to prepare BRS. That's it. There is no other duty to you, just to prepare BRS on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. Lakhs of transactions will be entered by them and you are made responsible to prepare BRS on a weekly basis. Then you will understand the importance of preparing BRS. అండ్ ఆ రోజున నన్ను మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా తలుచుకుంటారు. పాప ఆయన చెప్పేటప్పుడే ఇదిగో కష్టాలు మొదలైనాయి. సొక్కలు కనపడతాయి BRS ప్రిపేర్ చేసేప్పటికి. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ దట్ మచ్ ఈజీ. Preparation of BRS where the transactions are lakhs is not easy. It takes time of around 10 to 15 hours for you to prepare BRS. Sometimes more than that also. Okay. సో నిద్రపోతే ఆ అమౌంట్లో తప్ప ఇంకేం కనపడవు. నిద్రలో కూడా అనుకుంటూ ఉంటారు అంతే, ఇంకేం ఉండదు. అంత దారుణం BRS. సో నౌ యూ ఫోకస్డ్ ఆన్ చెక్ ఇష్యూస్ ఆల్సో. దెన్ you should try to go through, this is very important, then you should try to go through bank passbook to identify items without having any tick mark. You need to go through the entire bank passbook to identify items without any tick mark. Anybody can tell me about what is the importance of item that is appearing in the bank passbook which is not having a tick mark? There is no evidence for that. That was not recorded in the cash book. The best example for that is bank charges debited. Will there be any evidence for bank charges debited? Bank will calmly debit your account. That's it. No intimation will be given by the banker to you that so and so charges have been levied on you. So bank passbook contains bank charges. You may have missed to record. You may have missed to record those transactions in your cash book. That is the reason why those items were unticked. Like that, interest debited only in bank account, not recorded in the cash book. Interest credited in the bank passbook, not recorded in the cash book. All these things can be identified just by going through bank passbook, particularly by trying to identify unticked items in the bank passbook. Do you identify and understand the difference between ticked items and unticked items? What is the importance of ticked items? That item is appearing both in dash and dash, both in cash book and passbook. So that is not the cause of a difference. If an item is not having a tick mark, what does it mean? It is reflected only in one book and not in other book. When a particular transaction is being reflected only in one book and not in other book, it is nothing but said to be a cause of difference. You are made responsible to identify the cause of difference. Then only you can prepare a bank reconciliation statement. Followed or not? This is the practical approach that a person is required to follow in respect of preparation of a bank reconciliation statement. There is one more thing that is required to be understandable to you, not as a person who is made responsible to prepare BRS, but as an auditor. The other thing is, if check issued but it is not presented for payment, one day or other certainly it will be presented for a payment. So if a check issued is outstanding on the date of balance sheet, it will be reversed after the date of balance sheet within very few days. Yes or no? Please say yes or no to my statement after listening to the statement and after evaluating the effect or impact of that statement. Okay? A check is outstanding. A check issued by you is outstanding on the date of balance sheet, which is not yet presented for payment. Will it be reversed after the date of balance sheet or not? Or will that be presented to banker after the date of balance sheet or not? Will the entry relating to that presentation is made in the bank passbook after the date of balance sheet or not? So when you issue a check at the fag end of the year, one entry is recorded on or before 31st March. The other entry will be recorded after 31st March. One day or other it will be presented and entry relating to it will appear in bank passbook. So it gets reversed. Yes or no? On 31st March it is pending. It gets reversed when it is presented. Should I repeat it again? On 31st March you issued a check. You recorded an entry into books of account. The entry is not appearing in the bank passbook. After the end of the year, the check is presented for payment. Then the entry is recorded in the bank passbook after the end of the year. You recorded the entry before the end of the year. Banker recorded the entry after the completion of the year. That is called as reversed. The entry that is appearing as outstanding in your books of account gets reversed after the date of balance sheet. There is no problem for you in respect of such transactions. Similarly, when you deposit a check into bank, you may have debited your account instantly, but it may not have been collected. That will be collected dash after the date of balance sheet. That means checks issued but not presented for payment, checks deposited but not collected, which are outstanding as on the date of balance sheet, will get reversed or collected or paid after the date of balance sheet. They get automatically adjusted after the date of balance sheet. But some items won't get automatically adjusted. What are they? Very good. Few people are there who are able to understand my discussion. I get immense satisfaction with those students. One, bank charges. Will it be reversed automatically? No. Interest debited? No. Interest credited? No. So if you find those things, you should insist the management to make adjustments in the books of account. Remaining things will get automatically adjusted. Followed or not? This discussion is not for explaining you only for reperformance, but also be helpful for you to verify cash at bank. I don't want to repeat this process elaboratively again. I don't repeat this process at all while I'm having a discussion on how to verify cash at bank. But you will find that whatever I explained today will be there descriptively in your material. Okay? So if you really want to understand the material that is given to you, to be given to you in respect of items of financial statements, you must have an understanding of the discussion that we had today. Okay, this is very important. Be careful. Now, till now I have explained you only your duties when you are made responsible to prepare a bank reconciliation statement. Now, what is our duty as an auditor? As an auditor in respect of a bank reconciliation statement prepared by the organization. The entity under your audit had prepared a bank reconciliation statement. It is provided to you. You are the auditor. What is your duty in respect of bank reconciliation statement prepared by the entity? What is your duty as an auditor in respect of an entity under your audit prepared BRS? It is provided to you. Will you accept it straight away? And then what will you do as an auditor? What should you do as an auditor? You need to focus on two important aspects. The auditor is required to focus on two important aspects relating to dash prepared by dash, relating to the BRS prepared by the client or management. What are they? Duty number 1. First of all, you need to verify whether such BRS is correctly prepared or not by the client. You need to verify whether BRS is correctly prepared by the client or not. Stay there for 1 minute, then you can leave. You need to verify, this is very important point. You need to verify whether the BRS prepared by the client is correct or not. How do you check it? That's it. You can go now. By reperforming what are all the things that the client has done. By what is that? By reperforming what are all the things that the client has done, you can verify whether dash prepared by dash is dash or dash. Whether BRS prepared by your client is correct or not. So to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the correctness or otherwise of bank reconciliation statement prepared by the entity, what procedure do you have followed as an auditor? Reperformance. The thing that has already been done by one person, if repeated by another person, is technically called as dash. Reperformance. So why should the auditor reperform preparation of BRS? To ensure that what the client did is correct. To ensure that what the client did is correct. That is called as dash, reperform. This is duty number 1 to the auditor. What is the first duty? You need to verify whether management had prepared BRS correctly. Duty number 2 is also very much important. The auditor should try to focus on, and some of you people may be of the opinion that I am wasting your time by explaining BRS for this much time. And this discussion is not only helpful for you at CA inter level, at CA final level, there is a particular chapter called as bank audit. Under the heading bank audit, you need to conduct audit of balances with RPA. Balances with RPA. And while verifying balances with RPA, sometimes the balance appearing in the RBI account in bank's books may be different from the passbook given by RBI. Then also, as an auditor of a bank, you are required to verify bank reconciliation statement. Under that heading, 3 points will be explained by your lecturer to you. Those 3 points are nothing but the points that we discussed under BRS now. If you are able to understand BRS today, you are able to understand, you are going to understand those 3 points in future. Otherwise, nobody will tell you about BRS in this detail and you cannot understand those 3 points. That is the link, right? What is your second duty as an auditor? The auditor should try to focus on long pending. The auditor should try to focus on long pending or long outstanding entries in the BRS. If any entry is outstanding for a long period of time, what is meant by outstanding? Checks issued but not presented for payment, it is outstanding for a long period of time. Checks deposited but not credited, outstanding for a long period of time. Like this, if any item, that is the reason why I said that generally they get automatically adjusted within a maximum of how many months? 3 months. But if that entry is outstanding for a long period of time, you should suspect the genuineness of that entry. And hence, auditor is required to focus on long pending or long outstanding entries in the BRS. And I will try to write down a BRS prepared by the client. You can just go through it and you can identify any abnormality in it. Being an auditor. Ready? I am your client. You are my auditor. I prepared a bank reconciliation statement. It has been provided to you. You can just go through the bank reconciliation statement and you can identify any abnormality in it. Ready? Are you able to identify the abnormality? Ready. Balance as per dash. This much. Add cash deposited into bank, but not credited by the bank. 1 crore. And this entry is repeated in the BRS for the last 3 years. For the last 3 years, the same entry is being repeated in the BRS. What is that entry? 3 years back, entity deposited a cash of just 1 crore rupees into bank. They don't know why the banker has not credited that amount of 1 crore into their bank. And still that amount is outstanding. By going through this outstanding entry in the BRS, if you were the auditor, have you observed any abnormality in it? How many days will it take for the banker to credit your account when you deposit cash? Instant. Then whatever your client is saying, that he deposited an amount of 1 crore into his bank account 3 years back, but today banker has not given any credit. Now, what is the abnormality in this case? The entire amount of 1 crore rupees would have been misappropriated by the employee. To adjust it, to conceal it, employee just recorded that an amount of 1 crore has been deposited with bank, but not yet credited by the bank. Now, as an auditor, you are able to identify dash. Employee fraud. How do you able to identify employee fraud? Because you focused on dash. Long pending or long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement. Now I want to ask you only one question. What benefit would you get as an auditor if you try to focus on long pending or long outstanding entries in the BRS? What benefit would you get as an auditor if you try to focus on long pending or long outstanding in the BRS? We can identify abnormalities. When you identify abnormalities, you will try to investigate into it. When you investigate the matter, you would be able to detect even frauds. Should the auditor consider frauds also while forming his opinion or not? To consider frauds, first of all, the auditor should detect frauds or identify frauds. How do you identify frauds? By focusing on long pending or long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement. Now, can you please list down what are the duties of the auditor with respect to BRS? What are the duties of the auditor with respect to BRS? How many duties are there to the auditor with respect to BRS prepared by the client? 2. What are they? You need to verify whether BRS prepared by the client is correct or not, for which you need to re-perform all the procedures that were already followed by your client for preparation of bank reconciliation statement. What is the second duty of the auditor? The auditor should focus on long pending or long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement. What is the second point? Balances with the Reserve Bank of India, State Bank of India and other banks. What is this B point? Observation on reconciliation statement may be reported in the following manner. Cash transactions remaining unresponded. If you are able to provide answer for this, immediately I will close it. Revenue items requiring adjustments. Bank charges debited, interest debit. Nobody will tell you that those are revenue items. At least now you need to trust me. This discussion is of utmost importance for you, not only for CA Inter, but also to understand bank audit at CA final level. Importantly, the practical way that is required to be followed to prepare a bank reconciliation statement. And finally, the responsibilities of the auditor in respect of bank reconciliation statement prepared by the entity. The most important one out of all these four is the last one, that is responsibilities of the auditor with regard to BRS prepared by the client. As I said earlier, there are two responsibilities to the auditor in respect of BRS prepared by the entity. The first one is auditor should verify whether BRS prepared by the entity is correctly prepared or not. How to verify whether BRS has been correctly prepared by the entity or not? For that purpose, the procedure that has been followed or that is required to be followed for a preparation of BRS is required to be repeated by the auditor. Already management prepared BRS. For preparation of BRS, a particular procedure would have been followed by the management. As an auditor, we are required to repeat the procedure followed by the management. Then only you can ascertain whether BRS is correctly prepared or not. Since the procedures that were already followed by the auditor are being repeated or reperformed by the auditor, that is technically called as reperformance. And the second one is the auditor should focus on the long pending or long outstanding. The auditor should focus on the long pending and long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement. And for that purpose, I have even given you an example wherein it was mentioned in the bank reconciliation statement that the entity has deposited an amount of 1 crore into bank, but it has not been yet credited by the bank. On a further inquiry into the matter, the auditor finds On a further inquiry into the matter, the auditor finds that this entry is being repeated in the bank reconciliation statement for the last 3 years. So what the organization is telling to the auditor, they are claiming that they made a cash deposit of 1 crore rupees into bank 3 years back, but unfortunately banker has not credited their account. This implies that probably the accountant or other employee of the organization would have involved in fraud. The entire amount of 1 crore would have been defalcated by the employee in order to cover up the fraud perpetrated by him. In order to cover up the fraud perpetrated by him, I said to you in the past that when a person was involved in fraud, he will certainly try to conceal it. Here also, the employee of the organization would have defalcated the entire amount of 1 crore. That means the employee of the organization was said to be involved in fraud. When the employee is involved in a fraud, they will certainly try to conceal it. So, to conceal the fraud, employee started recording this point for the past 3 years, like this: cash deposited into bank but not credited by the bank. Now, being an auditor, by focusing on long pending or long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement, you would be able to identify some frauds. Of course, if auditor fails to identify frauds, what may happen has already been explained to you in the introductory classes itself. Can anybody of you able to provide a correct answer for this? What happened? Frauds have taken place in the organization. Unfortunately, the frauds so taken place in the organization have not been identified by the auditor. In other words, the auditor fails to detect frauds that were taken place in the organization. In that case, what will happen? Very good, very, very good. There will be a high audit risk to the auditor. Why there may be a high audit risk to the auditor? In that case, the opinion given by the auditor will become wrong or inappropriate. When the opinion given by the auditor becomes wrong or inappropriate, there would be an increased risk to the auditor. And more importantly, in order to form an opinion about whether financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view or not, it is our responsibility as an auditor to satisfy that such financial statements are free from material misstatements resulting either from frauds or from errors. Therefore, it is our responsibility to focus on frauds. When you are able to identify frauds, then only you will be able to identify material misstatements in the financial statements. When you fail to identify frauds, then you can conclude that the financial statements are free from material misstatements. So, whether financial statements are free from material misstatements or not is a thing that can be identified by the auditor only when the auditor identifies or detects some frauds. Therefore, in order to detect fraud, first of all, the auditor should get a doubt, yes or no. In order to detect a fraud, first of all, the auditor should get a doubt about the dash of fraud, about the existence of a fraud. When you get a doubt about the existence of the fraud, you will focus more on such areas. Thereby, you would be able to identify or detect fraud. In this case also, the auditor had gone through bank reconciliation statement. Auditor focused on long pending or long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement, and then the auditor got a doubt about a particular entry in the bank reconciliation statement which specifies that an amount of 1 crore rupees cash has been deposited into bank 3 years back, but it has not been yet credited by the bank. It raises a doubt to the auditor. Hence, the auditor focused more on that item. Thereby, the auditor would be able to detect fraud. Thereby, the auditor would be able to conclude that financial statements are not free from material misstatements, and hence the auditor would have expressed an appropriate opinion. In that case, the risk of the auditor would become less. That is the reason why you are required to focus on long pending items or long outstanding entries in the bank reconciliation statement. This is what I explained to you in the previous session with regard to reperformance. So, BRS has already been prepared by the entity. the same process has been reperformed by the auditor. That is called as reperformance. And another important point that you must know is that preparation of bank reconciliation statement is generally considered by entities as a part of their internal control systems. I repeat, generally, preparation of a bank reconciliation statement will be considered by entity as a part of internal control systems. That means if an organization establishes the system of, if an organization established a system of preparation of bank reconciliation statement, it is said that it is having some internal control. Now my question to you, I don't want to answer this question. I am expecting an answer from your side. In what way establishment of a system of preparation of BRS at periodical intervals can be considered as a part of internal control system? Or else I may redesign my question like this. In what way establishment of a system of preparation of BRS helps the organization in reducing the possibility of occurrence of frauds? If you establish a system of preparation of bank reconciliation statement in your organization, it will certainly reduce the possibility of occurrence of fraud. How a system of preparation of BRS would be able to reduce the occurrence of fraud? What is the relationship between those two? That is what I am asking. Let us assume that you are working in an organization. I will tell you two scenarios. You need to specify me in which scenario there is a high scope for involvement of fraud. Okay. Scenario number one, the organization in which you are working is not following, has not established, and hence is not following the system of preparation of bank reconciliation statement at periodical intervals. Scenario number two, they have established a system of preparation of bank reconciliation statement at periodical intervals. Somebody in the organization has been made responsible for preparation of BRS, and some other person has to go through that BRS and will try to focus on long pending or long outstanding entries in such appearing in such BRS. I repeat, you are working as an employee in an organization, and I am giving you two scenarios. Scenario number one, in the organization or entity in which you are working, there is no system of preparation of BRS. Scenario number two, in the organization in which you are working, there is a system of preparation of BRS at periodical intervals, and the BRS so prepared shall have to be verified by another responsible official. That official should identify whether there are any long pending or long outstanding entries in the BRS. If they find long pending or long outstanding entries in the BRS, they are made responsible to investigate into the reasons. On investigation, if they find the culprit, they have been given a power to give severe punishment to that person. Now, if you were the employee of the organization, in what scenario would you see a higher scope for your involvement in fraud? Is it scenario number one or scenario number two? In scenario number one, there would not be any fear to the employee. Yes or no? You were the employee, you made some mistakes or you involved in some frauds relating to banking related transactions. Fortunately, the organization in which you are working is not having a system of preparation of BRS. So they cannot identify whether there are any differences between balance as per cash book and balance as per bank passbook. So they cannot investigate into the matter. Since management won't investigate into the matter, the fraud done by you will not be detected by any person at a later point of time. This is where the entity is not having dash. the entity in which you are working is not following the system of preparation of BRS. In such case, there would not be any fear to the employee, fear of being caught. Whereas, if the entity in which you are working is having a system of preparation of BRS and some other responsible official is made responsible to go through BRS, is made responsible to investigate into the reasons for long outstanding or long pending entries in the bank reconciliation statement. In that case, do you have any fear of being caught or not? Yes or no? When there is a fear, would you like to involve in fraud? No. At least by now, you should be able to understand the only point that I want to convey to you. The only point that I want to convey to you is preparation, establishment. First of all, try to understand this point easily. If the entity introduced a system of preparation of bank reconciliation statement at periodical intervals, preparation of BRS is said to be a part of internal control system. When this system is in existence, the possibility of involvement of employees in fraud would get reduced. If this system is not there in the organization, the possibility of employee involving in fraud, particularly relating to banking transactions, would be high. That means establishment of a system of preparation of bank reconciliation statement will certainly help the organization either in preventing or in detecting frauds relating to dash transactions, bank transactions. At least by now, every one of you should be capable of understanding this, and most importantly, you must understand that preparation of BRS or established, both are one and the same. If you say it simply, you can say that preparation of BRS. If you say it with some important words and sentences, then you can say like this: if an entity had established a system of preparation of BRS at periodical intervals, that preparation of BRS is a part of, considered as a part of internal control system. Okay? Right. Now, organization established an internal control system, whereby organization established an internal control system whereby employees of the organization or a particular employee of the organization is made responsible to prepare BRS at periodical intervals. Now, what is your duty as an auditor in respect of internal controls? This point is quite difficult to understand, quite difficult to explain, quite difficult to convey, and unfortunate thing is that if you do not learn this at this point, nobody will tell you about this point in your lifetime. This is the first time and the last time that you are listening to this point. So be careful while listening to this. What is my question? BRS is a part of internal control system. So organization, the entity under your audit established a system of preparation of BRS at periodical intervals. That means the entity had established internal control. You were the auditor of the entity. What are your duties as the auditor of an entity in relation to internal controls? What are the duties of the auditor in relation to internal controls? The auditor need to follow compliance procedures. The auditor need to follow what? Compliance procedures. What are compliance procedures? Compliance procedures are the procedures relating to client center. If you follow some procedures relating to the internal control systems that have been established by the client, they are technically called as dash compliance procedures. When you are following compliance procedures, what do? You will try to focus on three important aspects. The first one is existence, the second one is continuity, the third one is operating effectiveness. So, when you prepare BRS again, when the auditor prepare BRS again, why I am using the term again? Already it has been prepared by management. I am going to ask you a question. Be ready for it. When management has already prepared BRS, it is the duty of the auditor to prepare the BRS again. Why? Because the auditor had to prepare BRS on his own. The BRS so prepared by the auditor can be compared with the BRS prepared by the management. If they both are one and the same, the auditor can satisfy that dash prepared by dash is correctly prepared. BRS prepared by the management is correctly prepared. Therefore, the auditor reperformed the procedure that was already followed by the management. Auditor prepared BRS. The BRS so prepared by the auditor, independent of the management, has been compared with the BRS prepared by the management. And on comparison of both the things, auditor finds no difference. I repeat, this is the BRS prepared by dash, auditor. This is the BRS prepared by management. Both followed the same procedures. Both followed the procedures on the same data. This is the BRS prepared by the auditor. This is the BRS prepared by the management. Auditor started comparing these two, and on comparison of these two, auditor do not find any difference. In that case, as an auditor, what conclusion could you reach? What conclusion could you reach as an auditor? The system that has been established by the organization has been operated, I repeat, this is the first and the last time that you are listening to this point. Nobody will tell you this point in your future, in your lifetime. So reperformance is a procedure that can be followed by the auditor, generally in case of dash, internal controls. That means some of these procedures can be followed by the auditor either while following compliance procedures or while following substantive procedures. These are all nothing but dash audit procedures. What are they? What are the other audit procedures that are available to the auditor? Inspection, observation, confirmation, recalculation, reperformance, analytical procedures, inquiry, etc. These audit procedures can be, some of these audit procedures can be followed by the auditor, whether the auditor is following dash procedures or the auditor is following dash procedures. Whether he is following compliance procedures or is following substantive procedures. If you ask me about what are compliance procedures and what are substantive procedures, I put both my hands in my pockets and I will leave the class. Do you know what are compliance procedures? Very good. Do you know what are substantive procedures? Fortunately, these procedures can be equally applied by the auditor, not only in respect of following substantive procedures, but also in respect of following compliance procedures. The best example I will tell you. What is the first duty of the auditor under the heading internal controls? Auditor shall check whether effective internal controls have been established or effective internal controls have been designed and implemented by the management. First of all, focus on design. Auditor should verify whether effective internal control systems have been designed by the management or not. In order to check whether internal controls that were designed, otherwise somebody of you may not be able to understand the term design. That is the reason why I am also writing it as establishment. If internal controls were established or designed by the management, what is your duty as an auditor? You need to check whether such controls established are effective or not. If ineffective internal controls are established, can you rely on those controls? No. If ineffective internal controls are established, can you rely on such controls? If effective internal controls are established, but they were not operated, can you rely on internal controls? No. If the auditor wants to rely on internal controls, what the auditor should satisfy? The auditor should satisfy that established internal controls are effective and should also satisfy that such effective internal controls that have been established by the management have actually been operated. Are you really following my discussion? Now, what is your first duty relating to internal controls? You need to check whether management established effective internal control systems in the organization or not. If the auditor finds that management established or designed effective internal control systems in the organization, then the auditor can conclude that this organization contains internal controls. That means dash are in dash in the organization. Effective internal controls are in existence. Remember, existence of internal controls is different from following such procedures. Existence of control is different from following the control. There is a control in masterminds that once the lecturer enters into the classroom, no student is to be allowed into the classroom. That control is in existence. Is it operating effectively? No, no. Because of people like me. Okay? So existence is different. Operating it effectively is different. Don't get confused with those two terms. They are completely different from each other. So what you are focusing on as an auditor at the before commencement of audit, what you need to focus on? You need to focus on whether dash effective internal control systems have been established by the management or not. If they are established, you can conclude that they are in existence. How do you know? How do you know whether management had established whether management established systems or not, and whether such systems established with the management are effective or not? How do you know whether management had established any systems, and how do you know whether such systems established by the management are effective or not? I am the management, you are the auditor. You want to ascertain whether management had established any effective internal controls. How do you check it? How do you know whether I have established any procedures or not? How do you verify whether the procedures established by me are effective or not? I am asking you two questions. Are you able to understand at least one of them? What is the first question? How the auditor will identify whether management had established any procedures or not, and how the auditor will assess whether such procedures established by the management are effective or not. Very good, very good. That's it. That's the answer that I want. Auditor will make a dash with dash. Enquire me. You are the auditor, I am the client. You said that you follow a procedure called as inquiry to identify whether I have established any internal controls or not, and whether they are effective or not. Please inquire me. Have you established any procedures relating to purchase? Yes. What procedures have you established? Then management has to list down all the procedures. It is quite impossible for the management to remember and list down all the procedures, and it is quite impossible for the auditor again to make an inquiry into every aspect. Therefore, generally, when the organization established some internal controls, on a paper, the actual internal controls that have been established by the management were recorded. That paper is, please try to listen to this discussion very carefully. I'm sure that this discussion will help you a lot in having a very good understanding of risk assessment and internal controls chapter in future. While explaining that chapter, I may not be able to explain that point in this elaborative manner, either because of lack of time or because of some other reason. Therefore, this is the first time and last time I'm trying to explain you this point. Don't expect me to repeat this point in future. Remember, this point will be helpful to you to have a better understanding of risk assessment and internal control systems chapter. We are talking about internal control only. Yes or no? Now, management will try to generally, in very big organizations, management will try to record what are all the internal controls that they have established. Such paper is technically called as internal control manual. Done. So, what are all the internal controls that have been established? What are all the internal controls that have been established by the management shall have to be recorded by the management in a paper or in a book. That paper or book is technically called as dash internal control manual. If you are unable to understand what is internal control manual, you can have a better understanding of that. If you are having an understanding of user's manual that is generally given to us when you purchase a product like a washing machine, a TV, or even a cell phone in the market. Yes or no? User's manual or technical manual. Do you know it? If you do not know what is user's manual, it is highly impracticable for me to explain you internal control manual. Okay? User's manual will contain what are all the parts of the washing machine, which part is helpful for what, which part is to be used first, which part is to be used next. Everything relating to the product will be recorded in detail in that manual. Yes or no? Similar to that, if you were the management, if you have established any internal controls, what are all the internal controls that you have established in your organization are required to be written in a paper, on a paper. That paper is technically called as dash internal control manual. As he said, by making an inquiry with the management, you can ascertain what internal controls are established, or as I said, by inspecting. What is that? By inspecting a manual, by inspecting a document, by inspecting a document called as dash, by inspecting a document by inspecting a document. What is inspection? Inspection is of three types: physical verification or physical inspection, inspection of books and records, inspection of documents like title deeds, like internal control manual, etc. So just by going through or just by inspecting a document called as internal control manual, as an auditor, you would be able to ascertain what controls have actually been established by the management and whether they are effective or not. That means, I am concluding this point. Please listen to it at least now. Before commencement of audit, it is mandatory for you as an auditor to verify whether the management of the entity established effective internal control systems in the organization or not. When the auditor finds that management had established effective internal control systems, then the auditor can conclude that internal controls are in existence in the organization. Now the question is, how do you identify as an auditor about whether management had established internal controls and whether they are effective or not? To do that, auditor can follow either dash or dash, either inquiry or inspection. What is inspection in this case? Simply by inspecting dash maintained by dash, dash would be able to assess dash. Simply by inspecting internal control manual, if any, maintained by the organization, by going through it thoroughly, the auditor would be able to assess whether organization under his audit had actually established good and effective internal control systems or not. Followed or not? Or else, as he said, the auditor can make an inquiry. That inquiry, this will also be explained to you in detail in future. That inquiry may be made by the auditor either by following internal control questionnaire method or by following checklist method. What is that? Either by following internal control questionnaire method or by following a checklist method. If you give me a guarantee that you will try to remember these things for future also, at least till completion of risk assessment and internal control chapters, I will try to explain you a particular internal control relating to purchase and creditors elaboratively. It may take almost 30 to 40 minutes of time, but it is worth listening, because if you are able to understand that, you will be able to understand what is internal control questionnaire and what is a checklist. If you are able to understand what is internal control questionnaire and checklist, and you can have a better understanding of the term inquiry. What is the point that we are discussing? It is your responsibility as an auditor to check whether the entity under your audit had established good and effective systems of internal controls to ensure that internal controls are in existence in the organization. To check whether good and effective systems of internal controls have been established in the organization or not, auditor is having two procedures that can be followed. The first one is inquiry. The second one is inspection. Inspection is so simple to understand. What is inspection? Inspection of internal control manual. Through inspecting the internal control manual, the auditor would be able to assess whether internal controls are established, what type of controls are established, whether those controls are effective or not. All these things can be evaluated by the auditor just by going through internal control manual. But in most of the cases, this internal control, in most of the cases, internal control manual may not be available to the auditor because the organization may not have prepared it. In that case, what the auditor should do? Auditor should make an inquiry. That inquiry should be made by the auditor through following some procedures like or techniques like internal control questionnaire method, flowchart method. I don't want to explain you what is flowchart now, checklist method, etc. If you're really interested in understanding those concepts, which will be of very much help for you to have a better understanding of this concept, I will try to explain them. If not, I will try to explain them under the heading internal control chapter. Should I explain them now, or should I postpone the discussion on those things to a later date? Postpone. Very good. That's it. This is over. So by this, what you need to understand? Here is, okay, these are all the procedures that are required to be followed by the auditor, not only when the auditor is following substantive procedures, but also when the auditor follows compliance procedures. That means inspection is a technique. That can be followed by the auditor either when the auditor is following substantive procedure or when the auditor is following compliance procedure. Can you give me an example of inspection where inspection is used by the auditor as a substantive procedure? To substantiate the ownership of, I'm asking you again, can you please give me an example of inspection which can be followed by the auditor as a substantive procedure to substantiate whether the entity under your audit is really the owner of a particular asset, and to substantiate that the entity under your audit is having rights over the asset, what should you do? You need to inspect the title deeds. Why you are inspecting title deeds? To check whether the entity under your, to substantiate whether the entity under your audit is really the owner of that respective asset. That means you are using inspection in this case to substantiate something. Therefore, it is said that this inspection has been followed by the auditor as a dash procedure, as a substantive procedure. Okay. Now, can you give me another example of inspection wherein inspection will be followed by the auditor as a compliance procedure? Just now I told you, when the auditor can use inspection technique or procedure for compliance procedures, in order to inspect a document called as dash, internal control manual. Why you are inspecting internal control manual? To ascertain whether internal controls are in existence or not. That means you are using inspection now not as a part of substantive procedure, but as a part of dash. So what you need to understand by this entire discussion, which is being done for the past 45 minutes, these procedures can be equally applied by the auditor, not only as dash, but also as dash. Not only as substantive procedures, but also as compliance. Some of these procedures can be followed as compliance procedures. Another example for compliance procedures, just now I explained to you, is reperformance. That means inspection, reperformance, inquiry, these are all can be used by the auditor either as a part of dash or as a part of dash. Either as a part of substantive procedures or as a part of compliance procedures. You can use those procedures either way. Followed? Now, I haven't explained you a particular example that is appearing in our material in some other question which was already discussed and completed by us. But at that point, I promised you that I cannot explain this example as of now, but I will certainly try to explain this example at a later point of time. Now the time comes, I need to explain that point. For that, first of all, I need to identify that point. Please give me a time of 1 or 2 minutes so that I will search for that point and then I will try to explain it. In brackets, you will find the term, for example, 6 point. What is the question number? Question number 5. Just a minute. Question number 5. Point number 4. Okay, done. Written evidence. Audit evidence in documentary form, whether paper, electronic or other medium, is more reliable than evidence obtained orally. No, this is not the point. This directly obtained by the auditor. Audit evidence obtained directly by the auditor. For example, observation of application of a control. Observation of application of a control. This is very difficult. No. I'm not asking you anything. I will try to give you 2 examples. Please listen to them carefully. Then you can understand the literal meaning of the term application of control. Once you are able to understand application of control, then you will be able to understand that, oh, this procedure of observation can also be followed by the auditor either as a part of dash or as a part of dash. Either as a part of a compliance procedure or as a, that is what I am saying for the last 45 minutes. These procedures can be followed by the auditor either as a part of dash or as a part of dash. Either as a part of compliance procedures or as a part of substantive procedures. Nobody will tell you this, as already said to you. Now, you are the auditor of an entity. I am going to ask you a question on this. Be ready for it. And I am sure you are capable of providing an answer for this question if you listen it carefully and if you are having an intent to provide an answer for that. Ready? I am the entity under your audit. You are the auditor. I am the auditee. Entity under audit. The entity under your audit, had established a procedure. The entity under your audit had established a procedure whereby the head of the personnel department, that procedure requires head of the personnel department should sign on all the wage sheets before disbursement of wages. I established a procedure. I am the management of an entity. I established a procedure. What was the procedure established by me? I established a procedure whereby the head of my personnel department should sign on each and every wage sheet before disbursement of wages. Have you understood anything out of this? When entity is required to make payment of wages to their laborer, they need to prepare a sheet called as wage sheet. Calculations will be done in a wage sheet to identify the amount of wages payable to the laborer. Is the chapter labor finished in costing? There are several incentive methods like halse, rowan, etc. Enough. And by applying those things, a sheet will be prepared called as wage sheet. Based on that only, the entity would be able to identify the amount of wages payable to the laborer. Now, what the management is saying, on the basis of wage sheet, payment should not be made to the laborer. First of all, each and every wage sheet should be authorized by the head of the personnel department. Only after getting authorization from the head of the personnel department, wages are to be paid. What is meant by authorization? Have I explained anything about authorization in the past? Probably the answer is no. Have I explained anything about the term authorization in the past? No. First of all, listen to the term authorization. Then I will explain this point in elaborative manner. Authorization can be defined as, all these things are very much important and very much relevant for you people. Don't think that these are all the points which are not so important. These are all very much important for your better understanding of the entire subject. What is authorization? Authorization can be defined as examination of a transaction. Authorization can be defined as examination of a transaction by another responsible official. Examination of a transaction by another responsible official and acceptance of the same by him. Examination of a transaction by another responsible official and acceptance of the same by him. This is technically called as dash. I repeat, authorization can be defined as examination of a transaction by another responsible official and acceptance of the same. To provide you with more clarity about the term authorization, I'll give you an example which is easy to understand and interesting to listen. I'm an accountant in an organization. He is working as a cashier in the same organization. We both are employees of a particular organization. I am working as an accountant and he is a cashier. One day I went to the cashier. I asked the cashier to give me an amount of 50,000 rupees. Please give me an amount of 50,000. That is what I asked the cashier. If you were the cashier, what would be the immediate question that you posed to me? Why? The cashier asked me, why? I replied that I need to purchase 100 calculators which will be used in the accounts department. Our department is not having any calculator. We need 100 calculators. Each calculator costs 500 rupees. So 100 into 500, 50,000 is the amount required by me for the purpose of purchase of 100 calculators. To purchase them only, I am asking you 50,000. I have given a paper to the cashier. That paper is called as a voucher. And on that voucher, I recorded the details like I need to purchase 100 calculators. Each calculator costs 500. 100 into 500, 50,000. That voucher is given to the cashier. Now the cashier satisfied that okay, with this money, dash is going to purchase dash. With this money, accountant is going to purchase 100 calculators. He gave me an amount of 50,000. I purchased 100 calculators from a nearby shop. At the time of purchase of the calculators itself, I made it clear to the shop owner that I will return 99 calculators out of 100 calculators in the evening. In the morning, I purchased 100 calculators. I am telling to the owner of the stores, stationery shop from where I am purchasing calculators that out of these 100 calculators, 99 calculators will be returned back to the owner without opening the seal or without opening the cover of the calculator. So in the morning, I will pay you 500. Please give me a calculator. I won't open that. In the evening, I will return that calculator to you. When I return the calculator to you, please pay me 450 rupees. That is the deal between me and the owner of the stationery shop. Have you understood the deal or not? So I paid 50,000 to the owner of the stationery shop. He gave me 100 calculators. I bring those calculators to the organization. In the evening, while I am going to the home, I have taken 99 calculators out of 100. And these 99 calculators have been returned to the shop owner. Then the shop owner paid me an amount of 99 calculators into 450. That entire amount has been defalcated by me. So what is the benefit to the owner of the stationery shop and what is the benefit to the employee? The owner of the stationery shop get benefited by 99 into 50 rupees. I get benefited by 99 into 450 rupees. And my organization was put to a loss of 99 into 500 rupees. Yes or no? Now in this case, can you say that I was involved in fraud? Yes or no? And on the next day, again I wanted to defalcate some cash. So I have written a voucher worth rupees 50,000. I handed it over to the cashier, asking the cashier to pay me an amount of 50,000 again. Then the cashier asked why. I need to purchase 100 calculators. Then the cashier said that you purchased 100 calculators yesterday. Why you are trying to purchase again 100 calculators today? I don't want to give you an amount of 50,000. This is the reply given by dash to dash. Cashier to the accountant. Now I am asking you, please pay 50,000 rupees. I need to purchase 100 calculators again. Then cashier said that, please go to the accounts officer. Show this voucher to the accounts officer. Take the signature of the accounts officer on this voucher that he is agreeing for this. If accounts officer is agreeing for this, I don't mind paying you an amount of 50,000. This is what dash asked dash. Then I have taken the voucher from the cashier, taken back the voucher from the cashier, and I went to the accounts officer. In the meantime, cashier made a call to the accounts officer. Sir, your accountant purchased 100 calculators yesterday. He came again to me today and he is asking for an amount of 50,000 because he wants to purchase another 100 calculators. I am suspecting some fraud in this. Be careful. This is the message that has been conveyed by dash to dash over phone. I went to the accounts officer and I requested the accounts officer, sir, please make a signature on this voucher. I asked the accounts officer to sign on the voucher. If you were the accounts officer, if somebody asked you to sign on a voucher, will you sign it immediately or will you follow a system? What points would you verify before signing on a paper? Why this is prepared? What is the need for purchase of calculators? How much is the amount required? So everything that is recorded in dash has been thoroughly checked by dash. Everything that is recorded in the voucher has been thoroughly checked by the accounts officer. Then accounts officer asked me only one question. Remember, he is my superior. I am an accountant. He is my accounts officer. He asked me only one question. How many persons are there in the accounts department? Sir, you and me, sir. There are only 2 persons in the accounts department. When there are 2 persons in the accounts department, why you are trying to purchase 100 calculators? Go, I won't sign on this. This was the reply given by dash. Accounts officer. Now tell me, on the second day, is it possible for me to defalcate some cash? Yes or no? On the first day, I am able to defalcate cash. On the second day, I want to repeat the same thing. But unfortunately, on the second day, I am unable to defalcate cash. Why I am unable to defalcate cash on the second day? Because the organization in which I am working is having a system called as dash. Authorization. I don't call it as internal control. If you call it as internal control, I am very much happy. But my organization is having a system whereby a responsible official, a person is made responsible to check and to sign on each and every voucher before payment is made. Now, what is authorization? What was the definition I told you relating to authorization? Authorization can be, please look into me. Authorization can be defined as verification or examination of a transaction by some other responsible official and acceptance or approval of the same. Verification or examination of a transaction. Actually, I wanted to enter into transaction. This transaction is required to be verified by some other person. If that other person found it in order, then that person will authorize the transaction. Only when the transaction is approved or authorized, I can enter into the transaction. Otherwise, I cannot enter into the transaction. Now, I am asking you one question. Can you please repeat the definition of authorization? Do it. What is authorization? Completed? Oh, what is authorization? Authorization can be, it is a watchdog. Authorization can be defined as examination of a transaction by another responsible official and acceptance of the same. Have you understood this example? If you say yes, I want to ask you only one question. Ready? What happens if there is no system of authorization in an organization? What happens if there is no system of authorization in an organization? If this system is not prevalent in the organization, every day I use it to defalcate cash to the tune of 50,000 or 49,500. So, when there is a system of authorization, that will certainly, reduce the possibility of occurrence of either fraud or even error. If a system is capable, somebody previously said it as an internal control, and I felt very happy for that. If a person is made responsible to sign on the voucher, he will verify the transaction again. That means the work done by one person is being checked by another person. That is nothing but we call it as internal control. and hence authorization can be called as a part of internal control. Do you agree with this or not? Very good. Authorization is a part of internal control. If there is a system of authorization, the possibility of occurrence of frauds will certainly come down. If there is no system of authorization, the possibility will get enhanced. Yes or no? Followed. This authorization is of two types. The first one is specific authorization. The second one is general authorization. I'll try to explain you the definition part first. If you are capable of understanding it, fine. Otherwise, I will tell you the point with the help of an example. Authorization is of two types. The first one is general authorization. Actually, all these things are required to be explained to you under the heading internal control chapter. If everything is explained under that chapter only, you'll get bored and you will end up in not understanding a single point out of it. That is the reason why, to the extent possible, when it is possible, I am trying to explain you points which are relevant not only for now, but also relevant in future, so that there will be a reduced pressure on you to understand these aspects at that point of time. Okay, right. Authorization is of two types. What are they? The first one is general authorization. The second one is specific authorization. Specific authorization is an authorization that is given for entering into a single transaction. If you authorize somebody to enter into only single transaction or to enter into a transaction for one time, it is called as dash. Specific authorization. I have given my pen to him to use it for this class. It is called as specific authorization. I have given my pen to him and I asked any one of you to use that pen. If you are not having a pen, don't try to ask me. You can make use of that. That is called as general authorization. Anybody can make use of it any number of times without asking me. That is called as dash. General authorization. Have you understood the meaning of the terms general and specific? If authorization is given for only one transaction, it is called as specific. If authorization is given for entering into many number of transactions, it is called as general. Okay? Right. Now, as I said earlier, I am the entity under your audit. I am the entity under your audit. You are the auditor. I am the management. I have established a system. Whereby the head of my the head of my personal department is made responsible. The head of my personal department is made responsible to sign on each and every wage sheet before disbursement of wages. Have you understood now the meaning of that? Okay. Wage sheet is prepared by one employee. The same shall be provided to the head of the personal department. Head of the personal department will check it again. If everything is found to be in order, head of the personal department will sign on that. That signature made by the head of the personal department is technically called as authorization. So work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. Followed? Now I established a system whereby the head of my personal department is required to sign on each and every wage sheet before disbursement of wages. You are my auditor. What is your duty? What is your duty? You need to check whether I have established any system or not. If I established a system, it is all very good. It is also your duty to check whether that system is operated effectively or not. To ascertain whether a system is operated effectively or not, as an auditor of me, what will you do? As an auditor, what will you do? No, I am asking for a specific answer from your side, not general answer. Should I repeat the question again? I have established a system. You are the auditor. You need to verify whether I have established the system or not. I established a system. Then you also required to check whether it is operated effectively or not. In order to check whether it is operated effectively, what will you do in this case? You will try to inspect each and every waste sheet. The auditor is required to inspect each and every waste sheet and will try to identify whether each and every waste sheet contains the signature of the head of the personnel department. If you find that each and every waste sheet contains the signature of the head of the personnel department, what conclusion would you draw as an auditor? Internal controls were established, and established internal controls were also operated effectively. How do you know it? By following a procedure called as inspection. Yes or no? Now the second example. I am enjoying it a lot. I don't know whether you are doing the same or not. I established a procedure. I am the management, you are the auditor. I established a procedure. The procedure is like this. The head of my personnel department should be physically present. The head of my personnel department should be physically present at the time of disbursement of wages. At the time of disbursement, very good. At the time of disbursement of wages, the head of my personnel department should be physically present. You are my auditor. What is your duty? You need to verify whether I have established any procedure or not. Yes, I established a procedure. Then you need to verify whether that procedure operated effectively. What do you do as an auditor? On a particular day, wages are being disbursed. On a particular day, Vimal, on a particular day where the wages are being disbursed, auditor will visit the organization, will try to identify dash the head of the personnel department. The auditor found that head of the personnel department is there, who is sitting adjacent to the disbursing clerk, and he is observing the process. Now the auditor is satisfied that okay, head of the personnel department sitting adjacent to the disbursement clerk. Are you following? And you have satisfied as an auditor that the procedure established by the management has actually been operated by the employee. For that, what you have followed? You followed a procedure called as observation. Now read this. Why you observed? To check whether the control that has been established, that is the depth of auditing. To check whether the control that has been established by the management has actually been applied or operated or not, auditor followed a procedure called as dash. By this again I proved that these are all the procedures that are followed by the auditor, not only in respect of dash but also in respect of dash. Not only in respect of substantive procedures but also in respect of compliance procedures. Followed? Enjoyed it or not? Very good. Now read it. Directly obtained by the auditor. Audit evidence obtained directly by the auditor. For example, observation of the application of a control. Have you understood this point at least now? If you are unable to understand this point still now, then you are unfit to pursue CA course. Please discontinue from it. Okay. Nobody will tell you like this to understand the concept of application of a control. It is not a self dabba. You will recognize this in your future. Okay. And is more reliable. Observation of the application of control is more reliable than Audit evidence obtained indirectly or by inference. For example, inquiry about application of a control. You asked management, you asked the employee, are you really following the control established? They said, yes. You made an inquiry. The other party said, yes. Is it more reliable? Or else, would you observe the process? Is it more reliable? So, direct confirmation can be followed by the auditor not only in respect of substantive procedures, but also in respect of compliance procedures through the process of dash. Are you really following this discussion or not? If you say no, I will end this process. Okay. So directly obtained by the auditor is now known to you. The point that I promised you to explain later has been explained. Coming back to the original discussion. So now it is understandable to every one of you that these are all the audit procedures that can be followed by the auditor to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Some of these procedures can be followed by the auditor both as dash as well as dash, both as compliance procedures as well as substantive procedures. Now, almost everything relating to these procedures has been explained to you. It is time for us to go through what is given in our material, and if something is missed from discussion, I will try to explain that immediately. Okay. There may be few more points which may not have been discussed by us, and hence I will try to discuss them. Inspection. Inspection involves examination of records or examination of documents, whether such documents are internal documents or external documents, whether available in paper form or electronic form or other media, or it also includes physical inspection. Records 1, documents 2, physical 3. Records 1, documents 2, physical inspection 3. Followed? That's it. Next one. Inspection involves examination of physical examination, examination of records, and examination of documents. Next, inspection of records and documents provide audit evidence of varying degrees of reliability. Sometimes the audit evidence examined by the auditor through the process of inspection may be more reliable, and sometimes audit evidence gathered by the auditor through inspection is less reliable. Sometimes it is more reliable, sometimes the same procedure is being followed by you inspection. In some cases, evidence gathered by you through inspection is more reliable. In some cases, evidence gathered by you by following the same procedure is less reliable. Sometimes it may be effective, sometimes it may not be effective. A sweep shot played by a batsman in cricket may be effective against a spinner rather than against a fast bowler. The same shot may be effective sometimes and may not be effective sometimes. The same procedure may yield reliable results sometimes, Sometimes it may not yield the same result. That is called as varying degrees of reliability. Varying degrees of reliability. Inspection of records and documents provide audit evidence. If you carry out inspection, it provides you with sufficient appropriate audit evidence. However, the evidence so gathered by the auditor through inspection will have varying degrees of reliability. For example, I'll tell you an example. Please provide an answer for that if you are capable of. Auditor inspected title deeds. Scenario number 1. Auditor inspected title deeds. Okay, the example is given here also. Inspection of records and documents provide audit evidence of varying degrees of reliability depending on their nature and source. Depending on their nature and source. Reliability source. If you inspect external document, it is more reliable. If you inspect internal document, it is less reliable than. Are you able to follow this? That is the reason. Now, please try to read what is given in the first point. I left off 2 words. What are they? Internal and external. Read the first point. Inspection involves physical inspection, inspection of records, inspection of documents. Such records or documents may be either dash or dash, either internal or external. They may be available in paper form, electronic form, or other media. Inspection of records and documents provides audit evidence of varying degrees of reliability depending on the nature and source. Source means internal and external. Nature means documentary, visual, oral. In case of internal records and documents, depending on the nature and source, and in the case of internal records and documents, on the effectiveness of control over their production. Have you observed anything when you see the term effectiveness of controls? Internal records are also reliable when the related internal controls are effective or satisfactory. Have you observed and understood the term inspection provides audit evidence of varying degrees of reliability? If document being checked by the auditor is internal, that is less reliable. It is external, that is more reliable. It is in documentary form, it is more reliable. If it is in original form, it is more reliable. If it is in carbon copy form, it is less reliable. Like that, inspection, the same procedure will be followed by you to obtain evidence. The evidence obtained by you by following the same procedure called as inspection will provide varying degrees of reliability. Sometimes it may be more reliable, sometimes it may be less reliable. Whether it is more reliable or less reliable is dependent upon the source from where you are checking the information and the nature from where you are checking, the nature of information being checked by you. If you still are unable to understand it, please stop pursuing this course. Example. An example of inspection. This is the reason why I keep on telling you from minute number 1 in this class that these procedures are applicable both for following dash as well as for following dash. Both for following substantive procedures as well as compliance procedures. An example of inspection used as a test of control. Test of control can also be, of course, there is some difference. The difference was also explained to you. Compliance procedures are broader than tests of controls. Tests of controls focus only on operating effectiveness. Compliance procedures also includes existence and continuity. Are you able to recollect it? Done. An example of inspection used as not as a substantive procedure. Inspection used as test of control is inspection of records for evidence of authorization. Please be honest in providing your answer. Are you really able to understand this point? If not, please read it again on your own. I'll give you 1 minute time. Even if you are having slightest doubt on this point, feel free to ask me. And I am fortunate enough that just now, that is not fortune. I know it very well that without having an understanding of authorization, you cannot understand these points. Read it again, point number 1, and try to understand it. If not, ask me. Example of inspection used as a test of control. Used as a test of control is inspection of records for evidence of authorization. If you inspect a voucher to check whether it has been signed by a responsible official, that is nothing but you are checking the authorization. You are checking authorization to ensure that the controls, authorization is a part of internal control, to ensure that the controls are operated effectively. You are using the system, the procedure called as inspection. Next, some documents represents direct audit evidence of the existence of an asset. For example, a document constituting a financial instrument such as stock or bond. Inspection of such documents may not necessarily provide audit evidence about ownership or value. Some documents represents direct audit evidence of the existence of an asset. If you go through a share certificate, it is an evidence that the asset is in existence. But if you go through share certificate, sometimes you may not be able to understand, or it may not provide audit evidence about the ownership. Sometimes it may provide about ownership also, but it won't provide the value. Yes or no? Valuation of investment is dependent upon what? Classification. Classification of investment is dependent upon what? Objective. Unfortunately, you are unable to recollect it. Valuation of investment is even after completion of AS 13 to you. Is it completed or not? I have explained this point even before your accounts lecturer. Valuation of investment is dependent upon classification. Classification is dependent upon the objective. If the objective is a long-term objective, investments are required to be classified as long-term investments and they are required to be valued at cost. If the objective is a short-term objective, they are required to be classified as current investments. They are required to be valued either at cost or at fair market value, whichever is lower. Just by going through share certificate, can you identify the value of the share certificate? No. So, the same procedure may be useful for something. The same may not be useful for ascertaining some other assertion, correctness of some other assertion. Inspecting share certificate will tell you about the correctness of assertion called as dash, existence. But the same inspection will not provide you the correctness of assertion called as dash, valuation. Sometimes if it is a bearer bond, then the person holding it is called as owner. Today he is the owner. On the next day it may have been given to some other person. Then he may not be the owner. So please don't try to understand ownership. Focus only on value. That is more easy to understand. Now please try to read point number 2 also. These are all the features of the term dash. Inspection. These are all the features of inspection. Some documents represents direct audit evidence of the existence of an asset. but may not provide height evidence about the value. So for ascertaining existence assertion, you need to follow one procedure, and for ascertaining the value, you need to follow another procedure. When these are all nothing but examples, inspection of tangible assets may provide reliable height evidence with respect to their existence, but not necessarily about entities' rights and obligations. To ascertain rights and obligations, you need to inspect title deeds or valuation. For valuation, you need to inspect books and other related records. Inspection of individual inventory items may accompany the observation of inventory counting. Strike it off, don't try to read it. Next, inspection of documents like bond or fixed deposit certificates is an evidence related to existence of an asset. That's it. The same points are again repeated. Actually, this point and this point are one and the same. This point and this point are almost one and the same. So you can use the term inspection, or you can use the height procedure inspection for ascertaining the correctness of different types of assertions. Sometimes height evidence gathered by you as an auditor through inspection may provide more reliable height evidence. Sometimes height evidence gathered by you through inspection may provide less reliable height evidence. It provides you varying degree of height evidence. This is all about inspection. The second one is observation. Observation consists of looking at a process or procedure being performed by others. For example, if inventory counting is done by entity, the auditor can simply observe it. That is called as observation. I have explained you observation procedure. That observation procedure can be followed by the auditor either for compliance procedures or for substantive procedures. Next, external confirmation, SA 505. I am very sorry to say that I don't want to go through even a single word which is given under the heading SA 505. Okay, you can read it on your own. Recalculation. Recalculation consists of checking of arithmetical accuracy of documents or records. Reperformance. Reperformance involves auditor's independent execution. Auditor's independent execution of procedures that were originally performed by entities' internal controls. Immediately after reading this, are you capable of recollecting the term BRS? Very good. The same is given by them also, fortunately. Reperforming reconciliation of bank statement, reperforming aging of accounts receivable. Do you know what is aging and what is that? Classification of debtors in accordance with the age of the debt, not age of the debtor. Debtors having an age of up to 20 years, above 20, no, it is not like that. Classification of debtors in accordance with the age of the debtor is called as aging schedule. That is required to be prepared by the management. If you repeat the same process, it is called as reperformance. Next, I don't want to explain you anything about analytical procedures. Everything relating to analytic, of course, I cannot say everything. Most of the points relating to analytical procedures have already been explained to you. I even explained you about the difference between the terms analytical procedure and substantive. analysis or comparison of significant ratios and trends and investigating into the resulting fluctuations, inter-firm comparison, comparison with budgets and comparison with industry averages. Even simple comparison of amounts can also be called as analytical procedures. These analytical procedures can be followed by the auditor either before commencement of audit or during the course of audit or at the end of audit. If the auditor performs analytical procedures before commencement of audit, they are simply called as analytical procedures. If the auditor follows analytical procedures at a stage other than before commencement of audit, they are to be technically called as substantive analytical. Analytical procedures which are followed by the auditor as a part of substantive procedures are to be called as analytical procedures that are followed by the auditor as a part of substantive procedures can be called as substantive analytical procedures. Inquiry. Don't rely on information gathered by you through inquiry. Why? Because if you inquire something, the other party will provide some evidence. You may not know whether that evidence is correct or not. You need to substantiate it by following some other methods or procedures or by going through documentary evidences. Inquiry consists of seeking information of knowledgeable persons. The balance in our books of account is this much. Do you agree with this balance? You are asking the other party. The other party should be dash, knowledgeable. Otherwise, the information provided by the other party is not reliable to you. So, inquiring something and seeking some information from the other party is technically called as inquiry. Inquiry consists of seeking information of knowledgeable persons. That information may be either financial or non-financial, and that inquiry may be made with the people within the entity or outside the entity. Inquiry is used extensively throughout the audit. In addition to other audit procedures, inquiries may range from formal written inquiries to informal oral inquiries. Please try to remember the term oral inquiry while I am explaining you essay 315. Essay 315. Inquiries of management and others. This is nothing but practical application of audit procedure of inquiry. What I am showing to you is the practical application of the auditor using inquiry to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. You may make inquiries of management and others. You may make inquiries with internal audit personnel. You may make inquiries with in-house legal counsel. This is what I am referring to. You may make inquiries towards marketing or sales personnel to get some information from them. Usually such inquiries are oral in nature, informal in nature rather than formal in nature. By showing this essay 315, I made it clear to you that yes, this procedure will be followed by the auditor practically. This is the example wherein auditor started making an inquiry with several people, inquiring the persons those charged with governance, inquiring legal counsel, inquiring the employees, inquiring the sales personnel. So auditor is applying a procedure called as dash, Inquiry. Why you are applying a procedure called as inquiry? To obtain sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. Sometimes it is in writing, sometimes it is oral, sometimes it is formal, sometimes it is informal. For example, since I am showing you essay 315, I will try to explain you the meaning of the last point. He is the sales personnel in the organization. I am the auditor. I started an informal chat with the sales personnel. I started making an inquiry informally with the sales personnel. Are you able to reach your targets in this financial year? That was the question asked by the auditor to the sales personnel. Sales personnel immediately gave a reply to the auditor saying that, sorry sir, I am unable to meet my targets. My previous year target is 1 crore. Current year target is also 1 crore. In the previous year, it took only 11 months for me to achieve the target of 1 crore. But in the current year, I am able to achieve a target of only 50 lakh rupees, 50% of the targeted amount. And this is the case with all other salesmen also. That is the information provided by dash to dash informally. Sales personnel to the auditor informally. If you were the auditor, from that information, what conclusion would you draw? Since he is telling that all the sales personnel are not able to meet the objectives, probably the actual sale figure should be lesser than the budgeted sale figure. Yes or no? Then the auditor started comparing budgeted sale figure with the actual sale figure. Budgeted sale figure is 100 crores, actual sale figure is 300 crores. If you were the auditor, would you get a doubt about the involvement of management fraud in this case or not? Why? Practically, you made some inquiries with sales personnel, and when you are having some inquiries with the sales personnel, you come to know that all the sales personnel are unable to meet their deadlines. They are able to meet only 50% of the targeted sales. On one hand, sales personnel are saying that they are able to meet a target of only 50%. On the other hand, management declared that they achieved 3 times of the budgeted target. In that case, would you believe the management or not? No. Would you get a doubt about the involvement of management in fraud or not? You will focus more on that area. In this way, following dash will help the auditor in obtaining dash. Following inquiry, that inquiry may be either written means direct confirmation, oral means communicating with the entity sale personnel, it may be either formal or informal. Have you understood the importance of the term inquiry? Have you understood how the auditor applies inquiry during the course of audit? Just 2 minutes. Inquiries may range from formal written inquiries to informal oral inquiries. I have shown you the practical example for this. Without that, you cannot understand it. I can repeat the same point twice or thrice, then you will be able to repeat it also. When you are able to repeat a particular point, you are of the opinion that you are able to understand it. When you are able to repeat a point, it doesn't mean that you have an understanding of it. You are just being able to repeat it. That's it. So, I am trying to explain you what is a formal written inquiry and what is an informal oral inquiry. In what way inquiries will be performed by the auditor? By showing you essay 315. Then, when the auditor follows inquiry, the other party may respond. If you do not consider the response of the other party, it's of no use. Yes or no? Are you able to follow? This is an inquiry I made and I haven't listened to your answer. Will it produce effective results? No. When I make an inquiry, the other party must respond. When the other party is responding, I need to listen to the response of the other party. I should also consider and evaluate the response of the other party. So, inquiry includes considering the response of the other party. Evaluating the responses to inquiries is an integral part of inquiry process. This point is a good point, very important point for you. I will try to explain this point after the break. Point number 1, 2, 3, 4 have been discussed in detail under the heading inquiry. In those points, they tried to prove that Inquiry is a procedure that can be followed by the auditor to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Now, if you follow the audit procedure called as inquiry, by following inquiry, the auditor may be able to obtain 4 types of information. This is self-explanatory in nature. I know very well that some of these points are understandable without any further explanation. So if a point is understandable without further explanation, I will leave it. Otherwise, I will try to explain it in detail. If you follow inquiry, you may get some information. The information so obtained by the auditor through inquiry may be either of the following 4 types. The first one is the information that the auditor obtained through the process of inquiry may not be known to the auditor earlier. It is completely a dash information to the auditor. It is completely a new information to the auditor which was not previously known to the auditor. Or some information is known to you, you are able to obtain some more information. Unfortunately, the information known to you is different from the information that you have obtained. This is nothing but technically called bias as dash. Contradictory information. They don't corroborate with one another. Information that differs significantly. Information that differs significantly from other information that the auditor has obtained. This has been called in our previous discussion not only as contradictory information but also as dash inconsistency. Good. So you may get new information which is not known to you earlier, or you may get some information which is contrary to the information that you are already having, or you may get some additional information in support for existing information which is corroborative in nature. The auditor may also receive some information which is a basis to modify or perform additional audit procedures. For example, till the auditor made an inquiry with the sales personnel, auditor expecting that the sales of the organization under his audit are in increasing trend. But once the auditor made an inquiry with the sales personnel, auditor came, in our previous example that we discussed, auditor came to know about some information that for the current year, sales personnel are able to meet only 50% of their targeted sales. In that case, the auditor had immediately gone through the trading account and finds that the value of the turnover shown in the current year is more than the budgeted amount. Now the auditor got a doubt. When the auditor got a doubt, auditor shall try to focus more on that. In that case, because of receipt of this information only, now the auditor started following some additional audit procedures. What is meant by additional audit procedures? The auditor may have modified or extended the nature, timing and extent of audit procedures. Actually, this point is not a good point to read and to remember it, but generally you can go through it and try to remember at least 1 or 2 points. When you follow dash inquiry, you will get dash information. That information the auditor got through inquiry may be completely new information to the auditor, or the information so obtained by the auditor may differ from the information that the auditor is already having, or the information obtained by the auditor will support. Have you observed any relationship between point number 2 and 3? If so, what is the relationship? In point number 3, the information that you have obtained contradicts with the information that you are already having. In point number 4, the information you have obtained supports or corroborates with the information that you are already having. They both are opposite to one another. Next, this point is already explained. Although corroboration of evidence obtained through inquiry is often of a particular importance, in the case of inquiries about management intent, the information available to support management intent may be limited. In these cases, these 2 points are relatable to one another. In these cases, understanding management's past history of carrying out its stated intentions, management's stated reasons for choosing a particular course of action, and management ability to pursue a specific course of action may provide relevant information to corroborate the evidence obtained through inquiry. In respect of some matters, auditor may consider it necessary to obtain written representations from management and where appropriate to those charged with governance to confirm responses to oral inquiries. Is this point understandable to you without further explanation? Please read it. Point number H. In respect of some matters, the auditor may consider it necessary to obtain written representations from the management and where appropriate from those charged with governance to confirm responses to oral inquiries. Are you able to understand this point? If your answer, leave point number F and G. After completion of H, I will focus on point number F and G. I am assuring you that I am going to explain you point number F and G immediately after completion of point H. I started having an explanation on point H for the simple reason that is already known to you. I have explained you in the past about the relationship between SA 210 and SA 580. Are you able to recollect it? What is SA 210? If you are, every time when I am asking you something, if you are mum and if you are unable to recollect it, it is a mere waste of time for me and to you as well. In the past, I have explained you about SA 210, which deals with audit engagement letter. Almost 55 to 70% of the standard has already been explained to you about written about audit engagement letter. In fact, I have shown you SA 580 on the screen by going through the original standard, particularly the appendix. Now, what is the relationship between SA 210 and SA 580? In SA 210, auditor will write a letter to the management. Instead of asking you several times, it may be better for me to explain it again. Under the heading under the heading SA 210, auditor will try to write a letter to the management. That letter to be written by the auditor to the management is called as audit engagement letter. In that letter, several points will be clearly mentioned by the auditor, and if management agrees with all those points, then only auditor will start commencing his audit. Otherwise, auditor won't commence his audit. Usually, in that letter, aspects like the objective of audit, scope of audit, management's responsibilities for several things, the audit process may be subjected to a peer review at a later point of time, disclaimer, the audit plan, basis of charging of fees, etc. will be recorded by the auditor. If all this is agreeable to the management, auditor will send 2 copies of audit engagement letter to the management. Management will go through the contents of the audit engagement letter. If all the contents of the audit engagement letter are acceptable to the management, management will retain 1 copy of the audit engagement letter, will sign and return the other copy to the auditor. When the management signs on 1 copy of the audit engagement letter and returns it to the auditor, it implies that management agreed to what is mentioned by the auditor in the audit engagement letter. When the management agreed with the auditor, it is said that there developed a dash between dash and dash. There developed, somebody has given an answer from this side, a common understanding. What the auditor thought of has been agreed by the management. So the same point is there both in the minds of the auditor as well as the management. If the same point is there both in the mind of the auditor and the management, it is said that they come to a common understanding. when two persons are having common understanding, the possibility of disputes or differences among them in future will get reduced. In fact, to attain such common understanding only, the auditor is made responsible to write a letter to the management before commencement of audit called as dash audit engagement letter. Then I explained you about SA 580. All these things have been explained by me to you while I'm having a discussion on SA 700. Then what is the difference between SA 210 and SA 580? 210 is a letter to be written by the auditor to the management, whereas 580 is a letter to be written by the management to the auditor. Accepting for a thing is different from doing that thing. Yes or no? Auditor may have mentioned several things in the audit engagement letter. For all those things, management may have given their acceptance. It doesn't mean that management would be able to discharge them. Therefore, to provide the auditor with a confidence that all the agreed upon points have actually been discharged by the management had to confirm. Management had to confirm to the auditor that all agreed upon points as per audit engagement letter have been discharged by us. We confirm that. Have I shown you SA 580 in the past? Appendix to SA 580 in the past. Under the heading appendix, there are two headings: representations as to preparation and presentation of financial statements, and representations as to information. Under that, the wording that has been used by the management is important. We confirm that illustrative representation letter. What is the declaration being made by the management to the auditor in this case? We means management, have fulfilled. In the above paragraph, management said to the auditor like this: we confirm that we have fulfilled our responsibilities as set out in the terms of auditing. You have given some terms as per your audit engagement letter. We accepted for them. Now we are confirming to you that those responsibilities have been actually discharged by us. That is what dash shall communicate with dash through dash. Management shall communicate to the auditor through dash. So what is agreed shall have to be confirmed by the management. For getting confirmation from the management, the auditor may ask the management to provide some written representations, otherwise called as SA 580. In SA 700 also, the same points are required to be mentioned by the auditor. Under the heading management, he is the proof that I have explained these things to you. Management responsibility for preparation and presentation of financial statements. SA 210 is between auditor and the management. SA 580 is between management and auditor. So everything is understandable to both of them. But shareholders may not have an understanding of all these things. Therefore, the auditor should make it clear to the shareholders that, dear shareholders, the following are the responsibilities of your management, and the following are our responsibilities as an auditor. These two were given by the auditor in auditor's report in two different paragraphs. The first one is management's responsibility for preparation of financial statements, and the second one is auditor's responsibility for audit of such financial statements. At least by now you should be able to recollect the relationship between 210, 580 and 700. The same points are written by auditor, by management and by auditor to shareholders in 210, 580 and SA 700. This was the relationship. Now read what is given in point number H. In respect of some matters, the auditor may consider it necessary to obtain written representations. If something is asked by the auditor, management would have given a reply orally. Auditor made an inquiry with the management. Management has given a reply orally. In that case, sometimes the auditor may decide to ask the management to put it in writing. For that purpose, auditor may require the management to provide dash. So what do you learn from this? Somebody has correlated this point to reliability standards of audit evidence also. The third one, written evidence is more reliable than oral evidence. At that point, I told you that when you require some information from the management may try to provide the required information orally. Don't try to rely on the information provided by the management orally. Instead, insist the management to provide the information in writing. That information and explanations provided by the management to the auditor in writing is to be technically called as dash, written representations. Are you able to recollect it? Why I am asking the same question again and again? If you are able to recollect what has been discussed earlier, you will get immense satisfaction. You will get an overall view about the standard. If you fail to do that, you may be able to understand this point right now, but this point will certainly create severe problems to you when you start preparing for yourself. So try to understand each and every point in detail now itself. Don't try to postpone it. So in respect of some matters, the auditor may consider it necessary to obtain written representations from management and where appropriate from those charged with governance to confirm. What is that? Have you observed the term confirm here? This is 580. Here also the term dash has been used. To confirm responses to oral inquiries. Auditor made an inquiry orally. Management has given a response orally. Now the auditor is of the opinion that this response should have been taken in writing. In that case, what the auditor may insist the management to provide all such responses not dash but dash, through dash. Not orally but through written representations. Followed or not? Any information or explanation provided by the management to the auditor in writing is to be technically called as written representations, otherwise called as management. Very good. Some of you people have responded. Otherwise called as management representations. Understood? Now, so all these points are required to be understood in the context of the term inquiry. Okay? If you miss this inquiry, you cannot understand these points. Next, point number F and G. These two are very difficult, but you may understand them without further explanation. At least some of you people. You are inquiring about the intent of the management. You are inquiring about the intent of the management. Actually, in original SA 500, and in original SA 580, this is revised. In original SA 500 and in original SA 580, there was a particular point like this. Sometimes information provided by the management to the auditor is the only evidence available to the auditor. Sometimes information provided by the management to the auditor is the only evidence to the auditor. There is no other evidence available in respect of such things. I use it to explain the students about this with the help of an example. The example is like this. While going through the balance sheet, auditor observed some investments. It is our responsibility as an auditor to check the correctness of valuation of investments. You need to tell the remaining thing to me. Valuation of you need to verify the correctness of valuation of investment. Valuation of investment is dependent upon, classification is dependent upon. Where do you find the objective of the management behind purchasing investments? Nowhere. Objective will be in the mind of the management. Do you have any objective when you start pursuing CA course? Do you have any objective when you start pursuing CA course? Yes. Have you written that objective anywhere? No. That objective is in your brain. Similarly, when the management decides to purchase some investments, they may have either a dash objective or a dash objective, either a long-term objective or a short-term objective that may not have been recorded by the management. If you are really following my discussion, you would have recollected that while I am explaining you the rights of the auditor, I asked you a question, particularly when I start explaining you the second right of the auditor. Right to obtain information and explanations. At that time, I asked you a question like this. When you go for an audit, all the books and other related records maintained by the entity will be provided to you. When every book and every record is provided to the auditor, all the information required by the auditor is readily available from such books of account. When every book is provided to the auditor, when every information required by the auditor is readily available from the books of account, why the Companies Act has given another right to the auditor called as right to obtain information. You are getting information through dash inquiry. That is the link. So why the Companies Act had given another right to the auditor called as right to obtain information and explanations. To explain that, I told you at that time that the valuation of investment is dependent upon classification. Classification is dependent upon the objective behind purchase of investments. Even if you go through every book, every other related record, every documentary evidence, you may not be able to identify what exactly was the objective behind purchase of investments, because objective will be written nowhere. It will be in the mind of the management. To ascertain it, auditor should ask the management. To ask the management, auditor should be given a right to ask. That is the reason why second right has been given to the auditor called as dash. Right to obtain information and explanations either from the company or from any officer of the company. Are you able to correlate this point with that? Very good, very good. So sometimes you may require some information from the management about the intent of the management. Intent means objective. About the objective of the management. And that is the only evidence available to you. That is if management says the objective is a long-term objective, it is long-term. If it says that objective is a short-term objective, it is a short-term. No other evidence is available to the auditor. In that case, can you blindly place reliance on the representation given by the management? Yes or no? No. Before deciding whether to rely on that information or not, you need to consider several points. Those points were given under point G. Now I am giving you some time, just a minute's time. Please try to go through point number F only. Try to understand it. If it is really understandable to you, I will explain it in half a minute. If not, I will explain it to you within 2 minutes. Okay? Read it. In the case of inquiries about management intent, The information available to support management intent may be limited. That means you may not get dash evidence. Supportive or corroborative evidence with regard to dash intent of the management. In that case, can you place reliance on the intent of the management? Whether to say yes or no, you need to consider point number G. In such cases, you need to understand management's past history of carrying out its stated intentions. In the past also, you made several inquiries with the management. In the past also, management expressed several of their intentions to the auditor, and you find that those intentions have been carried out by the management as stated by them. That means if they say that their objective is a long-term objective, they stand on that. If they say that their objective is a short-term objective, they stand on that. So several times management is, for several years, management is explaining or expressing their intentions to the auditor. Because you are associated with the organization for several years, from the past experience, you know very well that the integrity of the management is reliable. The honesty of the management is good. In that case, can you place reliance on that? Yes or no? If you are unable to understand, leave that point. Don't try to prepare for that. Everything that is given in the CA Institute's material has been dumped here without considering your ability to understand and without considering the time that has been given to us to explain it. I'm explaining this the same standard for the past 5 to 6 hours, and I said to you that SA 500 is the mother standard. Of course, 200 is said to be mother standard, but without having a question from SA 500, there would not be any question paper in auditing. That is the reason why I am spending most of my time in explaining this. If there is an opportunity for me to complete a particular standard earlier than expected, I will do that. But this chapter or this standard need to be elaboratively explained to the student. Otherwise, student will face difficulty. I won't have any difficulty. I can simply read it. I can say that, okay, you understood, or I can say that this point is difficult, leave it. And I will be able to complete it within just 10 to 20 minutes of time. But I don't do that. I will try to explain to the extent possible. If not, if it is not understandable to you, you need to put some more efforts. That's it. Now, in respect of, in these cases, understanding management's past history. That means you are focusing on the dash of the management. Integrity and honesty of the management to fulfill to carry out their intentions in the past. Management's stated reasons for choosing a particular course of action. Why they are having such an objective, and management's ability to pursue a specific course of action. All these things are required to be considered by the auditor. Provide relevant information to corroborate the evidence obtained through inquiry. Simply speaking, if you make an inquiry with the management to ascertain the intention of the management, you may get some information from the management, but you cannot corroborate it. In order to corroborate intentions of the management, auditor should consider things like what? Past history of the management in carrying out its stated intentions, management's stated reasons for choosing. You need to ask the management, why your objective is a long-term objective. We are having surplus funds. We do not require such a surplus funds in the near future. That is the reason why we made investments taking the objective as a long-term objective. This may be the explanation given by dash to dash, given by management to the auditor. And you should also consider whether management is really capable of holding such investment for a long period of time without selling it. Management's ability to pursue a specific course of action. All these things shall be considered. Then only the auditor can rely on dash management's representations. So by this, under the heading inquiry, I am trying to explain you each and every point different in detail, and different points are being expressed till now and explained till now. Do one thing, after completion of the class, if you are having some time, please go through inquiry as a whole. Then you will get a overall view about what we discussed under the heading inquiry. Next, although inquiry may provide important audit evidence and may even produce evidence of a misstatement, this is the most important point. Inquiry alone, I said to you that only inquiry will not provide you with supporting documentary evidence. Inquiry should be combined with some other. Have you introduced effective internal control systems? Dash made an inquiry with dash. Management said yes. Now can you come to any conclusions on that? No. So inquiry alone is not sufficient. You need to perform some other audit procedures along with inquiry. Although inquiry may provide important audit evidence and may even produce evidence of a mistake or misstatement, inquiry alone ordinarily does not provide sufficient audit evidence of the absence of a material misstatement at assertion level, nor of the operating effectiveness of controls. The evidence that the auditor raise or obtained through inquiries is not persuasive, as it is less reliable. That means you cannot depend solely on dash. You cannot depend solely on audit evidence gathered by you through following a procedure called as inquiry. Enough. Additional explanation. Please don't try to read point number 1. The nature of audit procedures to be used by the auditor, the timing of audit procedures to be used by the auditor may be affected by the fact that some of the accounting data and other information may be available only in electronic form or only at certain points or periods of time. Timing of audit procedure. For example, management is conducting physical verification of inventory. Then when should the auditor apply observation technique? At the time of management making physical inspection. Later on, even if you want to observe, you cannot do anything. Yes or no? So some types of audit procedures are required to be followed at some points of time. Otherwise, you may not be able to get required information. That is what they want to say. That is sufficient and enough for you. Don't try to read these 3 things. And I will certainly explain you these 3 things in a separate chapter called as Audit under Automated Environment. What is that? Audit under Automated Environment. Under that chapter, be sure I am going to explain you these points in detail. Although I won't refer to these points, once you are able to understand audit under automated environment, you will be able to understand particularly the term e-commerce or electronic commerce. Then you will be able to understand these 2 or 3 points. Leave them till then. This is the end of the discussion on dash. Inquiry. Question number 6, including further explanation. Question number 6. Only question number 6 is completed till now. So, other audit procedures that are available for the auditor to obtain audit evidence includes what? Inspection, observation, inquiry, confirmation, recalculation, re-performance. These are analytical procedures. Sometimes they may also be called as dash. There is a difference between analytical procedures and substantive analytical procedures that was also explained to you. Now, documentation. This is very, very important standard to you, and somewhat in some areas of this standard are very difficult to understand. Be careful. This is not the first time you are listening to the term Audit documentation. Several times in the past, I explained you the importance of maintaining documentation by the auditor. Every auditor, while carrying out every independent audit, is under obligation to maintain some papers or some documentation while he is performing the audit. Such documentation to be maintained by every auditor while carrying out every independent audit is technically called as audit documentation, otherwise called as working papers, otherwise called as work papers. The basic objective behind maintenance of audit documentation by the auditor is to create an evidence that audit has been performed in accordance with the generally accepted principles of auditing in India. What are generally accepted principles of auditing in India? Standards on auditing are said to be generally accepted principles of auditing in India. A most important point that would not have been discussed till now is like this. I explained you about what is audit risk, wherein I said to you that if the auditor has given a wrong opinion or an inappropriate opinion, there will be an increased risk to the auditor. The auditor may be held liable or responsible for that wrong opinion or inappropriate opinion. Sometimes the auditor may be even made responsible to pay some penalty, particularly where the auditor had given a wrong or inappropriate opinion. In such case, it has to be treated by the auditor as an audit risk. Very, very important. If you maintain dash, audit documentation, it acts as dash. It acts as an evidence. To whom? To the auditor. That what? That the audit was planned. That is the reason why I referred to SA 300. And performed. Planned and performed in accordance with standards on auditing and applicable legal and regulatory requirements. To understand regulatory requirements, I said to you that communication with the previous auditor is a regulatory requirement. CA institutes ask an auditor to communicate with the previous auditor in writing before accepting the appointment. Auditor must have to follow such a regulatory requirement and must have to prove that he had really followed such a regulatory requirement. For that purpose only, as I said earlier, you need to maintain a copy of the communication that you have sent to the previous auditor in a file called as dash. Audit file. Please read point number 2 again. When the auditor maintains audit documentation, it will act as an evidence to the auditor that the audit has been planned and performed by the auditor in accordance with standards on auditing as well as with applicable legal and regulatory requirements. And audit documentation also acts as a record of the basis for the auditor's report. What has been done by you will be recorded in the audit documentation. Based on that only you will form an opinion. Therefore, audit documentation is a record which is used by the auditor for the purpose of a base for his audit report. What are all the conclusions? First, in order to come to a base, you need opinion, you need to come to a conclusion. Conclusions can be drawn by the auditor when the auditor has recorded what are all the things that he has performed in a paper called as working paper. Simply speaking, what you have done is to be recorded in a paper called as working paper. At the end of audit, go through the working papers. You can come to a conclusion by going through working papers. Based on that conclusion, you can form an opinion, and the opinion so formed by you can be expressed to the users. When you express an opinion, somebody may ask you, what is the basis for your opinion? What is the basis for your opinion? No. Very good. Audit evidence is the basis for opinion. Oh. We conducted. The basis for our opinion is as follows. We conducted our audit in accordance with standards on auditing. Yes or no? We are independent of the company. We are independent of the company. We believe that audit evidence obtained by us is sufficient, appropriate to provide a basis. To provide a basis. To provide a basis for our audit opinion. To provide a basis for our audit opinion. So, on the financial statements, if you want to come to an opinion, first of all, you need to form a base. To form a base, first of all, you need to come to some conclusions. Conclusions can be drawn from dash. Audit evidence obtained. What are all the audit evidence obtained by you will be maintained by you in the form of dash. In the form of audit documentation or audit file. So by going through audit file, you can conclude whether you are able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Thereby you will come to a conclusion. Thereby you can come to an opinion. The opinion so formed can be expressed to the users of the financial statements. Even after going through this paragraph, if you are still confused about the utility of audit evidence, utility of audit documentation, I cannot do anything. Okay, just read it again so that you may have some more understanding. While reading this point, try to correlate this point with what we just read under the heading dash, basis for opinion. If you want to come to an opinion, you must come to a conclusion. If you want to come to a conclusion, you need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Whether the evidence gathered by you is sufficient or not, appropriate or not, can be reviewed by you or can be ascertained by you by going through audit documentation file or audit file. So, when you maintain audit documentation, that means it is nothing but audit documentation is nothing but a record of audit procedures performed and audit evidence. A record of audit procedures performed and audit evidence gathered by the auditor. That is the base on which the auditor can provide his report. If you are having any difficulty in reading point number A, it is sufficient if you confine yourself to point number B. Out of point number A and B, the most important objective is point B. What is the basic objective behind maintenance of audit documentation or working papers by the auditor? It creates evidence that audit has been performed in accordance with the generally accepted principles of auditing in India. Followed or not? That's it. This is about objective or purpose of audit documentation. This point is nothing but a repetition. Nature of audit documentation. Audit documentation provides evidence of auditor's basis for a conclusion. Evidence that audit was planned and performed in accordance with the standards on auditing and other applicable regulatory requirements. Examples of audit documentation, I haven't dealt with these things. Of course, in my general discussion, probably I would have covered some of these points like dash. Audit program, letters of confirmation. What is that? Letters of confirmation. Then can you tell me about what is meant by letter of representation? What is meant by letter of representation? SA 580 deals with written representations. When the auditors require some evidence from the management will try to provide that evidence in orally, not in written form, but auditor will insist the management to provide required information and explanations in writing. Such information and explanations provided by the management to the auditor in writing are technically known as dash, written representations. When you receive some written representations from the management, you need to file a copy of such written representations in a file called as audit file. When the auditor maintains a copy of written representation received by him from the management in the audit file, it demonstrates that the auditor had followed SA 580 when required. SA 580 is not new to you. I have shown you an appendix in SA 580, an illustrative management representation letter in SA 580. In the previous examination, in yesterday's exam, a link between two standards, as I said earlier, have been established and a question has been framed and asked. 210, 580, 700. 210 is audit engagement letter between auditor and management. 580 is written representations between management and the auditor. 700 is between the auditor and readers of financial statements. On this, a question has been asked in yesterday's examination. So that is the reason why I keep on pressing you the importance of listening to the classes carefully. If you fail to listen to the classes, you cannot read and you cannot understand this wording on your own. It is highly impossible, next to impossible. So I keep on telling you the point time and again only for this reason. Without listening to the subject properly, it is very difficult for you people to understand the subject. The subject is asked in a very difficult and different way, and explaining it is also very difficult, and hence you should be very careful, right? So we'll deal with the other examples of audit documentation in the further course of discussion on audit documentation. This is only for self-practice. Next question. So, accepting examples of audit documentation, we completed question number 1 under the heading audit documentation. Let's go through question number 2. This is very important. Particularly, this point is very, very important. For this, keeping this point only in my mind, I said to you that auditor had to maintain audit documentation, not generally, but you need to maintain your documentation with the precision or precisely, not generally. You should not maintain your documentation in vague. You need to maintain your documentation specifically. Okay, right. And this is very difficult for me to explain to you. I know it very well. I can't do anything because if you are having knowledge of SA 530 by now, it will become easier for me to explain you the topic called as specifically and not in vague. Or it is easier for me to explain you about the term, the exact meaning of the term, identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested by the auditor. Identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested by the auditor. That point is very difficult, but I will try to explain that with the help of several examples. If required, I will try to explain something about SA 530. Then I will come back to this point. Then only you might be able to understand this point. So, what are the factors that affect the form, content and extent of audit documentation? Simply speaking, the following is technically called as the contents of audit documentation. What is that? Content. What to be included? What to be included? What to be included by the auditor? What to be included by the auditor in audit documentation or working papers maintained by him? What should be the content of the audit documentation? You have a general understanding of the content of the audit documentation. what is or what should be the content of audit documentation? Every audit procedure performed by the auditor, every audit evidence gathered by the auditor, and every conclusion that was reached by the auditor should have to be recorded in a paper called as audit documentation. So, the record of audit procedures performed, audit evidence obtained, and conclusions that were reached by the auditor shall be there in the audit documentation. They are said to be the contents of audit documentation, but in original standard, content of audit documentation has been mentioned precisely like this. The auditor shall prepare audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced auditor. Now, if you do not understand what is experienced auditor, I cannot explain you the remaining point. When a doctor is writing a prescription, the prescription being written by the doctor should be understandable not only to the doctor, but at least to the pharmacist. Yes or no? To the person in the medical shop. If nobody is able to understand the prescription written by a doctor, it's of no use. So, prescription, if any prepared or written by a doctor, is understandable not only to the doctor, but also to the pharmacist. Similarly, documentation that is maintained by you as an auditor in respect of independent audit should be maintained in such a way, the documentation should be maintained by you in such a way that if an experienced auditor, what is that? If an experienced auditor having no previous connection with this audit, you are performing an audit and you are creating some documentation in respect of audit being performed by you. Tomorrow, some experienced auditor having no previous connection with this audit may have gone through your audit documentation. When some other experienced auditor goes through the audit documentation maintained by you, that experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit should be capable of, if I prepare an auditing material that may be understandable or may not be understandable to you, that should be understandable at least to another chartered accountant dealing with auditing subject. Yes or no? Similarly, when the auditor maintains audit documentation, auditor should have to maintain audit documentation in such a manner that if an experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit gone through the working papers maintained by you, that experienced auditor should be capable of understanding the audit procedures performed by you, the audit evidence obtained by you, the conclusions that have been reached by you. Everything you have done should be understandable to that experienced auditor just by going through the audit documentation maintained by you. You need to maintain documentation in such a way which should be understandable at least to an experienced auditor. Are you able to follow this point? If you say yes, I want to ask you a question immediately. The question is like this: why an experienced auditor other than the auditor goes through audit working papers? Excellent peer review. Excellent. I introduced you the terms peer review and quality review in the past. Sometimes a peer reviewer would have been appointed on you. The peer reviewer will visit your organization, will try to check whether you have actually followed all standards on auditing while performing your independent audit. Will also try to verify whether you have followed all regulatory and legal requirements. For that purpose, peer reviewer may ask the working papers or audit documentation maintained by you, because working papers only demonstrates, will demonstrate whether the auditor had really followed auditing standards and audit procedures prescribed in the auditing standards. That is the reason why peer reviewer will primarily try to focus on Peer reviewer will primarily try to focus on audit documentation. or audit working papers, which will demonstrate that auditor had actually performed the audit in accordance with standards on auditing. So peer reviewer will ask you for audit working papers. Should you provide working papers to the peer reviewer? Obviously, yes. In that case, peer reviewer at least should be able to understand. Peer reviewer at least should be able to understand the audit procedures followed by you, the audit evidence obtained by you, the conclusions that were reached by you by going through the working papers maintained by you. Why peer reviewer is able to understand the work done by you when peer reviewer is not having any previous connection with audit? I repeat my question. How peer reviewer is able to understand what you have done just by going through your working papers where peer reviewer is not having a previous connection with this audit? Because peer reviewer is also a chartered accountant. He is also in practice. He is having good knowledge of accounting and auditing. He is also having good knowledge of standards on auditing. He is also having good knowledge of business and the environment in which it is operating. He is also having knowledge about laws and regulations that are made applicable to the entity. What is the knowledge that you are having as an auditor is also there to dash. Because of his knowledge, not because of his association with the entity, because of his knowledge, that peer reviewer would be able to understand dash. That peer reviewer should be able to understand the audit procedures followed by you, the audit evidence gathered by you, and the audit conclusions that you have reached just by going through the working papers maintained by you. Remember that peer reviewer is not having any previous connection with this audit. He hasn't performed this audit earlier. He has no connection with this auditee, but still he should be able to understand the detailed procedures that you have adopted, the detailed evidence that you have gathered, and the opinion that you formed. Everything should be understandable to, not to a layman, but to an experienced auditor. I may maintain or prepare some working notes that relating to auditing. That working notes should be understandable to you and not to him. He is a layman. He may not be able to understand this. But I need to prepare such working papers or working notes which is understandable at least to you or to any student who is pursuing a CA course. Yes or no? So you need to maintain audit documentation in such a way that when an experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit goes through your working papers, he should be in a position to understand what you have done during the course of performance of your audit. Read it. The auditor shall prepare audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit to understand. So an experienced auditor should be able to understand. You need to fill in the blank. An experienced auditor should be able to understand the following things just by going through dash. Just by going through or referring to audit documentation maintained by an auditor. He won't ask anything from the auditor. Just by going through audit documentation, you should be capable of understanding these things. In that way, you need to maintain audit documentation. That is the reason why I said to you that don't try to maintain audit documentation in general. Try to maintain audit documentation specifically with the precision, so that at least experienced auditor would be able to understand what you have done during the course of performance of your audit. The auditor shall prepare audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced auditor having no previous connection with the audit to understand the nature, timing, and extent of audit. By going through working papers, experienced auditor should be able to understand the nature of audit procedures followed by you, the timing of audit procedures followed by you, the extent of audit procedures followed by you, and the results of audit procedures performed and the audit evidence obtained. Just try to understand only these 2 points as of now. the third point is having a link with some other question. If you do not understand that question, you cannot understand this point. And of course, even if you read this third point, you may be in a position to understand something, because I have already provided you some guidance relating to Essay 260 and Essay 701. Of course, 701 is completed from the discussion. While having a discussion on key IT matters, I had a reference to dash. Essay 260. I said to you that dash is the base for dash. Essay 260 is the base for Essay 701. And I said to you that during the course of performance of IT, you come across several important aspects, and you are of the opinion that these aspects are very much relevant or important to the management or to those charged with governance. When the IT is of the opinion that some matters are significant either to the management or to those charged with governance, it is the responsibility of the IT to communicate such matters to those charged with governance as per the requirements of Essay 260. And out of those matters, the IT may be of the opinion that some of the matters are important or relevant even to the users of the financial statements. Such matters which were considered as important or reasonable to the users of the financial statements by the auditor, out of the matters communicated by the auditor to those charged with governance, shall also be required to be communicated to the users through putting a separate heading in the auditor's report called as key audit matter paragraph. Are you able to recollect it? Now you can read it. Some portion of it may be understandable to you. And in fact, I have referred to original Essay 260 also while explaining this, and I have explained you some particular point like significant difficulties. Significant difficulties, if any, faced by you while carrying out your audit are required to be communicated to those charged with governance. Under the heading significant difficulties, I explained you three important points. What are they? One, management may have failed to provide required information. That is treated as a significant difficulty by the auditor. Management is providing information but not on a timely basis. That should also be treated by the auditor as a significant difficulty. Management tried or is trying to impose management is trying to impose some restrictions or limitations either on the rights of the auditor or on the duties of the auditor. When management is trying to impose some limitations or restrictions either on the rights of the auditor or on the duties of the auditor will fail to perform the required audit procedures. When the auditor failed to perform the required audit procedures, the auditor may fail to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, which may lead either to expression of a qualified opinion or the expression of either a qualified opinion or expression of a disclaimer of opinion. This point has been explained to you while explaining Essay 705. Sometimes management may try to impose some limitations or restrictions on the auditor after appointment of the auditor. In that case, you need to think of whether it is possible for you to continue your audit assignment with those restrictions or limitations. If you are of the opinion that you might have to issue a qualified opinion, continue your audit and issue qualified opinion at the end of audit. If you are of the opinion that you might have to issue a disclaimer of opinion, don't continue that audit. Withdraw from the audit engagement if possible. Sometimes law or regulation may not permit the auditor to withdraw from the audit. I don't know how many of you are able to recollect all these things. This point is very, very important in examination point of view. So, when the auditor is not allowed by law or regulation to withdraw from the audit engagement, there is no other alternative for the auditor but to continue with the audit engagement. And at the end of the audit, auditor had to issue a disclaimer of opinion. Okay, at that point, I told you these three important points. When management failed to provide required information to the auditor, when the management is providing information to the auditor, but the information so provided by the management is not on a timely basis, and when management is trying to impose any limitations or restrictions either on the rights of the auditor or on the duties of the auditor, these are all the things that are generally considered by the auditor as a dash. Significant difficulties. All those significant difficulties faced by the auditor during the course of audit shall have to be communicated to those charged with governance by the auditor under the heading SA 260. Before communicating the same to the persons those charged with governance, why that matter has been considered, why that matter has been considered by you as a significant matter, how that matter has been resolved by the management, everything relating to that is required to be dashed by the auditor, documented by the, this is the reason why I treated this matter as a dash. Today, you may have treated a matter as a significant matter. Tomorrow, somebody may ask you why that matter has been treated by you as a significant matter. In that case, you may not be able to recollect the reasons why you have treated it as a significant matter. If you write down your logic on a paper, you can just show that paper to the other party saying that this is the reason why I treated it as a significant matter. In that way, dash is helpful to the auditor. Documentation is helpful to the auditor. So, by going through dash maintained by dash, dash should be able to understand dash. By going through audit file or audit documentation maintained by the auditor, an experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit should be capable of understanding the following things. In other words, you are expected to maintain audit documentation in such a way that if an experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit goes through your working papers, that experienced auditor should be capable of understanding the audit procedures performed by you, the audit evidence gathered by you, the conclusions that you have reached, etc. The nature, timing and extent of audit procedures. I said it as audit procedures. They are telling it as a nature, timing and extent of audit procedures. I said it as audit evidence. They are also saying it as audit evidence obtained. And significant matters arising during the audit. This point is not so easy to understand. Because of that only this has been given as a separate question. And the conclusions reached thereon and significant professional judgments made in reaching these conclusions. When I say professional judgments, there is another topic which has been explained to you along with the term professional judgment in the past, that is professional skepticism. Yes or no? So don't try to focus on the third one as of now. Once we are able to complete a separate question given on that, you might have some more understanding of the third point. At least try to understand point number 1 and 2 in detail. Now, while the auditor is this is most important. While the auditor is documenting the nature, timing and extent of audit procedures performed, the auditor shall try to record the identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested. The identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested. I will try to provide you a financial example for this. If you are unable to understand that, I will try to provide you with a general example. At least after listening to that general example, you might be able to understand the exact, it was not explained in our material. It is just given in our material. The identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested. This requires elaboration. The next 2 points need not be elaborated. They are understandable to you straight away without any explanation. But this requires further explanation, which is time taking. Only after completion of this, I will give you a break. Ready? Sometimes during the course of performance of audit, the auditor would have followed sampling technique. The term sampling technique is not new to you. I already introduced you the concept of sampling to explain you the term extent of audit procedures. So you have followed sampling. Out of a total of 1000 transactions, you have selected and verified 30 transactions. It is not, actually it is required, auditor is required to verify all 1000 transactions. Because of the time constraints, the auditor decided that it is not possible for him to verify all 1000 transactions. Hence the auditor wants to follow audit sampling. So auditor selected only 30 transactions out of 1000 transactions. When you select 30 out of 1000 transactions, you are expected to perform thorough audit procedures on the selected 30 transactions. So on the selected 30 transactions, the auditor followed all the available audit procedures. And after following all the available audit procedures, the auditor finds that the selected 30 transactions do not contain any material misstatements. After thoroughly checking all the selected 30 transactions out of 1000 transactions, the auditor concluded that those 30 transactions which were thoroughly checked by the auditor do not contain dash. In that case, as an auditor, you must have to make an assumption. Since the items are matters, selected and tested by me, since the items are matters selected and tested by me. How many items or matters have been selected by the auditor? 30. How many items are required to be checked by the auditor? Actually 1000. How many items are checked by the auditor? Only 30. So in the given example, 30 is said to be item or matter selected and tested by the auditor. Out of 1000, the auditor selected and tested 30. And I need to record this in the audit documentation. I recorded this point like this in the audit documentation. We have followed audit sampling and we selected 30 transactions out of 1000 transactions. This was the description given by the auditor with reference to this in the audit documentation. In the given case, it is said that what the auditor documented is vague and it is not precise or specific. The thing that has been recorded by the auditor in the given case is said to be vague and it is not precise. For example, you were the peer reviewer. I recorded the documentation like this. Out of a total of 1000 transactions, we selected and tested 30 transactions. This is what I described in the audit documentation. You have been appointed as a peer reviewer on me. You asked me to provide the audit documentation maintained by me. I provided you the audit documentation. You have gone through the audit documentation. In that documentation, I described it like this. Out of a total of 1000 purchase orders, let us assume these things as dash purchase orders. Out of a total of 1000 purchase orders, I selected and tested only 30 purchase orders. By going through this description, is it really possible, by going through this description, is it really possible for the peer reviewer to understand about what 30 transactions are selected out of 1000? He may be able to understand that only 30 have been selected out of 1000. What 30 transactions are selected out of 1000 is not known to dash. That means you have given the description in vague. You have not given the description with the specification. Instead of this, please try to listen to this point very, very carefully. Even if you are having any difficulty in understanding this point, if you are able to understand the point to be discussed, you will certainly be able to understand not only this point, but also the earlier one. The auditor started recording this in the audit documentation like this. Out of a total of 1000 purchase orders, we selected and verified the following 30 purchase orders. Out of 1000 purchase orders, we selected and verified the following 30 purchase orders. Serial number, purchase order number, what is that? Serial number, purchase order number, the amount of the purchase order. Serial number 1, purchase order number 348, amount of the purchase order 10 lakhs. Serial number 2, purchase order number 3244, amount of the purchase order 1 crore. If required, the auditor may also provide the date of the purchase order. So auditor has provided details of 30 purchase orders, the details of 30 purchase orders in 4 columns. The first one is serial number, the second one is the purchase order number, the third one is date of purchase order, the fourth one is amount of the purchase order. Now if you are the peer reviewer, will you get a clear picture about what 30 purchase orders have been selected and tested by the auditor out of 1000? Yes or no? Okay, this is the purchase order number selected by the auditor. This is the date of the purchase order selected by the auditor. This is the value of the purchase order selected by the auditor. So out of 1000 purchase orders, auditor selected and checked these 30 purchase orders. Now I want to ask you one single question from this. Can you identify the characteristics by going through this documentation as a peer reviewer? Can you identify the characteristics of the specific matters or items selected and tested by the auditor? What are the characteristics through which you have understood the items or matters tested by the auditor? The date of the purchase order is a characteristic. The purchase order number is a characteristic. By going through date and purchase order number only, you are able to understand that, okay, this purchase order has been selected and checked by the auditor. So in the given example, dash and dash are said to be characteristics which will help the peer reviewer in identifying, the items or matters selected and tested by the auditor. Now can you tell me what are identifying characteristics in the given example? The date of the purchase order, thus the purchase order number are said to be amount. Sometimes amounts may be same, sometimes date may also be same, but the purchase order number is unique. That is given only for one purchase order, not for every purchase order. So this is the purchase order number that I selected out of 1000 purchase orders. This is another purchase order number that I selected out of 1000 purchase orders. So the identifying characteristic in the given example is purchase order number, and you can also take it as a date. So if I described what has been done by me as per my first alternative, and if I described the same as per this second alternative, which is more understandable to you? In the first case, it is said that I maintained my documentation in vague. In the second case, it is said that I maintained my documentation with precision by providing dash in respect of dash, by providing the identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested by the auditor. Even after explaining this much, if you still have any doubt about understanding the term identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters, I can give you a general example also, only for the sake of understanding the term identifying characteristics. I am walking from one side of the road. You are walking from the other side of the road along with your friends. And now you want to show me to your friend, and you want to introduce to me to your friend from a faraway place, not by meeting me, but from a far away place. You are on one side of the road, I am on the other side of the road, I am walking through the road, and you want to introduce me to your friend. In that case, and there are some other several general public also are walking along with me. Now your friend should be able to identify me. In order to identify me, what characteristics would you explain to your friend? That guy having a height of around 6 feet 1 inch is our lecturer for auditing. Having 2 kilometers of bald head is our lecturer of auditing. These are all my person who is walking swiftly. I walk swiftly is another identifying characteristic. Enough. Don't try to elaborate it. Okay, enough. So, these are all identifying characteristics. Similar to that, what you have really tested should have to be described in the form of identifying characteristics, so that reader of the audit documentation would be able to understand what you really done during the course of performance of your audit. Have you understood at least the meaning of the term identifying characteristics of the items or matters tested? Please say yes or no. Done. Further, in documenting the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures performed, the auditor shall record the identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested by the auditor. I can give some more examples also, but unfortunately, even if I try to give them, you may not be able to understand them. For example, the auditor may have followed interval sampling. The auditor may have followed interval sampling. When the auditor follows interval sampling, the starting point and the sampling interval should also be mentioned by the auditor. That is another example. You do not know what sampling is. You have known the meaning of sampling. That's it. Sampling is having two things. The first one is statistical sampling. The other one is non-statistical sampling. That non-statistical sampling is also called as judgmental sampling. Statistical sampling can be performed by the auditor by following random selection, systematic selection, etc. That systematic selection is also called as interval sampling. Interval sampling is like this. Since I have already given something about, explained something about interval sampling. If you give me 2 more minutes, I can give that example also. The first voucher selected by the auditor, depending upon his professional judgment, is voucher number 135. Once the first voucher is selected by the auditor to be verified by him at random, subsequent vouchers are required to be selected by the auditor by following a constant interval. What is that? By following a constant interval. Say the constant interval fixed by the auditor is 30. Then voucher number 1 selected by the auditor is dash 135. Voucher number 2 165. Voucher number 3 195. Like this, you can select any number of vouchers that you want. Since for selecting vouchers, you have maintained a constant interval, this is also called as interval sampling. What is that? Systematic selection, otherwise called as interval sampling. Assume that the auditor followed interval sampling. You cannot simply say that I followed interval sampling. Instead, in the audit documentation that you are maintaining, you need to write like this: we followed interval sampling. The first sample selected by us is 135, and for selection of subsequent samples, we maintained a constant interval of 30. Have you understood the difference between the terms general and specific or precise at least now? So don't try to maintain your documentation generally. You need to maintain your documentation with precision so that the other person who is going through your documentation should be capable of understanding everything what you have done while performing your work as an auditor. Okay? And apart from that, the auditor should also record things like who performed the audit work under the heading, This is explanation to point B is explanation to this. The nature, timing and extent of audit procedures performed. While documenting, not further. If you go through original standard, the term while has been used. While documenting the nature, timing and extent of audit procedures performed, the auditor shall record the identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters selected and tested by the auditor. The auditor should also record under the same heading about who actually performed the audit work and date such work was completed. Who performed a work and on which date the work is completed. This also proves about whether you have spent enough time on that particular matter or not. When we go for bank audits, we need to submit a certificate which is to be taken from the branch manager, which is technically called as a man-days certificate. What is that? We need to take a certificate from the branch manager called as man-days certificate. For example, I went for an audit and there are no assistants to me. I spent in the branch for a period of 3 days. In that case, I spent in the branch for 3 days. Number of persons attended the audit is only 1. 3 into 1, 3 man days. If I have attended the audit with say 4 assistants, 1 auditor and 4 assistants, and if we spent 3 days for conducting audit therein, 5 people into 3, 15 is the man days. That certificate is required to be attached by us along with our report to be submitted to the statutory central auditor. Sometimes by going through that certificate, statutory central auditor would be in a position to assess about whether adequate time has been spent, by the branch auditors for conducting and concluding the audit, and whether adequate number of persons carried out the audit. If the branch is a very large branch and if the audit is completed in just 1 man day, the statutory central auditor may decide to visit the branch and to verify the books and other related records maintained therein on his own. Why? Because by going through that man-day certificate, he identified that the branch is a very big branch, but the number of days spent is only 1 man day. That means all important areas could not have been covered by the branch auditor. In that case, you cannot rely on the work of the branch auditor. You may decide to visit the branch. So, adequate time should be spent for conducting and concluding a particular thing. Therefore, who performed the work is to be recorded, and what is the time within which the work is performed. How much time is taken for completing the work. What is the date on which the work is completed. Everything that you have done during the course of audit is required to be recorded on a paper that is technically called as audit documentation. Followed or not? So what aspects should you record under the heading nature, timing and extent of audit procedures? What aspects do you record under the heading nature, timing and extent of audit procedures? 1. The identifying characteristics of the items or matters tested by the auditor. 2. Who performed the audit work and the date such work was completed, and who reviewed. When I say review, you should be able to understand that audit is a 3-stage process, wherein initially audit is performed by article students. Later on, it will be supervised by the senior assistants, and finally it will be reviewed by an engagement partner. In the previous point, you have written about who performed the audit work. Now you are writing about the details of who reviewed the audit work. That means everything that you performed during the course of audit is being written on a paper called as audit documentation. Followed or not? So, as a part of audit documentation, 3 points are required to be maintained by the auditor. The first one is nature, timing and extent of audit procedures. The second one is the results of audit procedures performed and audit evidence obtained. And the third one is significant matters. Out of the 3 points, we had elaborative discussion on point number 1. How to document the nature, timing and extent of audit procedures. Under the heading nature, timing and extent of audit procedures, the auditor shall try to record the following things. 1. The identifying characteristics. 2. Who performed the audit work and the date such work was completed. And 3. Who reviewed the audit work performed and the date and extent of such review. 100% reviewed, 80% reviewed, 50% reviewed. Extent of review is also required to be recorded. And point number C is relatable to this point. Significant matters. Here also significant matters. So unless you understand point C, this point 1, 2, 3, point 3, you cannot understand this point. These two are related. Once I complete that question called as significant matters, automatically you will be able to understand both the points which are having a link with one another. This is also relating to significant matter. So you will come to know about these 2 points only after completion of the topic called as significant matters. And the form content is already explained to you. The form, content and extent of audit documentation is required, is dependent on several factors. Of course, this is the decision to be taken by the auditor. It all depends upon dash. The professional judgment of the auditor. What should be the content of the audit documentation? What is the form in which, form means whether it is to be maintained in physical form or to be maintained in electronic form or in a combination of physical and electronic form, the form of audit documentation, the content to be maintained in the audit documentation, and the extent of audit documentation to be maintained, elaborateness with which audit documentation is to be maintained. All these things are required to be finalized by the auditor depending upon his professional judgment. However, while deciding about the content and extent of the form, content and extent of audit documentation, auditor need to consider the following factors. These factors will affect dash of the auditor. These factors will have an impact on dash professional judgment of the auditor with regard to dash. With regard to the form, content, what is the form in which audit documentation is to be maintained? What should be the content of the audit documentation? What is the extent to which audit documentation is to be maintained? Is all dependent upon dash professional judgment. While taking such professional judgment, the auditor should consider the following factors. So only after considering these factors, auditor should take judgments about the form, content and extent of audit documentation that I will explain you after the break. Write a short note on audit file, retention and ownership. First of all, I will try to focus on the term ownership. Later, I will try to focus on the term retention. Later, the thing which is known to you, that is audit file. What is audit file? Audit file consists of audit working papers or work papers or audit documentation maintained by the auditor in one or more folders. Now, who is treated as the owner of the working papers? This I will explain you with the help of an example. I am an auditor, he is an IT. You are all the debtors of my IT. The auditor, he is my IT, and you are all the debtors of my IT. During the course of performance of audit, I decided to follow external confirmations with some of the debtors. In fact, I followed external confirmations. Fortunately, every debtor with whom I followed external confirmations has reverted to me, has given some answer or response to my confirmation request, and my letter returned to the debtor and the confirmation received from the debtor is being maintained by me in my working paper file, otherwise called as audit file. Now I have completed the audit. After completion of audit, my client started asking me like this: you have already completed your audit, you have submitted your report too, so there is no need for you to maintain the working papers that you have obtained during the course of performance of audit. You have followed direct confirmation or external confirmation procedure with some of our debtors. Now the audit is completed, opinion is also given, so you should not maintain such working papers. Please give back such working papers, hand over such working papers to us. This is the demand made by dash on dash. This is a demand made by the client or auditee on the auditor. If you were the auditor in that situation, is it necessary for you? Is it an obligation on your part to return or to hand over the working papers that have been maintained by you during the course of performance of audit to your client once the audit is completed and once the auditor's report is submitted? The answer is no. There is no need on the part of the auditor to hand over the working papers maintained by him to his client after completion of audit. And those working papers are required to be retained. Those working papers are required to be retained by the auditor for a minimum period of 7 years after the date of auditor's report. I don't find the logic behind saying it as 7 years. Why? Because as per Companies Act, the company is required to maintain its books of account for a minimum period of 8 years. If this is also made as 8 years, we can find some logic behind that. I don't know what is the logic, but the institute says that working papers relating to a particular audit assignment, is required to be retained by the auditor for a minimum period of 7 years from the date of the auditor's report. So once you give a report, the report will contain a date. From that date, you are supposed to maintain those working papers for a period of 7 years, whether you have been continued to be the auditors of the company or not continued to be the auditors of the company, or any other entity. In fact, you may be appointed as the auditor of a sole proprietary concern or a partnership firm or a company. Whatever be the form of audit, you must have to maintain working papers, and those working papers are required to be maintained for a minimum period of how many years? 7 years from the date of auditor's report. During that period, you will be treated as the sole owner of the working papers. Auditor is treated as the sole owner of the working papers. If the client asks the auditor to hand over working papers, there is no need on the part of the auditor to hand over the working papers to the client. However, purely based on his discretion, purely based on his professional judgment, an auditor may provide, purely based on his discretion or professional judgment, the auditor may provide either a copy of the working papers or extracts of the working papers made available to your client. You will not return the original working papers. You can provide a copy of the working papers or extracts of the working papers made available to your client, that too purely based on your discretion or judgment. There is no compulsion on the part of the auditor to provide either a copy of the working paper or extracts of the working paper to his client. There is no compulsion. Are you able to follow this or not? You are not required to return the working papers to your client. You are not compulsorily required to provide either a copy or extract of working papers. You may provide at your discretion a copy or extracts of the working papers to your client. That is purely dependent upon your professional judgment or discretion. There is no compulsion for you to provide a copy or extract of the working papers or to return the working papers to the client, because you are treated as the sole owner of the working papers. However, sometimes a court would have asked, sometimes a court would have asked the auditor to provide copies or extracts of his working papers. In that case, it is an obligation on the part of the auditor. If you fail to provide information required by the court, it will be treated as a contempt of the court, and hence, in that case, there is no alternative for you but to provide working papers to the court. That means law enforcement authorities. Sometimes a peer reviewer may have been appointed on you. During the course of performance of his work, peer reviewer asked you to provide the working papers maintained by you. In that case, should you provide such working papers to the peer reviewer? If not, you will be punished by the CA Institute, because that peer reviewer has been sent by the CA Institute to you. So that is a regulatory requirement. What is that? So when there is a legal requirement or when there is a regulatory requirement, you need to abide by it. There is no other alternative for you. But in case of the client, there is no need on the part of the auditor to either to hand over the working papers or to provide copy or extracts of the working papers. There is no compulsion. You may or may not provide copies of working papers to your client. But in respect of court and peer reviewer, you must have to provide the working papers. This is all about ownership of working papers and retention period of the working papers. Ownership is, who is treated as the owner of the working papers? Auditor. For how many years should the auditor maintain or retain working papers? For a period of 7 years, irrespective of whether you have been continued as the auditor of that entity or not. Sometimes government may specify that for more number of years, working papers are required to be maintained. In that case, it is obligatory on the part of you to maintain working papers for a period longer than 7 years. For example, when a court case is pending, against your client, the court may direct you not to dispose of your working papers until the completion of the case. In that case, there is no alternative for you but to maintain working papers or retain working papers for a period of more than 7 years. Normally it is 7 years. In extreme cases, you may have to maintain it for a period of more than 7 years. Then what is audit file? That has already been explained to you. Audit file consists of dash audit working papers. Like you maintain your certificates in a chronological order in an audit file. In a file, auditor is also required to maintain audit documentation in a file in a chronological order. Generally, you maintain your certificates, mark lists and certificates in a chronological order in a file, like your 10th class certificate, later on intermediate, later on degree if any, later on the CA certificate, later on if you are having any other certificates like typewriting, etc., you will maintain such certificates in an order. Like that, the auditor is also required to maintain their working papers in a file in a chronological order. What is audit file? Audit file may be defined as, audit file may contain one or more folders. Like a general file which contains folders, each folder may be used by you for maintaining one mark list or one certificate, or sometimes some people may use the same folder for maintaining two mark lists or two certificates, one on one side, the other one is on the other side. Like that, there will be some folders in the audit file. In those folders or other storage media, you need to maintain audit documentation. That is the reason why I keep on telling you that audit file consists of dash audit documentation. Audit file may be, this point is so simple to understand. You are able to understand the most difficult one called as identifying characteristics of the items or matters selected and tested by the auditor. When compared with that, this point is nothing. Audit file consists of dash. That's it. Audit file may be defined as one or more folders or other storage media maintained either in physical form or in electronic form, and audit file contains records that comprise audit documentation. So audit file contains dash audit documentation for a specific engagement. You will also find files for each and every client when you start your articles with a particular auditor. You might observe in that case that your auditor is maintaining a separate file for each and every client. Your auditor may even ask you to bring the file relating to a particular client. Then you need to search for the file and you need to pick it up and give it to your auditor. That is nothing but technically called as audit documentation. If you open that file, you will find only documents relating to that particular client. That is nothing but practically known as dash. Audit file which contains dash Audit working papers. So Audit file may be defined as one or more folders or other storage media, either in physical form or in electronic form, containing the records that comprise the Audit documentation for a specific engagement. The Audit file to be maintained by the auditor is of two types. Actually, this distinction was not there in the original SA 230. Previously, before revision of SA 230, there was a concept called as permanent file and temporary file. Now the concept of permanent file and temporary file have been done away with when the SA 230 has been revised by the CA Institute. I will try to show it to you. Okay. I am trying to find the word permanent. It is unable to identify it. Okay. So the term permanent is not there in SA 230. The second one is temporary file. It is also called as a temporary file or current file. This has been there in the previous SA 230. But even today, some of the people are dividing the audit documentation to be maintained by the auditor into dash and dash, permanent file and temporary file. This temporary file is also called as a current file. There is nothing wrong in it, but the concept is not there in SA 230. Next, this is important. Actually, this is a part of SQC1. Several times a question was asked on this in the examinations. Probably that may be the reason why this point would have been included, not under SQC1. You may find the same point even under SQC1, but that may have been repeated here. That is assembly of the final audit file. What is meant by assembly of the final audit file? Once the audit is completed, it is not expected that the auditor should also complete his working paper file. No doubt, auditor is expected to maintain working papers on a timely basis. That means when you are conducting audit itself, you need to prepare working papers. However, even where the auditor maintains working papers on a timely basis, once the audit is completed, auditor cannot complete the entire working paper file. Why? Because there may be some superseding documents. That means there may be some duplicates in the audit documentation obtained by the auditor. Auditor may have to give some chronological numbering or serial number to the working papers. So some administration work. What is that? Some administration work like providing numbers to the working papers, deleting superseding documents, etc. is required to be done by the auditor. So once the audit is completed, immediately the auditor cannot prepare audit file. Therefore, a time of how many days is given? 60 days is given. So once you prepare and submit your report, within 60 days from the date of submission of your report or date of your report, you need to assemble the final audit file. What is meant by assembly of final audit file? As already said to you, it is an administrative process. Keeping or putting one by one, each and every audit document or each and every audit evidence in a chronological order, giving serial numbers to them, referring one document to other. What is meant by referring one document to other? For example, document number 1 is a letter written by the auditor to the debtor. Document number 20 is the response received by the auditor from the debtor. Are they related to one another or not? You have filed your letter on the top as document number 1. After that, you have received response from the debtor. It has been given a number 20. Now you will refer to in document number 1, refer to 20. In document number 20, you will write like this, refer to 1. That means you are giving reference from one document to other document, so that it will become easier for the person who is going through the document to understand it. Therefore, giving reference numbers, deleting superseding documents, giving serial number to the documents, these are all technically called as administrative process. Followed? That means once the audit is completed, auditor is not allowed to obtain further audit evidence. Stop there. Once you submit your report, that is the end. Don't try to gather further audit evidence, and don't try to include that evidence in the audit working paper file. That is the end of the process of maintaining a working paper file. Working paper, this 60 days time is given only for dash purposes, administrative purposes, not for the purpose of obtaining some more audit evidence. In exceptional cases, sometimes it may be required for the auditor to gather audit evidence even after submission of the auditor's report, particularly when the auditor came to know about certain facts. SA 560. In that case, once you submit your report, you may come across some facts. In that case, management would have made amendment to the financial statements. In that case, the auditor may have to follow some additional procedures. While following additional procedures, the auditor may obtain some more audit evidence. That evidence can also be placed by the auditor in the audit working. Are you able to follow this? That's it. Done. Read it. Assembly of, but this is very important in examination point of view. Several times this question was asked in the examination. The auditor shall assemble. The auditor shall assemble, putting in order. Assembly is nothing but putting in order. Assembly of the students means all the students are expected to stand in an order. That is called as assembly. The auditor shall assemble the audit documentation in an audit file. Audit documentation are to be assembled in a file called as audit file, and complete the administrative process of assembling the final audit file on a timely basis after the date of the auditor's report. After the date of the auditor's report. Point C. An appropriate time limit within which to complete the assembly of final audit file is ordinarily not more than 60 days after the date of the auditor's report. The completion of the assembly of final audit file after the date of auditor's report is an administrative process that does not involve performance of. Once you complete assembly of audit file, don't try to perform any procedures, audit procedures, and don't try to obtain any new audit evidence. Don't try to amend your audit documentation. The completion of assembly of final audit file after the date of auditor's report is an administrative process that does not involve the performance of new audit procedures or drawing new audit conclusions. Changes may however be made to the audit documentation during the final assembly process if they are administration in nature or administrative in nature. What is meant by administrative changes? Deleting superseded documentation, sorting, putting in order, collating and cross-referencing 1 and 20 reference. Do you understand what is cross-referencing? I have given you an example for that also. So these are all technically called as dash process. You are not following any new audit procedures. You are not getting any new audit evidence. The evidence that you have already been obtained is being administered by deleting superseded documents, by sorting it, by providing numbers to it, etc. By cross-referencing it, etc. Signing. Once this is done, the auditor is required to signing off on completion checklists relating to final assembly process. Documenting audit evidence that the auditor has obtained, discussed and agreed with the relevant members of the engagement team before the date of the auditor's report. This, please don't try to read this. After the assembly of final audit file has been completed, the auditor shall not, please don't read point number 3. After the assembly of the final audit file has been completed, the auditor shall not delete or discard audit documentation of any nature before the end of its retention period. Once final audit file assembly is completed, auditor shall, the same point is repeated here, auditor shall not discard or delete audit documentation for any nature before completion of the retention period. These 2 points are one and the same. Retention period. SQC 1, you might have observed that I haven't discussed about point B. Why? Because it is relatable to dash. SQC 1. SQC 1 requires firms to establish, this is known to you in fact. According to SQC 1, every practicing unit, whether you are practicing individually or as a sole proprietary concern or even as a partnership firm including LLP, are required to establish some quality control policies and procedures so that the audit carried out by you is more qualitative, so that reports issued by the auditor are more appropriate, so that the auditor can reduce his audit risk to the lowest possible level. SQC 1 requires firms to establish policies and procedures for the timely completion of the assembly of audit file. That is the reason why I said to you that actually SQC 1 contains this 60 days period. This 60 days period is not there in dash. If I am right, this was not mentioned in dash. 230. It was mentioned only in dash. It was also mentioned in this assembly, mentioned saying that it was mentioned in SQC 1. It is not a direct point under SA 230. It was mentioned first in SQC 1. The same has been repeated here. SQC 1 requires firms to establish policies and procedures for the timely completion of the assembly of audit file. An appropriate time limit within which to complete the assembly of final audit file is ordinarily not more than 60 days after the date of the auditor's report. This is about assembly of final audit file. Retention period is now. Retention period was also mentioned in SQC 1 as well as in audit documentation. The retention period for audit engagements ordinarily is no shorter than 7 years from the date of the auditor's report, or if later, the date of group auditor's report. Group auditor's report means, for example, if you have given an audit report for consolidated financial statements, this 7 years period is required to be counted from the date of report of the consolidated financial statements. Ownership of audit documentation, unless otherwise specified by law or regulation, audit documentation is the dash of the auditor, property of the auditor. Auditor may at his discretion can provide some portions or extracts from the audit documentation available to clients, provided such a disclosure does not undermine the validity of the work performed, or in the case of assurance engagements, the independence of the auditor or of his personnel. Simply speaking, it all depends upon the dash of the auditor. Professional judgment or discretion of the auditor whether to provide or not to provide either copies or extracts of working papers to his client. However, I have added 2 more things to this. When there is a requirement of law, you must have to provide the same. When there is a regulatory requirement, then also you need to provide for the same. This is about question number 3. Now question number 4. Write a short note. This is what I am expecting from you to understand in a better way. Why? Because unless you understand question number 4, point number 3 that we discussed under the heading contents of audit documentation are not understandable to you. What is point number 3? This one, significant matters arising during the audit and the conclusions reached thereon, and significant professional judgments made in reaching these conclusions. It is very hard, very difficult. Be careful. CAM is the engagement partner of S Limited. He has instructed his audit team to maintain proper audit documentation. The audit team members are not sure about the purpose for which the documentation should be maintained. Already one purpose has been elaboratively explained to you. What is the basic purpose for which every auditor is required to maintain audit documentation? To create an evidence that audit has been performed in accordance with the generally accepted principles of auditing in India. A new team member of the auditors of ABC Limited is of the view that audit documentation does not serve any purpose. You are required to explain with reference to Essay 230 any three purposes of audit documentation and so on. You can read the questions. The questions are slightly different. That's it. Simply speaking, the following are said to be the benefits of maintaining audit documentation. It proves that current year audit documentation can be taken by the auditor to plan for future audits. Why? Because current year audit documentation may contain dash matters, significant matters. All those significant matters which are included in the current year documentation shall have to be considered by you as an auditor. You need to focus more on such areas in future. Therefore, while you are designing dash for future years, you will consider dash. While you are planning for your future audits, obviously auditor shall consider current year documentation and shall focus particularly on dash matters, significant matters. Are you able to follow this? Please say yes. Read it. Maintaining audit documentation will assist the engagement team to plan and to perform the audits of next years. It assists the engagement team to direct and supervise and to discharge their review responsibilities. Review means, I said to you earlier that initially the work will be carried out by articled assistants. Later on it will be reviewed by a senior assistant. It will be supervised by a senior assistant, and engagement partner will review it. Sometimes not only engagement partner, as a that is also correct. SQC1, what is that? SQC1 says that other than engagement partner, in case of some types of audits, other than engagement partner. That means there are several partners in the partnership firm. Let us assume that a partnership firm has been appointed as an auditor. Out of several partners, one person is made responsible for conducting a particular audit of a company. He is called as engagement partner. He performed the audit. He maintained audit documentation. As a part of SQC1, sometimes any other any other partner of the same partnership firm has to review dash maintained by dash. Audit documentation maintained by engagement partner. Why other partners of the firm may be made responsible to review the documentation maintained by engagement partners to verify and to satisfy about whether they are adequately maintained or not. So, if within the firm it is verified, there would not be any problem. If you do not verify this today, later on somebody else, a third party may come to you and may point out that you have failed to maintain proper documentation. In that case, you are more liable, yes or no. If your defect or default has been identified by one of your partners, it will have an advantage to you. If your defect has not been identified by other partners of the audit firm, but has been identified by a third party, it will create liability on the part of the audit firm. Therefore, SQC1 specifies that in case of some types of audits, the audit work carried out by one auditor shall have to be reviewed by another partner of the firm who was not involved in conducting the audit. That is technically called as internal review. And as he said, sometimes dash may be appointed. Peer reviewer may also review the same. In all the cases, you need to prove that you performed your audit in accordance with the standards on auditing. For that only you need to maintain audit documentation. If audit documentation is maintained, if on a paper an assistant signed like this, it means that the work that has been mentioned in the paper has been performed by dash. By that, if I sign on a particular paper, what does it mean? It means that what is there in the paper I am saying that I am accountable for that. So if somebody in the audit team signed on the audit working papers, it means the work specified in that paper has been performed by that person. If in future there will arise any liability, you may make that person dash accountable for his work. And it helps you to maintain a record of matters of continuing significance to future audits. This and this are almost one and the same. Quality control reviews and inspections within the audit firm, that has already been explained. External inspections, he just explained that peer reviewer may be appointed. These 2 points have already been explained under the heading dash review. Okay. Is risk assessment procedures and internal controls. Before starting the process of discussing about internal controls, first of all, I require you people to recollect what we have discussed earlier relating to Mirika Muyali, Noru. So, what is internal control? What do you know about internal control? If you are able to recollect those things, then we can focus on what is appearing in our material. First of all, try to recollect the things that we discussed in the past relating to internal controls. First point is, management is made primarily responsible for prevention as well as detection of frauds and errors. In order to discharge their primary responsibility relating to prevention and detection of frauds and errors, management had to introduce some controls called as internal controls. What is internal control and how do it helps the organization in either preventing or detecting frauds and errors? In order to have an understanding of the term internal control, I have given you several examples in the past. And in those examples, I proved 2 things to you. The first one is, when there is no fear to the employees, the possibility of occurrence of fraud will be very, very high. If you are able to create such a fear in the mind of the employee, fear of being caught in the mind of the employee, obviously the possibility of occurrence of frauds will certainly get reduced. And most importantly, such fraud can be defined as intentional misstatements in the financial statements. Whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, or whenever management itself involves in a fraud, they will certainly try to conceal the fraud. In order to conceal the fraud perpetrated either by the employees or by the management, they do try to record some fraudulent entries or fictitious entries into books. When employees records fraudulent or fictitious entries into books of account, it is said that financial statements which are prepared from those books of account contains mistakes or misstatements. If financial statements contains material misstatements, then they won't reflect a true and fair view. In other words, whenever any employee of the organization involves in a fraud, or whenever even management involves in a fraud, the ultimate impact or effect of such employee fraud or management fraud would be on the truthiness and fairness of the financial statements. And I said to you in the past that when an employee was involved in fraud, there will be a twofold or multiple impact or dual impact on the organization. The most important thing is organization will lose its valuable cash. And the second one is the financial statements of such an organization gets adversely affected. So whenever employee involves in a fraud, you'll put to a monetary loss. And hence, always it is necessary for the management to prevent as well as to detect frauds and errors. More importantly, to prevent and detect frauds in the ordinary course of business, for which management is required to introduce some controls called as internal controls. How do you check whether management had really established effective systems of internal controls? How do you check whether management had really established effective systems of internal controls? You may ask the management to provide you with a book called as Internal Control Questionnaire, or internal control manual. Please provide us with internal control manual that you have maintained, so that we can just go through the manual to identify what actual controls have been established by you and whether such controls are effective or not. This is what you need to ask the management. As said earlier by me, generally that internal control manual is not available to the auditors in all the organizations. Very big organizations may maintain internal control manuals. In most of the cases, organizations do have internal controls, but they fail to maintain internal control manual. In that case, how do you check as an auditor? How do you check as an auditor about whether internal controls are established or not, and what type of internal controls have been established? For that purpose, now what is your duty as an auditor? You need to check whether the entity under your audit had actually established. You need to check whether entity under your audit had actually established some internal control systems relating to purchase and creditors. For check, in other words, you want to check the dash of internal controls. For this purpose, if internal control manual is available, that is the end of the duty of the auditor. Simply by going through internal control manual, you can check it. But unfortunately, internal control manual is not available. In that case, how do you check whether management had established any internal control systems relating to purchase and creditors? And how do you conclude whether such internal controls established by the management are effective internal controls? Management would have established internal controls, but may have failed to establish effective internal controls. In that case, they are of no use. Therefore, management should have established internal controls, and those controls established by the management should also be effective. You need to check it. How do you do that? For that, four methods are available to you as an auditor. The first one is internal, very good. The first one is internal control questionnaire method, very good. The second one is checklist method. The third one is narrative record, and the fourth one is flowchart. By following any one of these four methods, ఆ చివరి వాళ్ళు వినాలమ్మా. నీ పక్కనోడు వింటూనే ఉంటాడే, మరి నీతో మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు కానీ ఆయన వింటూనే ఉంటాడు, నీ ఇష్టం. ఇంటర్నల్ కంట్రోల్ క్వశ్చనీర్ మెథడ్, చెక్లిస్ట్ మెథడ్, narrative record, and flowchart. Now, I will try to explain you briefly about internal control questionnaire today itself. In tomorrow's session, I am going to, in next session, I am going to explain you the remaining part of these four methods. I'll give you a brief introduction of internal control questionnaire. First of all, try to understand what is a questionnaire. Do you know what a questionnaire is? Questionnaire is nothing but a paper which contains certain questions. A paper which contains certain questions can be called by us as questionnaire. Then what about internal control questionnaire? Internal control questionnaire is nothing but a paper which contains certain questions on internal controls. If a paper contains some questions on internal controls, such paper is to be called as dash internal control questionnaire. Okay. Now, this internal control questionnaire is required to be prepared. Internal control questionnaire is required to be prepared by the auditor. The internal control questionnaire to be prepared by the auditor may contain the following three vertical columns. Generally, the internal control questionnaire so prepared by the auditor may contain the following three vertical columns. Everything is being shown practically so that you might have a very good understanding of these things, which will help you a lot while I am reading the given material to you. Andukani be careful. The first column is questions column. The second column is answers column, and the third column is remarks column. Questions column, answers. You may be able to specify the headings of the columns even before I explain it to you, because probably you may be going through your material or else you may expect it also. But the first most important point in this is not answers column or remarks column, questions column. So assume the role of a chartered accountant. Assume that you are about to check whether effective internal control systems have been established by the management in relation to purchase and creditors. For that, you need to make an inquiry with the management. For making an inquiry, you need to ask some questions to the management with regard to internal controls. What questions do you ask? I will try to write down one or two questions, and once I complete writing the first point and second point, you will be able to specify the other questions on your own. This is my challenge. Yes, I know. I'm declaring that you are capable of preparing the questions based on your understanding of internal controls that we discussed relating to purchase and creditors. Question number 1: Is there a system of preparation of material requisition slip by production department whenever goods are required by it? Question mark. Is there a system in our organization to prepare material requisition slip by the production department whenever there is a need for raw material? Question mark. Is such a material requisition slip contains minimum details like description of the item required, quantity required, technical specifications, delivery schedule, etc.? Question mark. The third one: is there, this is most important, is there a system of authorization of such material requisition slip by the head of production department? Question mark. By the head of the production department? Question mark. Like this, what you have learned in this discussion are required to be converted into questions, and you are asking those questions to the management. Against each and every question, you need to write like this in the answers column: yes, no, or not applicable. Once this questionnaire is prepared by the auditor is required to hand over this questionnaire to the management, asking the management to provide the required information in the form of answers. Management will try to read the question, will check whether this system has actually been established by them or not. If they know that this system is in existence or prevalent in the organization, they say yes to that question. If the system has not been introduced by them, they say no to the question. If the system is not relevant to them, they say not applicable. So the answer provided by the management to the auditor will be in the form of yes, no, or not applicable. Yes means system is in existence. No means the system has not been established. Not applicable means the question is not at all applicable to the circumstances of the case. Once answers are provided by the management to the auditor will try to write some remarks in a column called as remarks column, particularly where the answer to a question has been given in negative. What is meant by giving a negative answer for this questionnaire? No means in view of the auditor, that system should have been established by the management. But unfortunately, management itself is saying that the system has not been established. A particular system should have been established by the management in view of the auditor, but the management is saying that the system has not been established. A system that should have been there is not there. In that case, will you treat it as a weakness or a deficiency? Very good. So if a system that should have been there is not introduced by the management, it is said that there is a weakness. There is a weakness or a deficiency in client's internal controls. And in that case, auditor will try to write some remarks against that answer in a column called as remarks column. course, all these columns will be, all these remarks shall be considered by the auditor while the auditor is giving a letter to the management called as a letter of weakness, that I will explain in the next class. Okay, letter of weakness, otherwise called as a letter of internal controls. Okay, so this is all about internal control questionnaire. Why this questionnaire is to be prepared by the auditor? To check whether management had established effective systems of internal controls or not. If management had already maintained dash, there is no need for the auditor to follow these methods. If the management had already maintained an internal control manual, just by going through that internal control manual, auditor would have been in a position to assess whether internal controls are in existence or not. Since management had not maintained that manual, by following some other means, you are expected to have an understanding of that. For that, you can follow 4 methods. The methods available to the auditor are 1. Internal control questionnaire method, 2 checklist method, 3 narrative record, and the 4th one is probably everyone might have an understanding of internal control questionnaire. If you have really understood internal control questionnaire, you should get a doubt by this time. Unfortunately, you haven't get the doubt. The doubt is, in the given example, internal control questionnaire is being prepared by whom? Answers are provided by whom? Management. If you were the management, if a system which is asked by the auditor is not actually in existence in your organization, would you say no to that or yes to that? That means sometimes the answers provided by the management to the auditor are not reliable. If you are having some confidence on the integrity of the management, you can follow internal control questionnaire method. If you are having even a slightest doubt about the integrity of the management, instead of following internal control questionnaire method, the auditor can follow another method called as a checklist method. Probably I would have explained these things to you in the past. Otherwise, there would not be any reply from your side. If there is a reply from your side, now I recognized that these points have been elaboratively explained in the past, but no problem at all. Again, they have been repeated. That's it. Because the chapter itself is risk assessment and internal control. So this is the last time that we are going to have a discussion on this point. So, if answers to the questionnaire were provided by the management, it is called as internal control questionnaire. If answers are provided by auditor's own staff, it is called as a checklist. That is the only difference between dash and dash. Internal control questionnaire and internal and checklist. In the next class, we will have a discussion on narrative record and flowchart. So, what is the main difference between internal control questionnaire and checklist? In fact, we are having a discussion on the concept of internal control in the previous session. We had some discussion about practical internal controls that are required to be established by an organization relating to purchase and creditors. These controls are very much helpful for you to have a better understanding of internal control. Time and again, from the starting itself, I keep on telling you that internal controls are nothing but division of responsibilities or segregation of duties between or among more than one person or one department in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. This is the best example where you can observe that the work of purchase has been divided among 4 departments in such a way that the work done by one department is automatically verified by another department. And I said to you in the previous session that these controls are very much important for you in 2 ways. Sometimes you may be made responsible to establish internal controls. When you are made responsible to establish internal controls, you can simply introduce these controls. Sometimes you may be appointed as a statutory auditor. In that case, before commencement of audit, it is necessary for you to assess or evaluate the effectiveness or otherwise of internal controls. In that case, what type of controls should be there in the organization? What are the actual internal controls that are there in the organization? You need to compare these 2 things. For that purpose, first of all, as an auditor, you must have an understanding of standard internal controls. The things that we discussed in the previous class are said to be standard internal controls. So these are all standard controls that an entity can establish in case of purchase and creditors. That is the way in which you can make use of it. Then I started having a discussion on the concept of internal control questionnaire. Before having the discussion, I said to you that there are three duties to you as an auditor in respect of internal controls. In fact, the auditor is required to focus on three things. The first one is existence of effective internal controls. The second one is continuity of internal controls. And the third one is operating effectiveness of internal controls. As said earlier, existence is generally required to be checked by you as an auditor before commencement of audit. Very good. And continuity and operating effectiveness of internal controls are required to be checked by the auditor during the course of performance of audit. How do you perform the first one? That is, how do you know whether entity under your audit is actually having or some internal controls or some internal controls are in existence? For that purpose, the auditor is required to ask the management to provide internal control manual. If the entity is if the entity is maintaining an internal control manual, then just by going through such internal control manual, the auditor would be able to identify and assess whether internal controls are established by the organization or not, and whether such established internal controls are effective or not. So, when internal control manual is in existence, the work of the auditor will get substantially reduced. Just by going through or reviewing internal control manual, auditor would be in a position to ascertain the existence of effective internal controls. However, in most of the cases, most of the organizations may not maintain internal control manual. Very big organizations do maintain internal control manuals, but medium level and small level organizations may not maintain internal control manuals. If manual is not in existence, as an auditor, how do you check whether internal controls are actually in existence in the organization or not? For that, the auditor may follow either of the following four methods. The first one is internal control questionnaire, second one is checklist, third one is narrative record, and the fourth one is flowchart. Out of which we completed a discussion on internal control questionnaire and the checklist. What is internal control questionnaire? A paper which contains certain questions should be called technically as a questionnaire. And when that paper contains some questions on the client's internal controls, then that questionnaire is technically called as internal control questionnaire. I have shown you the way in which an internal control questionnaire is required to be prepared by the auditor. I know very well that you can just prepare this questionnaire only when you are having an understanding of what type of controls should have been there in the organization. If the auditor is having an understanding about the controls that should have been there in the organization, then those controls can be converted by the auditor into questions format, and the auditor can ask such questions to the client. So in the given example, auditor started preparing a questionnaire called as internal control questionnaire. As said earlier, such internal control questionnaire can be classified, should have three vertical columns. The first one is questions column, the second one is answers column, and the third one is remarks column. Auditor is required to fill the questions column, and answers to the questions shall have to be provided by the client. So, while asking the questions, the auditor should arrange the questions in a systematic manner, in a systematic and sequential manner. You need to arrange the questions in a systematic and sequential manner. The questions that the auditor may include in an internal control questionnaire relating to purchases and creditors may be like this. Is there a system of preparation of material requisition slip by the production department whenever any raw material is required by it question mark. That means in view of the, please listen to this point very carefully. In view of the auditor, in view of the auditor, or the auditor strongly believes that this type of system should have to be there in the organization, considering the size of the organization as well as the nature of the organization. I repeat it for your sake. The auditor is of the opinion that this type of system should have to be there or should have been established by the management in the organization. Therefore, the auditor is asking the management about whether such system is in existence or not. Is there a system in our organization to prepare material requisition slip by the production department whenever goods or raw material are required by it? Like that, what are all the systems that the auditor wanted to establish in the organization have to be converted by the auditor into questions form, and the auditor had to frame such questions. So, is such a material requisition slip contains minimum details like description of the item, quantity, technical specifications, delivery schedule, etc. And I believe the students who had listened to the earlier class would only be able to understand this. If you missed that class, you cannot understand this. Don't blame me for that. And the last one is there a system of authorization of material requisition slip by the head of the production department? Like this, what are all the systems that you wanted to be there in the organization should have to be converted into questions, and those questions are to be prepared by the auditor on a paper. That paper is technically called as dash, internal control questionnaire. And against each and every question, the auditor should write like this: yes, no, or not applicable. Once this questionnaire is prepared by the auditor shall have to hand over the questionnaire to the client, asking the client to provide answers to each and every question. If you were the client, if you were made responsible to provide answers to the question, what should you do? You need to go through each and every question carefully, and you need to understand the question asked by the auditor. Then you need to check whether such system is actually in existence in our organization or not. That means you need to check whether you have actually established such type of system. And if you find that you have already established such type of system, you need to provide answer as dash. Yes, if you do not find that system in your organization, it means you failed to establish that system. Say no to that question. And sometimes the question asked by the auditor is not relatable to the entity. For example, the entity is not at all having a production department, but the auditor had asked this type of question. If you were the client, what answer would you provide? There is no production department at all. So there is no system of, there is no point of introduction of a system called as material requisition slip. In that case, you will provide your answer in the form of not applicable. So, this internal control questionnaire is required to be prepared by the auditor, and the same is handed over by the auditor to the client. Once the auditor hands over the internal control questionnaire to the client, it is the responsibility of the client to provide answers for each and every question. If you were the client, you need to go through the question. You need to understand it. You need to check whether such system is actually in existence in your organization or not. Then you need to provide answers either in the form of yes, no, or not applicable. Once this is completed, the client is expected to sign on this internal control questionnaire. The same shall have to be returned back by the client to the auditor. So, when the auditor receives back this internal control questionnaire from the client, what the auditor is expected to do? The auditor is required to go through each and every question as well as answer provided by the client to each and every question. Sometimes for a question, for a particular question, the client would have provided an answer as no. What does it imply? I asked you a question, you said it as no. What is the meaning of that? I expected existence of a particular system in your organization. Hence, I asked you about whether such system is actually in existence or not, and you provided an answer saying it as no. What does it mean? The system that should have been in existence in view of the auditor in the organization is not actually in existence. If a system that should have been in existence is not in existence, what does it mean? If a system that should have been in existence is not in existence, what does it mean? It means it is a deficiency. It is a weakness. For a person who is not yet married, existence of hair is a must. If that hair is not there, if it is lost, then what is the meaning of that? A system that should be in existence is not in existence. It is a deficiency or weakness to that person. Similar to that, if if the answer to any question has been given by the client as no, it means a system that should have been there is not there in the organization. You need to treat it as deficiency or weakness, and the auditor is required to write some remarks against that answer under the heading remarks column. And as said earlier, all these remarks shall have to be considered by the auditor while writing a letter to the management called as letter of weakness, otherwise called as letter of internal control. I haven't had any discussion on the term letter of weakness or letter of internal control except mentioning the name, and hence I will try to focus on that. It may take not more than 2 to 3 minutes to complete a discussion on letter of weakness or letter of internal control. As said earlier by me, before commencement of audit, you will certainly check whether organization is having effective internal control systems or not. For that purpose, you may have followed internal control questionnaire method by going through the answers provided by the client, and particularly by going through the remarks column. If you find that a system which should have been there in the organization is not actually there in the organization, it is nothing but a deficiency or weakness. So when the auditor identifies any weaknesses or deficiencies, when the auditor identifies any weaknesses or deficiencies in the client's internal controls, then it is the responsibility of the auditor to communicate such weaknesses or deficiencies to the management, and if required, even to those charged with governance. Why the term if required, even to those charged with governance is used? Because sometimes management itself would have involved in fraud. I said to you in the past that frauds can be classified broadly into two categories. The first one is employee fraud, the other one is management fraud. When you observe an employee fraud, you can report to management. When management itself was involved in fraud, to whom should the auditor report? Obviously to those charged with governance. That is the reason why if weaknesses or deficiencies that were found by the auditor in the internal controls are material, then sometimes the auditor would decide to communicate these weaknesses not only to dash but also to dash. Not only to the management but also to those charged with governance. This is nothing but the essence of SA 265. SA 265, which was not there in our syllabus. Is it there? SA 265. Very good. SA 265 says that auditor communication of weaknesses are okay. If it is there in the syllabus, the discussion that I am going to have will be very much helpful to you to have a better understanding of SA 265. Communicating deficiencies in internal controls to management as well as to those charged with governance. That is the heading of SA 265. So if you were an auditor, if you identify any weaknesses or deficiencies in your client's internal controls, it is your responsibility to communicate such deficiencies or weaknesses to your client through writing a letter. That letter is technically called as letter of weakness, otherwise called as letter of internal control. So point number 1, letter of weakness can also be called as letter of internal control. Point number 2, this letter should be written by the auditor to the client. This letter should be written by the auditor to the client, and in that letter, the auditor should clearly mention the weaknesses or deficiencies that were observed by him in the client's internal controls. and the auditor should also provide suggestions to the management to overcome such weaknesses or deficiencies. So when you observe any weakness or deficiency in a person, and when you want to communicate that weakness or deficiency to that person, obviously you are also expected, since you are in a position to observe the weakness, you are also in a position to give a suggestion. Therefore, when the auditor identifies any weakness or deficiency in client's internal controls, it is not only the responsibility of the auditor to communicate such weaknesses to the client. Instead, it is also the responsibility of the auditor to provide adequate suggestions to the management, so that management could follow such suggestions. Management could overcome the deficiencies or weaknesses. It is beneficial not only to the auditor but even to the management. That is the reason why when you are trying to communicate deficiencies or weaknesses, you should also provide suggestions to the client to overcome such deficiencies or weaknesses. However, in that letter, one particular point should have to be included by the auditor clearly, stating like this: we followed the best process or procedures to identify deficiencies or weaknesses in our internal controls. However, there is a chance that there may be some more weaknesses or deficiencies in our internal controls. These observations were made by him. These observations were made by the management, by the auditor, only based on the test nature of evaluation of internal controls, but not based on the exhaustive checking of the entire system of internal controls. I repeat, auditor is making clear to the management that deficiencies or weaknesses. Auditor is making it clear to the management. Auditor is making it clear. Auditor is making it clear. Auditor is making it. Auditor is making it clear to the management that the deficiencies or weaknesses observed by him in the client's internal controls were identified only on test basis of evaluation of internal controls, and not on the basis of exhaustive checking of the entire system of internal control. Have you followed the term test basis of evaluation of internal controls? Auditor is communicating to the client that we haven't checked every internal control. We carried out an evaluation of few of your internal controls. That means internal control evaluation has been done by the auditor on a sampling basis. Therefore, there is every chance that there are some areas which may not have been focused by the auditor. If some areas were not focused by the auditor, there would have been some deficiencies or weaknesses in such areas which could not have been identified by the auditor. Therefore, that fact is required to be communicated by the auditor to the management like this: the deficiencies or weaknesses that were observed and reported by us were identified by us only on test basis of evaluation of internal controls, and not on the basis of the exhaustive checking of the entire system of internal control. It is you are made responsible. It is you are made responsible for the purpose of maintenance or supervision of internal controls. Management is not only made responsible to design the controls, it is not only made responsible to implement the same, and finally it was also made responsible to supervise such internal controls. So supervising internal controls or monitoring internal controls is the primary responsibility of the management. It is not the responsibility of the auditor. It is your responsibility. We just check to the extent possible whether internal controls are effective or not. Sometimes the auditor may decide even not to check the internal controls exhaustively, because the auditor wants to rely only on substantive procedures. What is that? The auditor wants to rely more on substantive procedures. That means the auditor do not want to rely on client's internal controls. Instead, the auditor wants to perform all the available substantive procedures, and auditor wants to carry out 100% verification. In that case, auditor is not required to evaluate internal controls in full. Only few important areas may be checked by the auditor. So, are you able to follow this concept of letter of weakness or letter of internal control? If you are made responsible to write 4 points about letter of weakness or letter of internal controls, what points would you present in the examination? Point number 1, letter of weakness is also called as a letter of internal control. Point number 2, this letter should be written by the auditor to the client. Point number 3, this letter should contain the deficiencies or weaknesses that were observed by the auditor in the client's internal controls, and this letter should also specify, should also provide suggestions given by the auditor to the management to overcome such deficiencies or weaknesses. Point number 4, in that letter, the auditor should clearly specify that the weaknesses or deficiencies that were observed and reported by the auditor were found by him only on test basis of evaluation of internal controls and not on the basis of the exhaustive system checking of the entire system of internal controls. This is all about letter of weakness or letter of internal control, including internal control questionnaire. Why the auditor is following internal control questionnaire? To get some information about what? About the existence or otherwise of the effective internal control systems in the organization. And I also raised a doubt in your mind with regard to this internal control questionnaire. In the discussion that we had, I said to you that questionnaire is expected to be prepared by the auditor and answers to the questionnaire are required to be provided by the client. When client observes that a particular system is not actually in existence in the organization, there is a high possibility that although the system is not in existence, client would have given a wrong answer intentionally. In other words, although the system is absent, the client would have provided the auditor with an answer saying yes. So in a situation in a situation where the auditor is having a reliability on client's integrity, then auditor, if the auditor is confident about the integrity of the client, the auditor can rely on the answers provided by the client. There is every chance that when the system required by the auditor is not actually in existence, client tend to provide an answer as yes. So the system is not actually in existence, but the client had provided an answer saying that the system is in existence. This is always possible. So answers provided by the client are biased. Answers provided by the client are biased in nature. Therefore, always it is not possible for us to rely on the answers provided by the client. So if the auditor is having confidence on dash of the dash, then only the auditor can follow dash. If the auditor is having confidence on the honesty, the integrity of the management, then only the auditor can place reliance on internal controls. Then only you can follow internal control questionnaire. Otherwise, there is no point in following internal control questionnaire. This is the doubt that I raised in the previous session, and I also provided an answer for that. So if you are having a trust on the integrity of the client, follow internal control questionnaire method. If you do not have trust on the client's integrity, do one thing, follow the same procedure, but instead of handing over the follow the same procedure, but instead of handing over the questionnaire to the client, hand it over to your own articled students. And your students are made responsible to check whether such systems are really in existence in the organization or not. And by having a checking of that, the student is made responsible to provide answers. So if you were the student, I were the auditor, and I have given you a list like this, this list given by the auditor to the student is called as a checklist. If the same list is given by the auditor to the management, it is called as internal control questionnaire. Have you observed the comparison between internal control questionnaire and the checklist? What is the comparison? Both are one and the same. A paper will be provided by the auditor, and in that paper the auditor will try to write some questions on the client's internal controls. If the paper is given by the auditor to dash, it is called as dash. If it is given by the auditor to dash, it is called as dash. If that paper is handed over to the client, it is called as questionnaire. Otherwise, it is called as a checklist. So if you were the article student, if you have been provided with a checklist, how do you check the first point? What is the first point? Is there a system of preparation of material requisition slip by the production department whenever raw material are required by it. How do you check whether this type of system is actually in existence in the organization, assuming the role of an article student? If I were you, if I were in your position, I will ask the relevant clerk like this. Please bring the material requisition slip file. Please provide me with the material requisition slip file. Immediately the employee responded like this. Sir, we are not maintaining anything like that. Then what interpretation could you take from the answer given by the employee? The organization is not maintaining any material requisition slips. That means it is not following a system of maintaining material requisition slips or preparation of material requisition slips. Then you will provide answer as no. Like this, by checking the actualities, the auditor's staff are made responsible to provide answers. Answers provided by auditor's own staff are said to be more reliable than answers provided by the client. That is the reason why I keep on telling you from the last 2 days that if the auditor is having trust on the integrity of the management, follow internal control questionnaire. Otherwise, auditor is required to follow checklist method. So the only difference between internal control questionnaire and checklist should have been better understandable to you now. So what is the only difference between internal control questionnaire and the checklist? Answers to internal control questionnaire are to be provided by management, whereas answers to checklist are to be provided by auditor's own staff. That is the only difference between internal control questionnaire and the checklist. Followed. Now, the third method that is available for the auditor to check whether the entity under his audit to check whether the entity under his audit is actually having internal controls or not, or is actually having effective internal controls or not, is a questionnaire, checklist. The third one is narrative record. The fourth one is flowchart. These two are very closely related. Unless you understand what is narrative record, it is quite difficult for you to understand the term flowchart. So please try to listen to narrative record carefully so that the fourth one is easy to understand. What is narrative record? In case where you were appointed as an auditor of either a sole proprietary concern or a partnership firm, the sole proprietary concern or partnership firm would have established some internal controls, but they don't know that they have established such controls because they are not having the concept, knowledge of the concept of internal controls as a general practice followed by different persons in the trade, as a general practice followed by different establishments in the trade. They would have established some controls. No, they do not know that they have established controls. For example, if your competitor is following a particular procedure, you will copy that procedure and you will also try to introduce that procedure. And unfortunately, the person establishing that procedure doesn't know that the procedure is nothing but an internal control. So in very small organizations like sole proprietary concerns or partnership firms, there may be internal controls. Some controls would have been established in one form or other, but unfortunately management doesn't know that they have established controls. In that case, it will be very difficult for the auditor to ascertain internal controls are actually in existence or not by following the system of internal control questionnaire. Yes or no? That is the reason why instead of following internal control questionnaire or even checklist, in such cases, it is better for you as an auditor to follow another method called as narrative record. Are you able to understand the preface of a narrative record? If you fail to understand that, you cannot understand the difference between four methods. Okay. When should the auditor follow narrative record method? When the entity under your audit is a small organization where the entity's management do not have adequate knowledge of internal controls, but by following the practices in the industry, they would have established some controls, and unfortunately they don't know that they have already established some controls. So even if you ask some questions to them, they may not be in a position to provide answers to those questions. That is the reason why, in case of such small entities, it is not viable for you as an auditor to follow either internal control questionnaire method or flowchart method. In such case, how do you understand what actual controls were established in the organization? In that case, you need to follow the third one, narrative record. What is meant by narration? The thing that you have observed, if written on a paper, it is called as dash. The thing that you have observed, if written on a paper, is technically called as a narration. Then what is a narrative record? Auditor will visit the organization physically. Auditor will spend some time in the organization, and auditor will try to observe the process or processes that are being followed in the organization. I repeat it again. You need to attend the organization. You need to spend some time in the organization. While spending the time, you are required to focus, or you are required to observe how an activity is going on in the organization, how a purchase activity is being performed, how a sale activity is being performed, what is the origin of the transaction, what is the destination of the transaction, how the transaction is flowing from its origin to its destination. How many personnel were involved in that process? I repeat, you need to attend the organization. You should try to observe different types of process followed by management, like process of sale, process of purchase. Everything is to be focused by the auditor, observed by the auditor. While observing that, for example, if you want to observe a sale transaction, try to get some knowledge about the transaction from its origin to its destination. Try to understand where the transaction starts, where the transaction ends, where the transaction flows. That means, what is the flow of the transaction? From which department to which department the transaction flows? Who are involved in this process? Everything is required to be observed by the auditor. After observing the process, sometimes the auditor identifies that, okay, some systems are established by the management. We can call them as internal controls, but unfortunately, management do not know that they have established internal controls. For example, you are running a textile shop. You are selling pants, shirts, and saris, and hence you have established a textile shop and you are running it. I am your competitor. Today I established a textile shop. So what I will do is, I will try to copy, emulate what you are doing. So my competitor is doing like this. A person must be there in the counter. That person is made responsible to show the material to the customers. Once customer selects the material, then the material so selected by the customer has to be taken from the counter to the cash counter. That person in the counter is made responsible to bring that the item to the cash counter. Then that person will read the rates loudly. Then another person will try to prepare a cash bill. Then the cashier will collect the cash. Finally, another person will check whether payment is made or not, and then your item is delivered to you. In the given example, there were 4 persons involved in the process. There were 4 persons involved in the process. All they have carried only one activity. The activity is called as dash, sale activity. So there are different persons in one activity, and sale transaction has been divided in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. You can certainly observe these procedures in any textile shop. You can visit any textile shop, you will certainly identify these things. These are all nothing but called as internal controls, but the management do not know that they have established internal controls. They emulate, they copy what is being done by their competitors. In that case, they do not know what controls are established. Hence, even if you follow internal control questionnaire or checklist, it's of no use. That is the reason why I said to you that you need to spend some time in the organization. You need to observe the processes. By observing the processes, you can understand what is the origin of the transaction, the destination of the transaction, the flow of the transaction from one place to another place, or from one department to another department. Is there a system of authorization in that process or not? And everything can be observed by the auditor. What has been observed by the auditor is required to be recorded by the auditor on a paper. That paper is technically now called as narrative record. By just going through the narrative record, after completion of this process, just by going through the narrative record, the auditor would have a generalized view about whether controls are there or not. If there are some controls, what type of controls are there, whether there are any deficiencies, everything is understandable to the auditor once the auditor goes through dash narrative record. In the given case, narrative record has been developed by whom? The narrative record has been developed by the auditor himself, and by going through the narrative record, auditor would be in a position to understand whether internal controls are there or not. If not there, what are the deficiencies? Everything is understandable by going through narrative record. This is the only alternative available for you when the client is not having knowledge of what internal controls have really been established by them. Okay. And the last one is the concept of flowchart. This is almost similar to narrative record. When you narrate a particular point, if you miss a link between one point and another point, sometimes it may be difficult for you to understand it. And in case of narrative record, the demerit is that you may have recorded a particular item for 30 to 40 pages. In that case, by going through 30 to 40 pages, you might not get the required clarity. For example, auditor observed a process. The process that has been observed by the auditor has been written on a paper in the form of a narration. That paper runs to almost 10 pages. After completion of this, the auditor tries to go through it, and the auditor may or may not be able to understand what he actually observed during his presence in the organization. Why? Because narrative record will always have that demerit or limitation. If the thing is highly narrative, if a particular point is highly narrative, sometimes it may not be understandable. That is the reason why, in case of complex points, in case of complex areas, instead of following dash by the auditor would try to follow dash. Instead of following narrative record, the auditor will try to follow another method called as a flowchart. A flowchart is nothing but a diagrammatic or graphical representation. A flowchart is nothing but a diagrammatic or graphical representation of the existing system. A flowchart is nothing but a diagrammatic or graphical representation of the existing system. You know very well about flowchart and their importance, or the meaning of the terms graphical representation or diagrammatic representation. You are new to CA course. You don't know anything about CA course, but you wanted to pursue CA course. In that case, you will certainly meet some educational institutions who are giving coaching for CA course. Then a counselor would be there in the institution. He will try to explain you the steps that are required to be followed to pursue CA course, for which he will usually make use of a flowchart, a diagram. That diagram is nothing but technically called as a flowchart. If he wants to explain everything to you in detail, you may not be able to understand it because it is highly narrative. So instead of explaining the CA course narratively, they will try to explain it to you in the form of a flowchart, yes or no. Now, what is the flowchart? First of all, you need to complete 10th class. Later on, after completion of the 10th class, you need to register yourself with ICA. That is always possible. There is no need that you must register yourself only after intermediate. You can register yourself even after 10th class, but it's of no use. It's a different issue. But institute had given such an option to the students who are really interested in pursuing the CA course. So, or after 12th class, you can register with the CA Institute. In order to register with the CA Institute, you need to fill so and so form. You need to pay so much amount of fees. I don't know. Just I am explaining what I know and a general view. This is a general view or general description of the existing system. Okay. So then you need to write an examination called as a foundation. Then after passing foundation, you have to join another step, follow another step called as CA Inter. This CA Inter is having two groups, Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 is having 3 subjects. Group 3 is Group 2 is also having 3 subjects. In total, there are 6 subjects. Is it right or wrong? Very good. So I don't know the papers excepting auditing and law. So in group 1, there is a paper called as corporate and other laws. In group 2, there is a paper called as auditing and ethics. That is, those two accounts would be there, casting would be there. I am not a student pursuing CA course, so there is no need for me to gain knowledge of what are all the subjects that are there in the course, etc. If it is sufficient, if I am having knowledge of the subject being dealt with by me, okay. So don't try to question my knowledge or try to test my knowledge. I cannot list down all the 6 papers, okay, right. So there are 6 papers in it. If you want to pass, you can write either single group or both the groups. If you want to pass a particular group, you need to get a minimum of 40 marks in each and every paper and an aggregate of 50 marks in each and in the group overall. That means there are 3 subjects in the group. So 3 into 40, 120. If you get exactly 120 marks, 40, 40, 40, it is said that you have not passed the course. You need to get a minimum of 150. So this 40, 50 combination will be explained. Then sometimes if you write both the groups, then the excess marks that you have gained in one group will be carried forward to the next group. So it will be easier for you to clear the groups. For example, in group 1, you got 180 marks for 300. In group 2, you got only 120 marks. In each and every subject, you got a minimum of 40 marks. In that case, the total is 300, and hence it is said that you passed both the groups. That means although you failed in group 2, because of carrying forward of these group 1 marks to group 2, it is said that you passed the course. In fact, while I am pursuing CA Inter, I got 301 marks. In group 1, the marks I got is 151, and in group 2, it is 150. The total is 301. And till date, I don't understand what should I do with this additional 1 mark. Okay, so 3, I don't remember it. Probably it is around 46 or so. I am not a master in that auditing at that time because I haven't gone through CA Institute material at all. I have not taken any coaching for auditing in CA, entire CA curriculum. I haven't taken any coaching for auditing both at CA inter level as well as at CA final level. I relied only on suggested answers. Particularly for CA inter. I am having almost 30 suggested answers with me in those days. 30 suggested answers means they are nothing but 15 years question papers. What is that? For every year there will be 2 exams. So 30 suggested answers means 15 years question papers. I used to by heart everything in those 30 suggested answers. So if you are covering almost 15 attempts, everything would be covered in the syllabus. Yes or no? But that preparation is being done in the form of question and answers. That is easier to understand for a student who has not taken any coaching. So after completion of CA Inter, I realized that the knowledge that I got by passing CA Inter is not sufficient for me to understand CA Final Auditing. I realized that. Then I started reading the material given by the CA Institute, CA Inter material after completion of CA Inter. After completing CA Inter, I started reading the material. In that case, there is no pressure to me. If there is a pressure of writing the examination, you would not be able to understand it. There is no pressure to me. I already passed CA Inter, and it is almost it will take almost 2 years or so to write the final examination. So there is a gap of almost 1 to 1.5 year to write the exam, to qualify for writing the final examination. And I passed my CA Inter in the second attempt. In the first attempt, I have written only Group 2. Group 2 contains 3 papers: costing, income tax, and EDP and O&M. These are the papers we studied under Group 2: costing, income tax, and EDP and O&M. O&M means organization and management. EDP means electronic data processing. Today also you are having, is there any IT subject? It has been deleted, fortunately. You are fortunate enough that you are not required to go through that paper. But we are the first victims of the CA Institute's decision. Only after change of syllabus, I joined CA. Prior to change of syllabus, there is a paper in CA called as mathematics. So if mathematics paper is there, I could not have joined CA, and hence there would be some other person here to explain you auditing subject. So after writing the costing examination, I had some chart discussions with several of my friends. Before coming out of the examination center, I started chatting with my friends, and after having several discussions with my friends, by the time I come out of the gate of the examination center, I concluded that I would get only not more than 8 marks in costing. My expectation on that day is that I'm going to get a maximum of 8 marks in costing paper, because one of my colleagues who is also pursuing articles with me in the same office said that a particular problem is an ICWA Inter problem. He had already cleared ICWA Inter by that time, and he said that the way in which you performed this, the way in which you solved this question is wrong, and hence you won't get any marks for that. Some other person came to me and said that this question is a CA final question, so you won't get any marks. Like that, after completion of this discussion, I were of the opinion that I will get only 8 marks. In fact, I challenged with my friends that I won't get even double-digit mark in costing. And immediately I decided not to write the remaining 2 papers, and I expressed that to my father, saying that I have not written the exam well, so there is no point in writing the other 2 exams also. But he given me a direction that although you will get only 8 to 10 marks, it is better for you to write the examinations. So because he is elder than me, I decided to write the examinations. I don't want to prepare for that. Just I have written the examinations, and on the day of results, it is a miserable day for me. One of my friends came to me and told me that I got 138 marks. Out of 150, I got 138 marks. I got around 46 marks in costing. Please believe me, I got 46 marks in costing. My expectation is only 8, but the actual number of marks I got is 46. And I also passed the remaining 2 subjects, but the unfortunate thing is that I haven't focused on them much, because I'm of the opinion that I'm going to fail in costing. And that day is the day on which I decided that even if you do not write a particular exam well, please try to remove it from your brain and try to write the remaining exams with full confidence, so that as per your expectation, even if you fail in the first examination, if you get 60 marks in the next examination, what happens? You will get an exemption. In my days, if you want to get an exemption in a particular paper, you should get 60 marks in that particular paper, and you should also get a minimum of 30 marks in the remaining papers. You should also get a minimum of 30 marks in the remaining papers. So if there is a group wherein there are 3 subjects, if I get 60 marks in one subject, and if I get 29 marks and 42 marks in other 2 subjects, I won't get exemption. Why? Because I need to get minimum 30 marks in all the other subjects. That has been removed from the new syllabus. So if you get to 60 marks or more than 60 marks in a particular paper, then you will be exempted. That's it. There is no rule that you should get a minimum of 30 marks in the other papers. Even if you absent from the other papers, you will get the exemption. That is the difficulty in writing CA exams in those days. So how many marks are short of 150? Only 12 marks. I passed in every subject, but I failed because I failed to attain that average. Only 12 marks. In the next attempt, I have written both the groups and I got 301 marks. 151 in group 1 and 150 in group 2. Then I cleared my CA inter. It took me almost 5 attempts to clear CA final. That is, but the overall time within which I completed my CA is 4.5 years. It is 4 years if I am able to complete it straight away, that is attempt by attempt, but it took me only 4.5 years. In those days, the time period is 4 years. You need to complete the CA, you can complete CA. The minimum period is 4 years. I passed my CA in 4.5 years. That's it. Including articles. In those days, we need to join articles first. After joining the articles, we will get the first attempt after 9 months of joining the articles. So, both were gone simultaneously. On one hand, we have taken some coaching. On the other hand, of course, for auditing, there is no coaching at all. And for other papers, for others, we have taken coaching. And the thing that we learnt in coaching has been applied while carrying out the audits. That is the advantage in those days. Nowadays, it is very difficult for you people to explain auditing because everything that I am explaining is only theoretical. It is not, there is no practical approach for this purpose. You are not doing your articles. If you are already doing your articles, if I say watching today in my class, you would experience how to carry out watching practically. In that case, it will be easier for you to have a better understanding of the subject. Everything what I am explaining to you in the classroom is the hypothetical one. That is the reason why the institute itself agreed that this is the most practical subject in the entire CA curriculum. Therefore, you must be very careful while listening to this. This is the reason why I keep on repeating the same point from day one, saying that this is very, very difficult for the students to understand. If you do not believe me, please go through the old news question papers so that you can understand the difficulty level. Then you will realize the importance of this subject. You can just go through the question paper that has been given in the previous attempt, then you can understand it. Okay, right. Coming back, already I wasted your valuable time. Coming back, but I have given you a message. The message is that don't try to go through the question paper once it is written and completed. Okay, try to focus on the other things. And other message that I have given to you is try to focus on both the groups so that you won't have enough time to prepare. If you do not have enough time to prepare, you will focus more on that. If you are having ample time, you don't want to focus on it. For example, in the first attempt, my auditor has given me a leave of 3 months. For writing only one group, he has given me a leave of 3 months. I failed in that examination. In the second attempt, he has given me a leave of only 1.5 months. In the second attempt, I wrote both group 1 and group 2. I am writing both the groups, but the time available is only 1.5 months. So I haven't wasted even a single second for that. So when the time is less, when the material or the subject to be prepared is high, obviously you won't waste your time. ఇది ఎలాంటిదంటే మీరు నన్ను ఒక్కడిని పరిగెత్తమన్నారనుకో, నేను పరిగెత్తలేను. అదే నా వెనకాల ఒక కుక్కను వదిలేరనుకో, దాన్ని దొరకకుండా పరిగెత్తా. రెండింటిని వదిలితే ఇంకా స్పీడ్గా పరిగెత్తా. 2 గ్రూపులు 2 కుక్కలు లాంటివి. అవి మీ మీ వెనకాల పడుతూ ఉంటే ఆటోమేటిక్గా మీరు స్పీడ్గా పరిగెత్తారు. ఇంతకన్నా నేను చెప్పలేను. శర్మ కంట్రోల్ వాళ్ళకి అన్నీ తెలుసురా, నీకెందుకురా. సో in this way, in this way, the counselor who is there in the office room will try to explain the way in which you need to go through this entire CA curriculum, etc. So this is if all these things have been explained descriptively, at some point of time or other, the listener may not be able to understand it. If the same has been presented in the form of a flow chart, it is better understandable to you. So the comparison between the third one, narrative record and flow chart, is that in case of flow chart also, you will visit the organization, you will spend some time in the organization, you will try to observe the process that is being followed by the organization, and then what you have observed will be recorded on a paper, not narratively but in the form of a flow chart. For example, if the auditor has developed a flowchart like this after visiting and observing some processes in a small bank, you have been appointed as an auditor of a small bank. The name of the bank is not small bank, but the bank is small in size. So they may have established some procedures, but they don't know that they have established some procedures. Therefore, in order to identify whether internal controls are there or not, you need to spend some time with the organization. So you have gone there and you started observing the process. After observing the process of after observing the process of encashment of a check, the auditor developed the following flowchart. The flowchart is very easy to understand. I don't want to explain even a single word out of that. I will just draw the flowchart. You are made responsible to go through the flowchart, and you need to say honestly to me whether you are really able to understand the flow of the transaction and whether you are really able to understand the control involved in it. Okay? Ready? Ah. Now, please try to go through it. I will try to scroll down the screen slowly. Try to go through this and please explain your observations to me. Customer arrives at the counter. Customer hand over the check to the person in the counter. Person in the counter checks the details of the check like date, amount, signature, etc. Then, if everything is good, the person in the counter will issue a token. Then, will make an entry into ledger. Then the counter clerk will pass on the ledger and check to the accounts officer. Accounts officer should check this signature, etc. on the check again. If he satisfies everything about everything, then accounts officer will pass on the check, will send the ledger to the counter clerk and check to the cashier, and finally cashier makes the payment. How many persons were involved in this process? 3. Who are they? The first one is counter clerk. The second one is accounts officer. The third one is cashier. Have you observed any internal control in this? The work done by counter clerk is being checked by accounts officer. If required, cashier will also check the correctness or authenticity of your signature. All those 3 persons has done only one activity, that is payment of check. By taking the check, they have made the payment of the check, which is technically called in banking as encashment of a check. Activity carried out by all the 3 persons is only one, but there are different phases in that activity that has been divided between or among 3 persons in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. Now, as an auditor, by going through this flowchart, can you say that the bank is having some system of internal control relating to encashment of checks? That's it. That is the utility of dash flowchart. So what you need to, there is no need for you to write everything in the book. Instead, try to understand it. So in the given example, there are 3 persons involved. The work has been divided in such a way that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. This is the best example of an internal control. The organization may not know that they have established controls, but by observing the same and by writing it on a paper in the form of flowchart, the auditor would be able to understand that there are controls and controls are effective. Okay. They may be operated or not, it's a different thing. But you have observed that very good and effective systems of internal controls have been established in the organization. For that, you have used a method called as dash. That's it. This is the end of the discussion on checking about whether there are proper and effective internal controls established in the organization or not. In other words, checking whether internal controls are in existence in the organization or not. Then ఏమన్నా చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నావు నువ్వు? ఓనర్ గారికి ఏమన్నా చెప్తావా? ఏదో ఓనర్ అంటున్నావు కదా, చెప్పు. దా మైక్లో వచ్చి చెప్పుదా. సో కాదమ్మా, మీరేమన్నా ఇప్పుడు యు ఆర్ ఫేసింగ్ ద ఇష్యూ, సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు మేక్ ఎ కంప్లైంట్. ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్ ఇన్ దట్. ఐఎమ్ నాట్ హ్యావింగ్ ఎనీ ఇష్యూ హియర్. On the very first day, I'm having some issues, but I adjusted myself. And you are also expected to do the same. There is no other alternative for them also. I know the reason why they have changed the premises from there to here. There is a genuine reason. There is a genuine reason. I can't explain it. There is a genuine reason, but I believe that very soon you will be shifted again to that place. Probably very soon, within a span of 10 to 15 days, you may be moved from this premises to the other premises. This is only my opinion, because auditors express only an opinion. He will not give any guarantee or certificate, because of the existence of inherent limitations of audit and inherent limitations of internal controls. Very good. Always I speak the subject. Okay. Done. Okay. Done. So As said earlier to you, compliance procedures consists of three things: checking the existence, checking the continuity, and checking the operating effectiveness. Out of these three, we completed point number one, existence. Now can we focus on the second one, continuity. Internal control should be there. They should be continued throughout the period of intended reliance. I cannot explain you what is the importance of continuity, but I will explain you the concept of continuity with the help of an example. Once you are able to understand the example, then I can explain you the importance of continuity. In order to check whether internal controls are continued or not, in order to check whether internal controls are continued throughout the period of intended reliance, throughout the period of intended reliance, the auditor can follow a technique called as audit in depth, otherwise called as examination in depth, otherwise called as some people call it as walk-through test also. What is that? Walk-through test. In order to check whether internal controls are continued throughout the period of intended reliance, the auditor can follow a technique called as audit in depth, otherwise called as examination in depth. Some people may call it as walk-through test as well. Now the question is, what is audit in depth? Please try to listen to the definition carefully. If you try to listen to the definition carefully, 50 to 60% of it is understandable immediately without any further explanation. It all depends on you. Ready? Are you following the discussion? Audit in depth can be defined as examination of a transaction or verification of a transaction from its origin to its destination. Don't try to come to any conclusions just by listening to this. This is only one part of the definition. Okay? Try to understand the point only after listening to the entire definition. Audit in depth can be defined as verification or examination of a transaction from its origin to its destination through the flow of the transaction. To check, why should you verify the transaction from its origin to destination through the flow of the transaction? To check whether the transaction is properly authorized, at each and every stage. To verify whether the transaction is properly authorized at each and every stage. In order to verify whether the transaction is authorized properly at each and every stage, you need to go through some documentary evidences. Without going through documentary evidences, it is not possible for you to check whether the transaction is properly authorized or not. I will try to repeat this, and immediately I will try to show you a discussion that we already had in the past. Within 2 to 3 minutes, you are going to have a very good understanding of what is audit in depth. Ready? So what is audit in depth? Audit in depth can be defined as examination of a transaction from its origin to its destination through the flow of the transaction to check whether the transaction is properly authorized by a responsible official at each and every stage. To check that, auditor need to focus on the documentary evidence that is available at each and every stage of the transaction. Supposing that you are about to check whether internal controls, relating to purchases and creditors. You are about to check whether internal controls relating to purchase and creditors have been continued throughout the period of intended reliance or not. For that, what should you do? You need to verify the transaction of purchase from its origin to its destination. What is the origin of a purchase transaction and what is the destination of a purchase transaction? The origin is production department. The destination is accounts department. Transaction starts are initiated from the production department. Transaction ends when the payment is made by accounts department. So origin of a purchase transaction is production department and destination of the purchase transaction is accounts department. So what the auditor should do? Auditor should verify that purchase transaction from its origin to its destination through the flow of the transaction to verify whether the transaction is properly authorized at each and every stage by a responsible official by checking documentary evidence. So if I were the auditor, I will do like this. I will try to go through material requisition slip. That material requisition slip is nothing but dash supporting documentary evidence. By going through the material requisition slip, I will try to find out whether that material requisition slip contains whether that material requisition slip contains whether that material requisition slip contains the authorization of head of the purchase department. So by going through material requisition slip, that is supporting documentary evidence, auditor checked whether that material requisition slip had been, it will be prepared by dash employee, but it is required to be authorized by dash head of the purchase department. So you checked whether the same is authorized by head of purchase department. This is the reason why in the previous class I proved to you that authorization is a part of internal controls. If there is a proper system of authorization, the chances of occurrence of frauds will get drastically reduced. For that, I have given you an example of calculators and I proved that if there is no system of authorization, the chances of your employee involving in fraud would be very, very high. Because of that, your employee, the chances of involvement of your employee in fraud will get reduced. So I proved finally that dash is a part of dash. Authorization is a part of internal control. Yes or no? Done. So here you are checking dash authorization. Followed? Next one. Then the auditor should go through purchase requisition slip. By going through purchase requisition slip, the auditor will check whether that purchase requisition slip is signed not only by an employee who prepared it, but also by the head of the stores department to check that it is properly authorized. So work done by employee is to be checked by another that has been done because signature is there on the paper. Yes or no? Then the auditor will go through purchase order. The auditor may go through quotations also, etc., etc. Finally, organization may have prepared a purchase order. The auditor should go through purchase order. And this purchase order is to be prepared by an employee in the purchase department. And once purchase order is prepared, once purchase order is no, I forgotten to explain this. Once purchase order is prepared by an employee in the purchase department, it has to be shown to the head of purchase department. Then the head of purchase department will check the purchase order. If everything is prepared in order, then the head of the purchase department shall have to authorize the purchase order. So by going through purchase order, which is a supporting documentary evidence, as an auditor you find that the purchase order contains signature of head of the purchase department. That means the work carried out by one person has already been verified by another person. So this is continued till the purchase order. And finally, goods are received. When the goods are received, storage department is required to prepare a note called as goods received note. That is a supporting documentary evidence. By going through that goods received note, auditor will check whether the head of storage department authorized the goods received note or not. Then finally, the auditor shall go through this payment made by accounts department, and payment voucher would have been prepared by accounts department personnel. That voucher prepared by accounts department personnel will have to be given to the head of the accounts department. Head of the accounts department shall have to authorize it. Like this, from the starting of the transaction till the end of the transaction, you have gone through each and every documentary evidence and ensured that the transaction is authorized at each and every stage. That means from origin to destination. That means authorization continued from dash to dash. System of authorization continued from dash to dash, from origin to destination. When the system of authorization is said to be continued, it is said that the system of internal control continued from dash to dash. Are you able to understand the point now? What is audit in depth or examination in depth? Audit in depth or examination in depth can be difficult. Audit in depth or examination in depth can be defined as verification of a transaction from its origin to its destination through the flow of the transaction. When the auditor follows audit in depth or examination in depth method, the auditor will try to verify whether the transaction has been properly authorized at each and every stage by going through supporting documentary evidences available. And if the auditor finds and satisfies that the transaction has been properly authorized at each and every stage, the auditor can conclude that internal controls works from origin to destination. That means in this organization, internal controls are continued. For example, if controls are followed by some departments and not by other departments, can you say that internal controls operated effectively? No, they should have to be followed by each and every department. That is the reason why you checked the transaction from dash to dash to ensure that the established systems have actually been followed. From origin to destination to ensure that the established systems have been followed. What were the systems established? Authorization. Have they followed the system? Yes. At each and every stage? Yes. Therefore, now you concluded what? Internal controls are continued throughout the internal controls are internal controls are continued throughout the period of intended reliance. And the last one is you need to verify whether they have been operated effectively or not. How to check whether internal controls that were established by the entity have actually been operated effectively by the employees. For that purpose, you need to follow another technique called as procedural test. What is that? Procedural test. The methods for evaluation of internal controls. Even if you go through your material for 100 times, I bet, you will not understand that these are the methods that are required to be followed for the purpose of checking the existence of the effectiveness of internal controls. But if you go through the material given by our CA Institute, it was indirectly mentioned by the CA Institute in that material. That means it was not directly specified, as I said to you. This is to be followed before commencement of audit. These two are to be checked during the course of audit. But indirectly it was mentioned by the CA Institute. And if the same is copied here, then you will find that point here also. Okay. Explain about methods for evaluation of internal controls. To facilitate, good, they have given, to facilitate accumulation of information. Accumulation of information. Who should accumulate information? Very good. To facilitate accumulation of information. Why auditor need to accumulate information? That information is necessary for the auditor to review and evaluate internal controls. To review and evaluate internal controls. The auditor can use one of the following to help him to know and assimilate the system and evaluate the system. Here also another sentence is missing. I will try to show you the original CA Institute material also once I complete this discussion, so that you will get more knowledge. Okay, ready? Methods of evaluation of internal controls. First one is internal control questionnaire. Second one is checklist. The third one is narrative record. The fourth one is flowchart. What is an internal control questionnaire? This is a comprehensive series of questions concerning internal controls. This is the most widely used form for collecting information about particularly the existence and operation and efficiency of internal controls in an organization. I disagree with this, because operation can be checked through following dash. Very good. Procedural test. This is a comprehensive series of questions concerning internal controls. This is the most widely used form for collecting information about the existence, operation and efficiency of internal controls in an organization. An important advantage of questionnaire approach is that oversight or omission of significant internal control review procedures is less likely to occur with this method. With a proper questionnaire, all internal control evaluation can be completed at one time. Review can more easily be made on an interim basis. This is important. The questionnaire form also provides an orderly means of disclosing dash. What is meant by orderly means of disclosing control defects? The questionnaire form also provides an orderly means of disclosing control defects. Letter remarks, if you go through remarks column, you can identify that a procedure that should have been there in the organization is missing. In that case, you need to treat it as weakness or deficiency. Once you identify it as a deficiency, you need to communicate the same to the management through writing a letter called as letter of weakness or letter of internal control. Yes or no? So internal control, evaluation of internal controls by the auditor helps in identifying dash, in identifying defects or deficiencies or weaknesses in dash controls, client's internal controls. Next. It is the general practice to review the internal control systems annually. In the questionnaire, generally questions are so framed that a yes answer denotes satisfactory position. That means the system is there. And no answer suggests a weakness. Provision is made for an explanation. What is the meaning of, literal meaning of this sentence? You must have to give an answer to me. Otherwise, I leave the class immediately. Provision is made for an explanation of further details of no answers. Remarks column. In respect of questions not relevant to the business, not applicable reply is given. The questionnaire is usually issued to the client, and the client is requested to get it filled by the concerned executives and employees. If on a perusal of the answers, inconsistencies are noticed, the matter is further discussed by the auditor's staff with the client employees for a clear picture. The concerned auditor then prepares a report of deficiencies and recommendations for improvement. Letter of egress or letter of internal control, or else communication to be made by the auditor to management and to those charged with governance in accordance with the requirements of SA 265. Followed or not? Good. Now, what is a checklist method? Again, same. Checklist is also a paper which contains a series of questions which a member of the auditing staff must follow and answer. What I said to you about the major difference between questionnaire and checklist? Major difference between questionnaire and checklist. Checklist is given to the auditor's own staff, and answers are provided by auditor staff. Whereas questionnaire, the answers are to be provided by the client. This is a series of questions which a member of the auditing staff must follow and or answer. When he completes instruction, he initials the space against the instruction. Answers to the checklist instructions are usually yes, no, or not applicable. This is again an on-the-job requirement, and instructions are framed having regard to the desirable. Do you understand? It is a challenge to you. Have anyone understands the term desirable elements of control? If your answer is yes, how I explain that point to you? Do you understand the term desirable elements of control? If you are unable to understand it, read the entire sentence and try to understand the meaning in the context. This is again an on-the-job requirement, and instructions are framed having regard to the desirable elements of controls. Desirable elements of controls. It's a challenge to you, anybody. What I explained to you to understand the term desirable elements of controls. This point has already been explained to you, but I haven't used the term desirable elements of control. Instead of using the term desirable elements of control, I made use of some other wording. And if you are able to recollect and specify that wording to me, I am satisfied that okay, this is understandable to the students. What are all the controls that should have been in existence in the organization? That should be kept by the auditor in mind while recording or while preparing dash questions. So, procedures that are required to be established as per the opinion of the auditor are required to be written by the auditor in the form of questions. They are now being called here as a dash of controls. Desirable, what are all the systems that should have been there in the organization in view of the auditor? What are all the systems that should have been there in the organization in view of the auditor? That is being called here as dash. Desirable elements of control. Are you really able to understand and correlate those two words? What are all the elements that should have been there in the client's internal controls? In the opinion of the auditor, they should be converted by the auditor into dash format, into question format. They are now being called here as dash. Desirable elements of control. What are desirable elements of control in respect of purchase in your opinion? Production department should prepare a material requisition slip. That material requisition slip should contain so and so. It should be properly authorized. Then stores department had to prepare purchase requisition slip. These are all the desirable elements of control in purchase and creditors. Yes or no? Whether they are actually in existence or not is to be checked by you. For that, you are preparing a paper called as an internal control questionnaire or checklist. They both are one and the same. This is again an on-the-job requirement, and instructions are framed having regard to desirable elements of control. Examples for a checklist are quotations called for before placing orders. Here orders means dash orders. Very good. Instead of the term tenders, I call it as dash quotations. Is there a system of calling quotations before placing a purchase order? Question mark. Are the purchase made on the basis of a written order? Is the purchase order form standardized? I have explained you the way in which purchase order form appears. Okay, it contains some basic details like name of the supplier, serial number, date of the purchase order number, serial number, description, quantity, rate, amount, payment instructions, delivery instructions. Very good. Are purchase orders pre-numbered? Pre-numbered is nothing but serial number. Are the inventory control accounts maintained by persons who have nothing to do? This is a general point. Are the inventory control accounts maintained by persons who have nothing to do with custody of work, receipt of inventory, inspection of inventory, and purchase of inventory? Books relating to inventory are required to be maintained by one person. Any transaction relating to inventory is required to be carried out by some other person. The complete checklist is studied by the principal or manager or senior to ascertain existence of internal controls and evaluate its implementation and efficiency. This is all about dash and dash. Internal control questionnaire and checklist. Now the first one, the narrative record. This is a complete and exhaustive description of the system. This word is most important for you, for everybody of you. Pink. So this is a complete and exhaustive description of pink. This is a complete and exhaustive description of the system as found in operation by the auditor. If you want to found a system in operation, what the auditor is required to do? Auditor should physically visit the organization, should try to observe the process that is being done by the organization. Then only auditor would be able to develop a record called as dash. Even if you ask, say, 100 final CA final students, I bet only 1 or 2 out of 100 may be able to give a correct answer for this point. Narrative record. Ask them. We completed a discussion on narrative record today. What the lecturer said is not understandable to us because you are, let us assume, because you are a CA final student, please give, throw some light about what is narrative record. Ask them. And out of 100, you will receive a correct answer from only 1 or even less than 1. I cannot say less than 1 because they are persons. That is the reason why I am saying it as 1. Okay, done. So this is a complete and exhaustive description of the system as found in operation by the auditor. Actual testing and observation by whom? Auditor. Actual testing and observation are necessary before such a record can be developed. It may be recommended in cases where no formal control system is in operation and would be more suited to small business. Oh, more suited to small business. The basic disadvantages of narrative. In case of narrative record, it is said that it is highly narrative, therefore it may not be understandable. In case of flowcharts, it is a graphical representation. Some of people who are not having an understanding of flowchart may not be able to understand it. Everything will have its own merits and demerits. The basic disadvantage of narrative record are to comprehend the system in operation is quite difficult. I do agree with them, because just by observing, you cannot be in a position to understand what procedures were actually established in detail. To identify, because it is narrative in nature, you may not be able to identify the weaknesses. Enough. This is about narrative record. And the last one is about flowchart. What is a flowchart? A flowchart is a diagrammatic. It will provide you a bird's eye view. If you want to have a bird's eye view, in case of Vijayawada, you can just climb Durga temple hill and you will get a overall view about Vijayawada. The distance, the area of Vijayawada, every other thing is known to you if you climb the Indrakeladri mountain. Okay, so that will provide. It is just like a camera which is showing an angle in a cricket ground from the top of the ground. Sometimes you may find that a camera is showing the entire ground from the top of the ground. Then you will understand the overall view of the ground. Like that, if you want to have a overall clarity about the existing system, instead of depending on dash, instead of depending on, very good, narrative record, there is a link. In both the cases, it should be developed by the auditor only. Whether it is narrative record or it is a flowchart, it is required to be developed by the auditor. That is the most important point there. Flowchart. It is a graphic representation of each part of the company's system of internal control. A flowchart is considered to be the most concise way of recording the auditor's review. What is that? Most concise way of recording auditor's review of the system. What is that? Auditor's review. That means you have already reviewed the system. Now your observations are required to be recorded by you in the form of a chart called as dash, flow chart. Previously you have recorded your observations descriptively, and hence it is called as a narrative record. Here it is being called as flow chart. Read it. A flow chart is considered to be the most concise way of recording auditor's review of the system. పిల్లలు మీరు ఇస్తే నేను ఇవ్వాలి, అది ఇవ్వను. It minimizes the amount of narrative explanation. It minimizes the amount of narrative explanation and thereby achieves a consideration or presentation not possible in any other form. Anything which is not possible in other forms is always possible in a flowchart form. That is what he wants to communicate to you. It gives a bird's eye view of the system. If the bird is blind, what will be done? I don't know. It gives a bird's eye view of the system and the flow of transactions and integration and in documentation can be easily spotted and improvements can be suggested. Enough. That is enough. This will help him means auditor, to understand and evaluate the internal controls in the correct perspective. That's it. This is the end of the discussion on question number 21. Audit risk. It is the risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion. When you give an inappropriate audit opinion, when the financial statements are materially misstated. When the financial statements are materially misstated, it is said that the appropriate report to be given by the auditor would be in the form of a modified opinion. Yes or no? When the financial statements are materially misstated, the appropriate report to be given by the auditor is a modified opinion. But in the given case, the auditor has given not an appropriate opinion, but an inappropriate opinion. That means the auditor would have given unmodified opinion. The auditor would have given an unmodified opinion. Simply speaking, in a situation where issuing a modified opinion is appropriate, but if the auditor had given an unmodified opinion, it is said that the auditor has given a dash report, inappropriate audit opinion, and any risk arising to the auditor from issuing such inappropriate audit opinion is to be technically called as dash risk, audit risk. Now read it again. What is audit risk? Audit risk is the risk that auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. It means that an auditor expresses an unmodified opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. Further, assessment of risk is a matter of professional judgment. So, this point will be cleared in the next questions. Try to understand only point number A and B. They were already explained to you. This is about audit risk. Consequences of audit risk. What happens if the auditor has given a wrong report? What may happen to the auditor if the auditor has given an inappropriate opinion? There are three problems associated with that. The first one is the reputation of the auditor may get damaged. Yes or no? If you are issuing inappropriate reports, report after report, if you are giving inappropriate reports, there will be a reputational risk to the auditor. The reputation of the auditor will get damaged. The goodwill of the auditor in the market will get affected. So nobody is interested in providing in appointing the auditor for the purpose of conducting audit. So when audit risk is high, that means when the auditor is giving an inappropriate audit opinion, there will be some risk to the auditor with respect to his reputation, called as reputation risk. And more importantly, if a person made use of such type of inappropriate reports and had suffered with some loss, he may file a case against the auditor in a court of law. So the auditor may have to face a dash action, legal action. And that person may also make a report to the CA Institute. In that case, CA Institute will also try to punish the auditor. So regulators will punish the auditors. Lawmakers or law enforcement authorities will also punish the auditors. Apart from that, you are losing your valuable goodwill. Why you are losing your goodwill? Why you are losing your reputation? For the simple reason that you failed to provide an appropriate report. Okay, so these are all the problems associated with issuing an inappropriate opinion. If you are able to understand the problems, you will try to provide an appropriate report every time. So you will lose your reputation. Action will be taken by courts on you. Action will also be taken by CA Institute on you. Because of all these reasons, always as an auditor, you must try to give an appropriate opinion so that you can reduce your audit risk. As said earlier, audit risk cannot be reduced by the auditor to zero, but it can be reduced by the auditor to an acceptably low level. Actually, this heading is not that much appropriate or apt. Instead of this, you may call this heading like this: consequences of issuing an inappropriate report by the auditor. When the auditor had given an inappropriate opinion, in such a case, not only the reputation of the auditor would get damaged, but he could also invite regulatory action from the professional body. What is the meaning of the term regulatory action from the professional body? What is the professional body involved in this? ICA may punish the chartered accountant accordingly. and the chartered accountant is also required to face legal action by the intended users. Court may also punish the chartered accountant. These are all the problems arising in case where the auditor had given a dash, an inappropriate opinion, and that risk is technically called as a audit risk. To avoid such unpleasant consequences, the auditor shall have to plan and to perform the audit. So to reduce your risk to a greater extent, you need to first of all plan the audit. Then you need to perform the audit in accordance with the plan that you have derived. Actually, planning is not a new thing to you. This was already explained to you earlier. Without planning the audit, you cannot perform the audit. So if you really want to perform your audit with quality, if you really want to complete your audit within the given time and cost constraints, audit need to be planned. In fact, planning is essential for anything. If you want to complete any activity within the time schedules, you need to plan for it. Auditing is not having any exception. Hence, audit is also required to be planned. And this has been explained to you while I am having a discussion on SS 700, wherein auditor clearly mentioned to the users of the financial statements that he planned and performed the audit. Auditor declared to the users of the financial statements that he planned and performed the audit. Why should the auditor plan for the audit to complete the audit within the given time constraints? Why should the auditor had to complete his audit within the time constraints? Because I said to you in the past that audit is a time-bound activity. Yes or no? So, even though auditor is planning the audit and performing the audit, sometimes there would be some risk. That risk is called as audit risk. You need to reduce your audit risk to an acceptably low level to the extent possible. You cannot make it zero, but to the extent possible, always the auditor should try to reduce his audit risk. To avoid such unpleasant consequences, the auditor will plan and perform the audit in such a way that audit risk is reduced to dash, not to zero, but to an acceptably low level. Components of audit risk. This is important for you. What are the components of audit risk? There are three types of risks involved under the heading audit risk. The first one is inherent risk. The second one is control risk. And the third one is detection risk. Inherent risk, there are three components in the term audit risk. Audit risk is having three components. First one is, in other words, audit risk is due to these three things: inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. Out of these three, the second one is well known to you. Just now I have explained you about what is a control risk. Can anybody of you please try to recollect what is control risk? Very good and effective systems of internal controls would have been established by the management, but still those systems may not be able either to prevent or to detect and to correct frauds and errors on a timely basis. That risk is technically called as dash, control risk. Now, what is all about inherent risk and detection risk? Inherent risk is the risk that financial statements may be materially misstated before consideration of internal controls. Before consideration of internal controls. I repeat, inherent risk can be defined as a risk that financial statements may be materially misstated before consideration of internal controls. Before consideration of internal controls. I'll try to read what is given in our material in question number 3. What is inherent risk? Inherent risk is the susceptibility of an assertion to a misstatement that could be material before consideration of any related internal controls. In other words, there is always a risk that before considering any existence of internal controls in an entity, a particular item in the financial statements have a chance of being misstated, and such misstatement can be material. So what is inherent risk? Even if you read this for 10 times, you may not be able to understand the exact meaning of the term, what is inherent risk. So I will try to provide you with an example. That example will clear your doubts about what is inherent risk. For example, very recently, let's assume that CA Institute had introduced a new accounting standard. That accounting standard contains treatment to be given in the financial statements to a particular item. Assume that that accounting standard is made applicable to the entity under your audit. So the entity under your audit had to follow such accounting standard for the purpose of determination of amounts to be reflected in the financial statements. Are you able to follow this? You are the auditor of A Limited. Very recently, CA Institute had issued a new accounting standard which is made applicable to A Limited. That accounting standard contains the procedure to be followed for giving a treatment to a particular item. Unfortunately, the entity under your audit failed to understand the accounting treatment to be given to that particular item which is mentioned in accounting standard. They are not competent to understand what is mentioned in accounting standard. So they failed to understand the accounting standard correctly. They interpreted the accounting standard wrongly and had given the treatment accordingly to that particular item. That item is appearing in the financial statements. In that case, can you say that financial statements are correct, or can you say that financial statements includes some mistake or misstatement? Is there any mistake or misstatement in the financial statements in the given case? Yes. Why? Why? Because a particular accounting treatment which is suggested by the accounting standard has not been followed by the entity. Entity failed to understand it and entity failed to follow it. That was not dash. That was not intentional. That was unintentional. But still financial statements contains material misstatements. Yes or no? Probably examples for this may not have been given in your material. So I will do one thing. I will try to show you the original institute's material wherein one or two examples are given in the material if I remember them correctly. So I will try to show you the institute's material so that you will have better understanding of what is inherent risk. So financial statements are inherently prone. Financial statements are inherently prone now. What is audit risk and inherent risk, control risk and detection risk? Audit risk, just go through what is given in our material. If you are able to understand each and everything, it is said that you got very good knowledge of what is audit risk. Audit risk means the risk that auditor gives an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. It means that an auditor expresses an unmodified opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. In such case, not only reputation of auditor would get damaged, but he could also invite regulatory action from professional body and could face probable legal action by intended users. To avoid such unpleasant consequences, the auditor will plan and perform the audit in such a way. The auditor will plan and perform the audit in such a way that audit risk is reduced to an acceptably low level, not to zero. According to SA 200, the auditor shall obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to reduce audit risk to an acceptably low level. If you are able to reduce your audit risk to an acceptably low level, it will enable the auditor to draw reasonable conclusions on which to base the auditor's opinion. When you see the terms audit evidence and draw reasonable conclusions on which to base the auditor's opinion, you should be able to recollect or recapitulate what we discussed as a definition of audit evidence. What is the definition of audit evidence? Audit evidence can be defined as any information used by the auditor in arriving at conclusions on which auditor's opinion is based. Consider, for example, that profits of a company have been increased. Profits of a company have been increased artificially by showing fake revenues. By showing consider, for example, that profits of a company have been increased artificially by showing fake revenues of sizable amounts in its financial statements. In such a case, financial statements are materially misstated. The probability that auditor in such a case express financial revenues of the entity have been increased artificially. That means financial statements contains material misstatements. Auditor should be capable of detecting all such material misstatements. Auditor failed to detect such material misstatements. Hence, instead of giving a dash report by the auditor had given a dash report. Instead of giving a modified opinion by the auditor had given an unmodified opinion. In that case, there would be a risk to the auditor. That risk is technically called as dash. But remember, I said to you earlier that if you are capable of proving, if you are capable of, even though you have given a wrong opinion, if you are capable of proving that you have performed your work with utmost skill, care, competence, caution, and without any negligence, and by following all applicable standards on auditing, nobody can touch you. Nobody can say that auditor is negligent and hence auditor should be punished. So even if you give a wrong opinion, you should be able to prove that you have performed your audit in accordance with generally accepted principles of auditing in India. To prove that only, auditor is expected to maintain some papers called as audit documentation, otherwise called as working papers, otherwise called as work papers. Consider, for example, that profits of a company have been increased artificially by showing fake revenues of sizable amounts in its financial statements. In such a case, financial statements are materially misstated. The probability that auditor in such a case express an inappropriate audit opinion is referred to as audit risk. All the explanation that I have given to you is not given here. What he said is, there is, in that case, the auditor might be able to detect that increase, artificial increase done by the management in revenues, or may not be able to do that. If the auditor fails to do that, then the auditor may express a dash opinion, an inappropriate audit opinion. In that case, there will arise some risk to the auditor. That risk is technically called as dash. Audit risk. So the probability that auditor in such a case expresses an inappropriate audit opinion is referred to as audit risk. It is the possibility that auditor expresses, this is very important, it is the possibility that auditor expresses an unmodified opinion even when financial statements are materially misstated. But remember, auditor need to give an unmodified opinion, but if the auditor has given a modified opinion, auditor need to give an unmodified opinion, but the auditor has given a modified opinion. In that case also it is said that the report given by the auditor is dash inappropriate, but there would not be any risk to the auditor in that case. That in that situation there is no audit risk to the auditor. So audit risk will arise only when dash. Audit risk will arise only when the auditor had given an inappropriate audit opinion when the financial statements are materially misstated. In other words, when the auditor is supposed to give a modified opinion but has given an unmodified opinion, then only there will arise a risk called as audit risk. If it is vice versa, there would not be any audit risk to the auditor. Are you able to follow this? Now, it is the possibility that auditor expresses an unmodified opinion even when the financial statements are materially misstated. This is about what is audit risk. Now, what is inherent risk? Inherent risk is the susceptibility of an assertion. Do you know what is assertion? Have I explained you anything about assertion? If I am right, I have explained you not only the assertions relating to balance sheet, but also relating to the statement of profit and loss account. Just by referring to my mobile, I have explained you the assertions relating to profit and loss account. Balance sheet assertions are 4 in number. What are they? Existence, rights and obligations, valuation, and disclosure. So if assertion is wrong, financial statements are said to be wrongly prepared. So inherent risk is the chance of an assertion to a misstatement, susceptibility of an assertion to a misstatement that could be material. There may be a misstatement. Misstatement may be material, may not be material. If misstatement is not material, there is no problem at all. If there is a misstatement which is material, that will create problem to the auditor. This aspect has been explained to you in the introductory class itself by giving an example to you. The example that I have given to you is like this. You have been appointed as an auditor of an entity. You conducted audit, concluded audit. You have identified a mistake or misstatement of 1 rupee in the financial statements. In that case, could you conclude that 1 rupee mistake or misstatement in the financial statements as material? No. If you have identified a mistake or misstatement of say 1 crore rupees, could you treat it as material? Yes. Then I explained you about the concept of materiality also. In layman's language, materiality means important, but according to SA 320, material items can be defined as those items that will influence the decisions of users of financial statements. If any item in the financial statements is capable of influencing the economic decisions of the users of the financial statements, such an item is to be called as a material item. So auditor is concerned not with misstatements. Auditor is more concerned with dash material misstatements. Of course, sometimes even that 1 rupee may have to be treated as material. For example, if there is a statutory requirement, have I explained that point to you all or not? If there is a statutory requirement, the best example is managerial remuneration. According to section 197 and 198 of the Companies Act, the maximum amount of managerial remuneration that can be paid by the company to their directors, etc., is say 40 lakhs. But if the company has paid and claimed an amount of 40 lakh 1 rupee in the financial statements, the mistake is only 1 rupee, but still you need to treat it as material because there was a dash of law. There was a violation of law. So when there is a violation of law, even a single rupee may have to be treated as a material misstatement. Okay? Right. So, inherent risk is the susceptibility of an assertion to a misstatement that could be material, either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements before consideration of any related internal controls. Whether internal controls are there or not, whether you have established internal controls or not, there is always a possibility that your dash may contain dash. Whether you establish internal controls or not, you means Why you are saying it as management? Because establishment is the responsibility of the management. It is not the responsibility of dash. Establishment of internal controls is not the responsibility of the auditor. It is the responsibility of the management. So, whether you establish internal controls in your organization or not, there is always a possibility that there would exist some material misstatements in our financial statements. There is a risk that your financial statements could include some material misstatements. That risk is technically called as dash, inherent risk. Even if you establish internal controls, have you observed the difference in the wording? While I'm explaining you the term internal control, I said that whether you establish internal controls or not, there is always a possibility that financial statements may contain some material misstatements, and that risk is technically called as dash. That risk is technically called as dash. Inherent risk. Inherent risk. And నువ్వు వినాలయ్యా, ప్రతిరోజు నిద్రపోతున్నావు నువ్వు. ఎప్పుడన్నా ఒక్కసారి వింటే నేను సంతోషిస్తా, నా జీవితం సార్థకం అవుతుంది. నువ్వే నువ్వే సో నువ్వేనయ్యా, ఏంటి అట చూస్తా ఆస్కార్ లెవెల్లో నేనా అంటే అదే సంతూర్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్లో మమ్మీ అంటే నేనా అన్నట్టుగా నువ్వే వినట్లా, నువ్వు నిద్రపోతున్నావు. అది సో వెదర్ యూ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ ఇంటర్నల్ కంట్రోల్స్. ఆ గ్రీన్ షర్ట్ కుర్రాడు ఏంటి బాగా చక్కగా పాపం జ్వాల కొట్టండి, జ్వాల లేదా. సో వెదర్ యూ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్, మిమ్మల్ని లేపటం కూడా మేమే చేస్తే ఇక ఏంటి ఇంకా మా పని? ఓ పక్కన పాఠం చెప్పాలా, లేకపోతే ఓ పక్కన ఆడు పిల్లాడు వింటున్నాడో లేదో చూడాలా, మాకు ఇదే పనే ఏంటి? ఇంకా వినటం మీ బాధ్యత, పోయేది మీరే. అర్థమవుతుందే? మా బాధ్యత కాదు మిమ్మల్ని వినేట్టు చేయటం, చెప్పటం వరకే మా బాధ్యత. ఒకరిని చూస్తాం, ఇద్దరిని చూస్తాం, ఎంతమందిని చూస్తాం? ఇదే పనే ఏంటి? ఇంకా పుట్టిందే మిమ్మల్ని చూడటానికే. అందుకని మీరు వినాల్సిందే, తప్పదు. వినకపోతే మీరే పోతారు. అది డన్. సో whether you establish internal controls or not, there is always a risk that your financial statements could contain some material misstatements. That risk is technically called as dash, inherent risk. If you have established internal controls, still there is a chance that the established internal controls could not be able to detect any frauds and hence could not be able to detect any material misstatements in your financial statements. That risk is technically called as dash. Have you understood the difference between the terms inherent risk and control risk? Very soon I am going to explain you a formula. If you really want to understand that formula, you should have some knowledge about what is inherent risk, control risk and detection risk. Then only you would be able to understand that formula, which is very important in examination point of view. Very, very, very important in examination point of view. Okay. So inherent risk is, you may be puzzled about why I started having a discussion on that, leaving internal control chapter in the middle. And at the end of this discussion, you will understand why I have chosen to leave the remaining questions of internal control and why I started having a discussion on this. If you have an understanding of these things, you will have a better understanding of the remaining questions that are given in the internal control chapter, particularly that question number 20 or so, which is having a content of 2 pages. If you really want to understand that, first of all, you must understand this. Inherent risk is the susceptibility of an assertion to a misstatement that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements before consideration of any related internal controls. There is always a risk that before considering any existence of internal controls in an entity, for this only I said that whether you establish internal controls or not, there is always a risk that a particular transaction or a balance or a disclosure required to be made in the financial statements have a chance of being misstated, and such misstatement can be material. What is misstatement? Misstatement can be defined as a difference between amount, presentation, classification or disclosure of a reported financial statement item and amount, presentation, classification or disclosure to be made in accordance with applicable financial amount reflected by you is different from amount to be reflected by you as per AFRF, then it is a misstatement. Amount reflected by you in the classification made by you in the financial statement is different from the classification to be made by you in accordance with the AFRF. That is misstatement. The presentation that you made in the financial statement is different. ఇక్కడ ఉన్నానయ్యా, నా కోసం అక్కడెక్కడో వెతుక్కుంటున్నావు, ఇక్కడే ఉన్నా, ఇంకా రాలా అక్కడ దాకా. నేను ఎట్టగా ఉండేవాడిని తెలుసా, ఇదివరకు ఎవడన్నా పిల్లాడు వినకపోతే ఇళ్ళు గుద్దేవాడిని వాడిని. ఇవాళకి కూడా చేయగలను ఆ పని, కానీ ఇంతమందిలో కష్టం. ఎందుకంటే మీలో ఎవరన్నా నా మీద గ్రడ్జి పెట్టుకుని బయటికి వెళ్ళంగానే చుట్టూతా మూగి కొట్టారనుకో కష్టం కదా. అంటే ఇద్దరినో ముగ్గురునో ఈజీగా కొట్టేస్తుంది, అది వేరే విషయం. ఇంకా అంతకన్నా ఎక్కువ కష్టం, ఎందుకంటే ఏజ్ వచ్చేసింది. ఏజ్లో ఉంటే 7-8 మందిని ఈజీగా కొట్టేవాడిని. ఇప్పుడైనా పర్లా, మీద పడిపోతే చాలు, ఇద్దరు చచ్చిపోతారు నా దెబ్బకి. సో అందుకని నా మీద గ్రడ్జి పెట్టుకోకండి. మంచి చెప్పేవాడి మీద ఎప్పుడు కోపం ఉంటుంది. మమ్మల్ని వినమంటున్నాడా, ఉన్నదే అందుకుగా, నువ్వు ఉన్నదే అందుకు, డబ్బు ఖర్చు పెట్టేదే అందుకు, రైట్. సో there is always a risk that before considering any existence of internal controls in an entity, a particular transaction, balance or disclosure required to be made in the financial statements of an entity have a chance of being misstated, and such misstatement could be material. This risk is known as inherent risk. And now I don't want to go through the remaining part because probably these things may not have been given in our material. First of all, I am trying to show you the examples that are given in the institute's material which are missing from your material. Those examples will certainly help you to have a better understanding of what is inherent risk. That is the reason why I am wasting my time to ensure that you are having good understanding of the term inherent risk. An accounting standard, this is what I give to you as an example. An accounting standard provides guidance on some complex issues which might not be understood by the management. So there is no intention on the part of the management to include a misstatement in the financial statements. That was unintentional, but still there is a chance that financial statements gets misstated. Why the financial statements gets misstated? There is an inherent risk that everything is not understandable to the management. Some things may be understandable, some are not. In that case, if a thing is not properly understandable to the management, that point has been given a wrong treatment in the accounts, and hence financial statements will obviously include dash material misstatements. That risk is technically called as dash inherent risk. Whether you establish internal control or not, that risk would be there. Then hence it is called as inherent risk. An accounting standard provides guidance on some complex issues which might not be understandable to the management. Therefore, recording of this issue in financial statements carries inherent risk of being misstated. Another example is given. That example is somewhat difficult to understand because we haven't completed a discussion on SA 240 yet. Had we completed a discussion on SA 240, you would have in a better position to understand point number 2. But still I will try to explain something about point number 2 so that you can understand that first example is relatable to unintentional and the second example is relatable to intentional. So misstatements in the financial statements could be either dash or dash. Could be unintentional or sometimes intentional. There are large number of business failures in the industry. Therefore, assertions in financial statements of an entity operating in such an industry carry inherent risk of being misstated. Till now, you got a very good amount of profits for the last 10 years. But there are some business failures because of which for the first time in your life you suffered with a loss. And you are of the opinion that if this loss is reported, it may send a wrong message to the general public. And most importantly, you are planning an FPO very soon. The organization is planning a further public offer very soon. Unfortunately, fortunately for the last 10 years, organization got a profit. But unfortunately for the current year, it suffered with a loss. Pending issue of shares to the general public, if you report a loss, would it be a damage to your image or not in the general public? In that case, you may fail to get even minimum subscription. So, in order to meet such eventualities or in order to meet such business failures, management could decide to involve in dash fraudulent financial reporting. In that case, management could intentionally include some misstatements. So have you observed any difference between first example and the second example? If so, what is the difference? In the first case, it is unintentional. In the second case, it may be even intentional. So whether you establish internal controls or not, there is always a risk that financial statements may contain some material misstatements which could have been included either dash or dash, either intentionally or unintentionally. That risk is technically called as dash, inherent risk. Now we can read the other points in inherent risk. They are very difficult to understand, but still I prefer to explain those things to you. Okay, there is always, this point is also completed. Inherent risk is higher for some assertions and related classes of transactions, account balances and disclosures. Classes of transactions, account balances, disclosures than for others. For example, it may be higher for complex calculations. Risk of, for example, another example that I have already given to you for inherent risk is accounting estimates where there exists an uncertainty. Yes or no? Can you please recollect that example? Accounting estimates which are having some estimation uncertainty. For that, I have given you an example. There is a case pending against the organization in a court of law. Organization communicated with entities lawyer to ascertain the probable future outcome of that case. Lawyer has given an opinion saying that this case is unique in the history of law. There are no other similar cases in law before this, and hence we cannot draw any conclusions from those judgments. So we are of the opinion that you are going to lose the case and you may have to pay a penalty of 1 lakh rupees. Following the suggestion given by the lawyer, organization created a provision to the tune of 1 lakh. But subsequently it is proved that the entity had to pay an amount of 1 crore rupees as penalty. In the given case, the provision created by the entity is wrong or is unreasonable. So instead of creating a provision of 1 crore, they created a provision of only 1 lakh. Now, is this a misstatement or not? Why this misstatement occurs? Because of uncertainty attached with an item. Here also the misstatement is dash, unintentional. So there is always a possibility that dash may contain material misstatements. Financial statements may contain material misstatements, whether you establish internal controls or not. Such risk is technically called as dash, inherent risk. So that's it. This is sufficient. If some more is given in your material, I will try to explain that later. What is given in your material? Come back to your material. Inherent risk is the susceptibility of an assertion to a misstatement that could be material either individually or when aggregated with other misstatements before consideration of any related controls. Yes, these things were also given to you. Inherent risk is higher for some assertions than for others. For example, it may be higher for complex calculations. The best example for complex calculation is creating provision in respect of pending lawsuits, creating provision in respect of warranty claims or provision in respect of warranty claims or guarantee claims. When you hear this, you may be of the opinion that creating a provision to meet warranty claims or guarantee claims is easier. There are no uncertainties, but you are wrong. Because sometimes the entire batch of production of a particular product may be recalled, may have to be recalled. Have you ever heard about this? In most of the cases, car manufacturing companies will do this. Car manufacturing companies will recall the vehicles produced or manufactured by them in a particular batch. All the vehicles produced in that particular batch will be recalled because they may have identified some defect in that batch. And in that defect is required to be rectified and without charging even a single paisa from the customer. For that purpose, every item sold will be recalled. In that case, you may have presumed that 10% of the cars produced and sold by you may be returned back, but 100% of the cars produced and sold by you in a particular period may have to be returned, and in that case, you may have to incur higher amount to replace them. Yes or no? So there is an uncertainty even in case of creating a provision for warranty claims or guarantee claims. So creating provision is always uncertain. When there is an uncertainty, there is a higher risk of material misstatements. So for complex calculations, there is a high risk of material misstatements. Next. So inherent risk factors are considered. So these factors are required to be considered by the auditor while designing tests of controls. What is meant by designing tests of controls? Auditor need to follow compliance procedures. In compliance procedures, auditor need to focus on three things: existence, continuity, and effectiveness, operating effectiveness. While designing tests of controls, auditor shall consider dash factors, inherent risk factors. If inherent possibility of inherent risk is high, if the possibility of inherent risk is high, you should focus more on internal controls. At least if a control is there, it would have minimized the chance of not occurrence, but it would have identified or detected that misstatement. If there is a control, it may not prevent, the control may not prevent it, but the control may be able to detect it. Therefore, while designing tests of controls, particularly and while designing substantive procedures, the auditor should have to consider dash factors. If inherent risk is high, you need to follow more and more substantive procedures. If inherent risk is less, even one or two procedures may be sufficient. When I say substantive procedures, you should be able to recollect things like tests of controls, tests of details of transactions, tests of balances, substantive analytical procedures, inquiry, inspection, confirmation, recalculation, reperformance, observation, etc. These are all audit procedures. You need to follow more and more audit procedures when you identify dash. When you identify some factors which will increase dash. When you identify some factors which will increase inherent risk. Actually, auditor will not consider inherent risk and control risk separately. Auditor will consider all the effect of all these risks cumulatively, that you will come to understand once we complete the discussion on inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk. As of now, if you find that in a particular area the risk of material misstatement is high, you need to focus more on that area, and hence you need to follow more and more dash procedures, substantive procedures. Are you able to follow this point? Really understood it or not? Should I explain it again? Inherent risk factors are considered by the auditor while designing tests of controls and substantive procedures. Whatever be the auditor's assessment of inherent risk, whether it be lower or higher, each category covers a range of degrees of inherent risk. Auditor may assess, this point is good, auditor may assess the inherent risk of two different assertions as lower, while recognizing that one assertion has less inherent risk than the other, although both have assessed as lower. What is the meaning of that? For one assertion, inherent risk is assessed by the auditor at 10%. For other assertion, the auditor assessed inherent risk at 6%. Both are low, but when compared with each other, which is more lower? 6% is more lower than 10%. So auditor, actually this won't be considered by the auditor while designing controls and designing substantive procedures, because as already said to you, only inherent risk is not to be considered by the auditor. Auditor should consider both inherent risk as well as control risk. Read it again. Inherent risk factors are considered while designing tests of controls and substantive procedures. Wording is very difficult to understand, but the meaning is simple to understand. Category of auditor's assessment, lower or higher. What is the literal meaning of that sentence? Whether the auditor assessed dash at low level, inherent risk at low level, or the auditor assessed inherent risk at high level, each category covers a range of degree of inherent risk. Every item will have some inherent risk. Auditor may assess the inherent risk of two different assertions as lower, while recognizing that one assertion has a less inherent risk than the other, although both have been assessed as lower. It is important to consider the reason for such each identified inherent risk, even if the risk is lower, when auditor designed tests of controls and substantive procedures. So, reasons for inherent risk should also be understandable. Auditor should always try to understand the reasons why there may be some inherent risk. Sometimes external, this is a good point, which was not included in the examples. Sometimes external circumstances giving rise to business risks may also influence inherent risk. For example, technological developments, this point will be repeated in Essay 240 also. If a material is given to you for Essay 240, you can just go through the physical material for Essay 240 and you will observe that 240 contains this point, technological developments. For example, technological developments might make a particular product obsolete. You are using a photostat machine for running your business, and the photostat machine being used by you is a manual photostat machine, which will take one copy of the photostat, which will take a copy in 3 to 4 minutes. You are charging 10 rupees per copy, and suddenly there was a technological development in photostat machines or photocopiers. Now instead of using manual photostat machines, most of the business persons are making use of advanced technology, that is automatic photostat machines. You will take 20 copies in a minute from an automatic photostat machine. They started charging 2 rupees per one copy. I am charging 10 rupees per copy. Automatic photostat machine, the persons who are making use of automatic photostat machine are charging only 2 rupees per copy. If you are a customer, if you were the previous customer to me, will you try to continue with me, or will you try to go to a new business, new person where he is using an automatic photostat machine? Obviously, every customer will try to get more quality with a lesser price. If you use automatic photostat machine, you'll get more quality and at a lesser price. So obviously you are my previous customer. You are not preferring me. You are just preferring a new business wherein they are using dash, an asset which is technologically technologically higher than the machine which I am using. So those technological developments had an influence on my business. Now I may not be able to continue my business. In that case, I may suffer with huge losses. To cover up such huge losses, management may decide to resort to dash fraudulent financial reporting. So external circumstances sometimes giving rise to business risks may also influence inherent risk. For example, technological developments might make a particular product obsolete. So obviously, in that case, management will try to resort to fraudulent financial reporting, and therefore the risk, inherent risk, is very, very high. This is all about inherent risk. Now let's focus on control risk. Whatever we discussed till now is given in your material in the form of points. That's it. Inherent risk factors are to be considered by the auditor while designing both tests of controls and substantive procedures. Category of auditor's assessment of risk would be lower or higher. Each category covers a range of degree of inherent risk. It is important to consider the reason for each identified inherent risk. External circumstances may sometimes give rise to business risks, may also influence inherent risk. For example, technological developments Technological developments might make a particular product obsolete. Factors in the entity and its environment may also influence inherent risk related to a specific assertion. Few examples were also given. So what is appearing in the material has been given to you straight away. So you can either go through the material or to the material that they have given to you. Both are one and the same. Now, what is control risk? In accordance with Essay 200, control risk, this is known to you. Control risk is the risk that a misstatement that could occur in an assertion about a class of transaction, account balance, or disclosure may be material. Will, instead of reading all these things, you can just focus on this. Control risk is the risk that a misstatement could occur. A misstatement could occur, which will not be either prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis by entities' internal controls. So if there is no control, there is a chance of misstatement. That is called as inherent risk. Even if there are some internal controls, there is a chance that financial statements could get materially misstated. That risk is technically called as control risk. Control risk arises particularly when the controls are weak. If the controls are strong, still there is a control risk. But in that case, control risk is low. If controls are weak, then there is a high control risk. So sometimes control risk may be low, sometimes control risk may be high. Are you able to follow this? If internal controls are very much effective, the possibility of risk of material misstatement of occurrence of frauds is less. The possibility of material misstatements in the financial statements would also be less. So risk is low. If internal controls are ineffective, risk is high. So sometimes control risk may be low, sometimes control risk may be high. What is control risk? Although there are controls, those controls may fail either in preventing or detecting and correcting the misstatements on a timely basis. That risk is technically called as control risk. Control risk is a risk that internal controls existing and operating in an entity would not be efficient enough to stop from happening or find and then rectify in an appropriate time any material misstatement relating to transaction, etc., etc. So what is given in the first paragraph is repeated here. Therefore, this point is well known to you. I don't want to explain that. Therefore, in a way, this is important for MCQs or true or false statements. The statement that we are going to discuss is important for true or false statements. Therefore, in a way, it can be said that there exists an inverse relation. There exists an inverse relation between control risk and efficiency of internal controls. If internal controls are efficient, control risk is low. If internal controls are inefficient, control risk is high. Very good. When efficiency of internal control is high, control risk is low. And when efficiency of internal control of that entity is low, the control risk is high. I want to show you the institute's material only for the sake of examples, which were not given in your material. Without having, is these examples given in your material also? Under the heading control risk. Okay. Examples are given. Done. Very good. Examples. Example number 1. A company has devised control that cash and checkbooks should be kept in a locked safe and access is granted only to authorized personnel. There is a risk that control is not being followed. This is explained to you under point number 2, point number 3 under the heading inherent limitations. What is point number 3 under the heading inherent limitations? Point number 3 under the heading inherent limitations. Lack of understanding. No. That is not point number 3. Probably that is point number 4. What is the page number in which inherent limitations of internal controls are appearing? 15. Just a minute. human judgment in decision making. There are controls, but those controls have not been operated. Reality is that human judgment in decision making can be faulty, and that breakdowns in internal controls can occur because of human error. So control has been established, but such control has not been followed. In that case, dash will be high. In that case, control risk will be high. A company has devised control that cash and checkbooks should be kept in a locked safe and access is granted to only authorized personnel, but there is a very chance that this control established by the management may not have actually been operated by the employees. That is the reason why management is not only made responsible for a DI but also for M. Management is made responsible not only for designing and implementation of internal controls, but it is also made responsible for maintenance, otherwise called as supervision. If you are not having adequate time to do that, you can delegate this authority to a person called as internal auditor. That is the reason why I said to you that internal check and internal audit are said to be part and parcel of the whole system of internal controls. An entity has devised a control that fire extinguishers and smoke detectors are in place and are in working condition at all times to reduce the risk of damage to inventories caused by fire. There is a risk that fire extinguishers in place are expired and are not being refilled. Similarly, there is a possibility that smoke detectors are not working. This is because of the negligence of the employees. So employees are negligent. Good controls were established, but they are not being operated effectively by the employees. In that case, although internal controls are there, they may not work properly. In that case, the risk of dash is more. Control risk is more. Right. Enough. That is enough. First two examples are enough. Both these two are technically called by CA Institute as risk of misstatements. Inherent risk and control risk. Both are technically called as risk of material misstatements. So, risk of material misstatement is equal to a function of dash and dash. Risk of material misstatements in the financial statements is a function of dash risk and dash risk. Inherent risk and control risk. This is given in the form of a formula. Audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatements multiplied with detection risk. We haven't had any discussion till now about detection risk, but we had discussion on risk of material misstatements. What is risk of material misstatements? Risk of material misstatements is equal to risk of material misstatements is a function of dash and dash, is a function of inherent risk and control risk. So inherent and control risks are called as dash. Risk of material misstatements. So risk of material misstatement into detection risk is equal to audit risk. So audit risk is equal to audit risk is a function of dash, dash and dash. Audit risk is a function of inherent risk, control risk and detection risk. What is inherent risk? Risk that financial statements may be materially misstated before considering internal controls. What is control risk? Risk that financial statements may contain material misstatements even when there exists internal controls. Okay? If inherent risk is high, and control risk is low, what does it implies? Before considering internal controls, there is a high risk of material misstatement. But you have established very good systems of internal controls, so those misstatements may be detected by controls. Therefore, if inherent risk is assessed by the auditor at say 30% and control risk is assessed by the auditor at 30%, this is scenario number 1. Scenario number 2, if inherent risk is assessed by the auditor at 30%, but control risk is assessed by the auditor only at 10%, in which case risk of material misstatement is said to be high, and in which case risk of material misstatement is said to be low? This is a very good question, and you can provide a correct answer for the same just by thinking it off. And I know very well that you are able to provide a correct answer for this question, but what you should do is you must have to think of the question, then you would be certainly able to provide a correct answer for this. Auditor assessed inherent risk at say 30%, control risk at 30%. That is scenario number 1. In scenario number 2, the auditor assessed inherent risk at 30%. I put the same figure, and control risk at only 10%. Which is more dangerous to the auditor? In which case risk of material misstatement is high? Why you are treating second case as having low risk of material misstatement? The inherent risk is high, but management is able to establish good systems of internal controls. So, risk that financial statements could be materially misstated due to lack of internal controls would have been subsided by the effective internal controls. That is the reason why in the second case risk is said to be low. Followed or not? Now, what is about detection risk? I'll try to explain this after the break. So I don't want to say anything about performance materiality, but the only thing that you need to recollect with respect to performance materiality is that a materiality level which is lesser than a level which is lesser than fixed by the auditor, a level which is lesser than the materiality level fixed by the auditor shall have to be called as dash performance materiality. Usually worldwide auditors do fix 75% of the materiality level as performance materiality level. Worldwide auditors do fix 75% of the materiality level as performance materiality level. In the previous example, the materiality level fixed by the auditor is say 2 lakhs. In that case, 75% of 2 lakhs, that is 1,50,000, will be fixed by the auditor as another level. 2 lakhs is one layer, 1,50,000 is other layer. 2 lakhs is called as materiality level as a whole to the financial statements, and 1,50,000 is said to be performance materiality level. Now, I don't want to ask you about what is performance materiality level, but I want to ask you in what way fixing performance materiality level is helpful to the auditor. In what way fixing performance materiality level is useful to the auditor? Generally, auditors start exercising caution only when generally auditors do exercise more caution when the aggregate of misstatements identified by the auditor during the course of performance of auditor reaches performance materiality level. If the performance materiality level is 2 lakhs, but the misstatements identified by the auditor are only 10 rupees, auditor don't care for that, because he wants to let go misstatements up to a value of how much? 2 lakhs. What is the amount of misstatement that the auditor finds? It is only 10 rupees. So you won't focus more on that. You won't bother about such misstatements because the amount of misstatement is very, very low. But what performance materiality suggests? Once the aggregate of misstatements identified by the auditor, there are some changes to be made to this based on SA 450. As of now, try to understand this, and we can make some more changes to this in SA 450. If the aggregate of misstatements identified by the auditor, if the aggregate of misstatements identified by the auditor during the course of audit, the same is explained in SA 450 like this. Auditor shall accumulate. What is that? Auditor shall accumulate all the misstatements that he have identified during the course of performance of audit, and constantly the auditor shall try to communicate, correlate the misstatements identified by him with this is what I am referring to in essay 450. What is that? Accumulation of dash identified misstatements. The auditor may designate an amount. The auditor may designate. What you are going through is not essay 320. It is essay 450. The auditor may designate an amount. Please designate an amount. Very good. That 2 lakhs is being called by us as a dash to the financial statements as a whole. So you have designated an amount of 2 lakhs, below which, below 2 lakhs, misstatements would be clearly trivial. That means I will explain that later. The auditor may designate an amount below which misstatements would be clearly trivial and would not need to be accumulated, because the auditor expects that the accumulation of such amounts clearly would not have a material effect on the financial statements, etc., etc. So there is a link again between 320 and 450. What you learned here would have to be updated after considering the requirements of SF 450 also. So the next one is, what is performance materiality level? If the aggregate of misstatements identified by the auditor during the course of performance of audit once reaches not materiality level, but once reaches performance materiality level, the auditor is expected to start exercise caution. Why should the auditor exercise caution when the total of misstatements identified by him are well within the materiality level? Because the dash identified by dash had already reached dash. The misstatements identified and accumulated by the auditor during the course of audit had already reached the performance materiality level. That means you already started following some audit procedures. You have identified some misstatements. You started accumulating all such misstatements. Such accumulated misstatements now reaches dash level, performance materiality level. It haven't reached dash level, materiality level, but still you should start exercising caution from that point. Why? Because the misstatements that were already identified by the auditor, when clubbed with undetected misstatements. What is meant by undetected misstatements? Sometimes the auditor would not be able to detect some of the material misstatements which were there in the financial statements due to the existence of inherent limitations of audit and inherent limitations of internal controls. In that case, these identified misstatements, when clubbed with these identified misstatements, when clubbed with unidentified or undetected misstatements, could have already exceeded dash. In that case, you need to exercise more caution. You need to revise the nature, timing and extent of audit procedures as well. Yes or no? Now read it. Explain the concept of performance materiality and what are the factors that indicate misstatements even of less than materiality is reasonably expected to influence the economic decision making process of users of financial statements. Performance materiality means the amount or amounts. Performance materiality means the amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than materiality. For the financial statements as a whole. By this, what benefit would the auditor get? It helps the auditor to reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that aggregate of uncorrected, and please note the term uncorrected here. Okay, This is having a link with SA 450. Aggregate of uncorrected and undetected misstatements. Aggregate of uncorrected. Do you know about the meaning of the term undetected misstatements? Yes. Just now you have told me that sometimes the auditor would have failed in detecting some material misstatements, some misstatements which are there in the financial statements due to the existence of inherent limitations of audit and inherent limitations of internal controls. Those are termed by us as dash undetected. So detected misstatements plus undetected misstatements could have already exceeded materiality for the financial statements as a whole. I hope you are having an understanding of this point. Okay. So performance materiality means the amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than materiality for the financial statements as a whole to reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected and undetected misstatements exceeds materiality for the financial statements as a whole. Don't try to read this point. I will try to explain that later. Performance materiality is set at a value lower than overall materiality. This is not a new point. The first point is repeated again. It lowers the risk that auditor will not be able to identify misstatements that are material when added together. Practically, it is difficult for auditors to design tests to identify individual misstatements. It is likely that misstatements are material in aggregate. It takes us, don't try to read this. Next. Factors that may indicate, this is very good point. Factors that may indicate the existence of items for which misstatements of lesser amounts than materiality could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of users include the following. This point is relatable to B. Point 2 and point B are linked to one another. Now, at this juncture, I need to show you SA 320 and will try to explain you another concept called as, the concept known to you is materiality at the level of financial statements, or materiality level to be fixed by the auditor to the financial statements as a whole. Till now we had a discussion on that. There is another point which is given in SA 320. The point is like this. Sometimes the auditor may have to fix a materiality level not only as a whole to the financial. I'm not talking about performance materiality. Okay. Performance materiality is completed. You know it very well. The topic being discussed and performance materiality is not having any link. Generally speaking, auditor is expected to fix a materiality level to the financial statements as a whole. In total, you need to fix the materiality level. However, sometimes it may be necessary for you as an auditor. It may be necessary for you as an auditor to fix materiality levels not only to the financial statements as a whole, not only to the financial statements as a whole, but also to individual transactions, account balances, or disclosures. Individual transactions, account balances, or disclosures. You need to fix materiality level for individual transactions or account balances or for disclosures. So fixation of materiality level to the financial statements as a whole is different from fixation of materiality levels for classes of transactions or account balances or disclosure. You need to understand that as of now. If you are able to understand that there is a difference between these two terms, then I will try to explain you some more about fixing materiality level for classes of transactions, account balances, or disclosures. Okay. First of all, I will try to read what is given in 320 Then I will try to provide some guidance about fixing materiality levels not only to the financial statements as a whole, but fixation of materiality levels to dash to individual classes of transactions, account balances, or disclosures. This is the heading. Materiality level or levels for particular classes of, this is missing from your material, but points relating to that were included. Materiality level or levels for particular classes of transactions, account balances. Classes of transactions means transactions relating to statement of profit and loss account. Account balances means items relating to balance sheet. Disclosures are well known to you. So, materiality level is required to be fixed by the auditor to the financial statements as a whole, and sometimes the auditor may also fix materiality level or levels for particular classes of transactions, account balances, or disclosures. These 3 points will be certainly able to provide you a guidance about why should the auditor fix a materiality level for particular classes of transactions, account balances, or disclosures. If you are unable to understand these 3 points, I will try to provide you a general example relating to your classes so that you might understand the meaning of the term materiality level or levels. I'll do one thing. I'll give you that general example. Let us assume that you will be given the coaching for say 1200 hours. Let us assume all subjects combined, you will be given coaching for say 2000 hours. Let us assume. Now, out of 2000 hours of coaching, say 180 hours, 180 hours are allotted for auditing. Out of a total period of 2000 teaching hours, 180 hours were allotted for a subject called as auditing and ethics. And the student is allowed to be absented from the class up to a maximum of 10%. Up to a maximum of 10%. If the absence of the student is 10% or less than 10%, if absent of the student is 10% or less than 10%, the institute will not consider it as material. That means out of 2000 hours, a student is allowed to absent for a maximum of how many hours? 200 hours. There is a particular student in the class who attended the very first class in auditing, and he is unable to understand the lecture as well as the lecturer also. So that student decided not to attend auditing classes, and he wants to attend every other class other than auditing class. From day 2 onwards, he started not attending to auditing classes, and he absented for all 180 hours in auditing class. Okay, I know very well that you will point out it. Okay, 170 out of 180 hours of auditing subject, he absented for 179 hours. Now, should this be treated as material or not? Why? It is well within the overall materiality level of 200. It is well within the overall materiality level of 200. Then why you are considering this absent of 179 hours as material? He lost the entire subject. Yes or no? Out of several subjects, if auditing is lost, everything is said to be lost. Because you will be called as auditor only after completion of your CA course. Not as accountant, not as costing, not as income tax, but as auditor. Okay? So without knowing, not as tax, not as GST, but as auditor. So without having knowledge of auditing, how do you, generally we will be called as auditors, not as chartered accountants. So many people even today do not know who is a chartered accountant. They understand us as only auditors. Okay. In those days where I passed CA course, if anybody asks me about my qualification, I used to say CA. They are unable to understand it, and some of the people may understood it as CI. I allowed them to do so because I cannot explain what is CA institute and what is the importance of it and how difficult it is passing CA, etc. Instead of doing all these things, I can accept their interpretation. I experienced it personally. మన పెళ్ళైన కొత్తల్లో నాకు ఆ చుట్టుపక్కల వాళ్ళు అడుగుతారుగా, మీకు అవుతుంది. ఆ చుట్టుపక్కల వాళ్ళు అడుగుతారుగా, మీరేం చదువుకున్నారంటే సిఏ అనేవాడిని. సిఐ అనేవాడు. ఎస్ అన్నాడు. దాని తోడు మన హైటు, మన పర్సనాలిటీ ఇవన్నీ చూసి వాళ్ళు ఏదో అనుకుంటే సరే కానీ ఏదో అనుకోరా బాబు అని వదిలేసేవాడిని. ఏం చేస్తాం, దానికోసం మళ్ళీ సిఐ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ భారతం అంతా చెప్పలేంగా. That means the entire subject is lost. In the given case, although the total number of hours absented by the student is well within the total limit or overall limit of 200, it certainly affects him materially. Yes or no? It certainly affects his prospects of prospects of passing CA course. Yes or no? Therefore, out of this overall limit, some sublimits may also be imposed by your institute. For example, in case of auditing, a student may absent from the classes for a maximum of 20 hours. Maximum of 20 hours. Like there are say 10 subjects. Let us assume, only for the sake of simple calculations, let us assume that there are 10 subjects. For each subject, they put a limit as 20 hours. The overall limit is 200. Out of 2000, you can absent for 200 hours. And again, the same is divided into 20 hours each. So if you absent from auditing class up to 20 hours, then it will not be considered by the institute as dash. If it crosses, then it will be treated as dash. And even within these 20 hours, the auditor may fix another lower level for these 20 hours. Say 15 hours. This is called as dash. What is that? Even for a class of transaction, you can fix dash. So materiality level can be fixed by the auditor either to dash or to dash. Materiality level can be fixed by the auditor either to the financial state. Performance materiality can be fixed by the auditor in respect of materiality level fixed by the auditor as a whole to the financial statements, or in respect of materiality level fixed by the auditor for particular classes of transactions or account balances or disclosures. Do you understand this? Now, I will try to explain the same point in a different perspective. Same point. This is only for the sake of your better understanding. That's it. This is not to be considered as a good example for understanding the concept of materiality level for particular classes of transactions or account balances. But I can say that with this example, you may have some insight into why should an auditor fix another level, not only at the level of financial statements as a whole, but at the level of particular classes of transactions, account balances, or disclosures. You may be able to understand the meaning or why should the auditor do this. Okay, right. Materiality level or levels for particular classes of transactions, etc. Factors. The following are actually this point is an explanation. The original point is given in the standard like this. Don't think about the break. I'll give the break. Just wait for some time. Okay. I know. నాకు ఎవడన్నా చెప్తే నేను అసలు చేయను. నా పద్ధతి అది. ఎవడన్నా నువ్వు ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఇప్పుడు ఇవ్వాలన్నాడు అనుకో, నేను చేయను. నా ఇష్టం, నువ్వెవడికి చెప్పటానికి. రైట్. ఎవడు చెప్పినా చేయను, నా ఇష్టం అంతే. Now, can you please try to understand the definition of performance materiality? Ready? I know that half of this is easily understandable. Remaining half is not understandable. But because just now I have explained you about materiality level for particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures, I feel that every one of you would be able to have a very good understanding of the entire definition. Ready? For the purpose of standards on auditing, performance materiality means the amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than materiality for the financial statements as a whole to reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that I can also read it. Don't just read it, try to understand and read it. Okay. To reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected and undetected misstatements exceeds materiality for the financial statements as a whole. If applicable, performance materiality also refers to amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than the materiality or levels for particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures. Immediately after reading this, you should be able to recollect a number. What is that number? 2015. 20 is materiality level as a whole for auditing subject, and 15 is the performance materiality level for auditing subject. That's it. Now, determining materiality. The auditor shall determine materiality for the financial statements as a whole. Okay. If in the specific circumstances of the entity, there is one or more ఎర్రచీర కట్టుకుందల్లా నా పెళ్ళమే అన్నట్టు నీళ్ళంటాడు ఎవడు. If in the specific circumstances of an entity there is one or more particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures for which misstatements of lesser amounts than the materiality for the financial statements as a whole could reasonably be expected to influence the total misstatement is well below dash, but it is more than. No, don't try to link this with performance materiality. Okay, read it again until you understand it. I won't give you the break. When establishing when establishing the overall audit strategy, I'm just not interested in explaining you what is overall audit strategy. If I do that, I need to explain you SA 300. Okay, so I can't go there. When establishing the overall audit strategy, the auditor shall determine materiality for the financial statements as a whole. Not only that, that means you need to fix the materiality level to the financial statements as a whole. Apart from that, sometimes it may be necessary for you as an auditor to fix materiality level even for a dash, even for particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures, because misstatements, if in the specific circumstances of the entity there is one or more particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures for which misstatements of lesser amounts than the materiality for the financial statements as a whole could be reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of the users taken on the basis of financial statements, the auditor shall also determine the materiality level or levers to be applied to those particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures. Now the ground is prepared to understand factors that are given under the heading materiality for. Now the ground is prepared to understand the factors that are required to be considered by the auditor while the auditor is fixing materiality for particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures. Ready? Now factors that may indicate the existence of one or more particular, sometimes one or more particular classes of transactions in respect of which there are some misstatements. Such misstatements may be dash than dash, lesser than materiality, but those misstatements which are lesser than materiality are expected. Those misstatements which are lesser than the amount of materiality fixed by the auditor to the financial statements as a whole could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of users taken on the basis of the financial statements. What are the factors? When I read the first point, it will be clear. It will clear the air. Whether law or law. That's it. Somebody at this point, at this place, responded to my query in the previous class saying it as managerial remuneration. When I said it law, now I am expecting the same answer from the same person. Managerial remuneration. What is that? Managerial remuneration. So managerial remuneration is only 1 rupee higher than the maximum amount that can be paid. So the misstatement is only 1 rupee. The materiality level fixed by the auditor to the financial statements as a whole is say 1 crore. Now the misstatement is only 1 rupee. Generally speaking, should we consider this 1 rupee as material? Generally speaking, should we consider this? అదే మరి తొందరపడి కోయిల ముందరే కోయటం అంటే generally speaking, should we consider this 1 rupee as material? No. But if you consider loss, even that dash should be treated as a dash, although dash is dash. Even that 1 rupee misstatement should have to be treated as a material misstatement, although that misstatement is lesser than the materiality level, fixed by the auditor as a whole to the financial statements. Followed or not? Very good. So in these cases, you need to fix materiality level for particular classes of transactions. In that case, they will be treated as material, irrespective of whether it is well within the limit of materiality level or performance materiality level, whatever it be. Followed? Really followed? Whether law, regulation, or applicable financial reporting framework affects users' expectations regarding measurement or disclosure of certain items. For example, related party. Even if there is only one related party transaction, it may be detrimental to the interests of the shareholders, although the value is lesser than the materiality level fixed, that may have to be treated as a dash by the auditor. Material by the auditor. Related party transactions are said to be material, irrespective of their size. Irrespective of their size. And the remuneration of management, that is what you are saying as managerial remuneration, and those charged with governance. This point is fortunately explained to you while I am explaining you the term individually, but a different example is given here to have better understanding for you. Please read that point, second one, on your own. In my example, I said to you that everything that is reflected in the financial statements is good, excepting that only one entity fails to disclose only one disclosure in the financial statements. That is the only mistake. That is the only mistake or misstatement done by the management in preparation and presentation of financial statements, but the value of which is 4,800 crore rupees. In that case, have you considered it as material or not? Have you considered it as material or not? Keeping that point in view, read this point along with the example. The example given is somewhat different. The key disclosures in relation to the industry in which the entity operates. For example, for a pharmaceutical industry, the most important point is about how much they spend on dash. Formulas. Development of a formula is very much important for the existence and for the continuity of a pharmaceutical company. Without formulas, without their own formulas, a pharmaceutical company cannot sustain its in the business, and hence every pharmaceutical company will try to develop their own formulas. Is age 26 completed? Very good. So you know very well about intangible. Is it relatable to intangible assets? Oh, fortunately, I am correct. So in that case, some points like research phase, development phase, etc. I don't know much about that, but research phase, development phase, etc. would have been discussed with you. Any amount of expenditure incurred in the research phase will not create any monetary benefit to the organization, and hence the entire expenditure is required to be debited to the profit and loss account. But if any expenditure has been incurred by you at the development phase, that amount will result in generating inflows to you in future, and hence you need to start treating it as an intangible asset. This is what probably you may have learnt under AS 26. Yes or no? So those formulas are very important for pharmaceutical companies. If no disclosure is made relating to research and development costs that were incurred by the company, which is very important in the perspective of the users of the financial statements, although the misstatement is only one, that should also be required to be considered by you as dash. The misstatement may be well within the materiality level fixed by the auditor, but still you need to treat it as dash. Material misstatement. Are you able to follow this? Next, the key disclosures in relation to the industry in which the entity operates. For example, research and development costs for a pharmaceutical company. Next, whether attention is, this point is already known to you, whether attention is focused on a particular aspect of the entity's business that is separately disclosed in the financial statements. For example, a newly acquired business. If something is found to be wrong in respect of newly acquired business, since dash focus more on that, users will focus more on that. Even a mistake, a single mistake, which is less than dash, may be considered as dash. Less than the overall materiality level may have to be considered by you as dash material. So do you understand what is materiality level? Do you understand what is performance materiality level? Do you understand what is materiality level for particular classes of transactions, account balances and disclosures? Do you understand what is performance materiality level for particular classes of transactions, account balances and disclosures? Yes or no? In considering whether in the specific circumstances of the entity, such classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures exist, the auditor may find it useful to obtain an understanding of the views and expectations of those charged with governance and management. It's a general point. Don't try to read that. If it is given in your material, leave it. Factors that may indicate, it was not given, fortunately. Factors that may indicate the existence of items for which misstatements of lesser amounts than materiality could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of the users include the following: whether law, regulation, or applicable financial reporting framework. Key disclosures: whether attention is focused on particular aspects of the entity's business, that is newly acquired business. Now, I haven't explained you point number B in the past. Now I am able to read it. You are able to understand it. Read it again. Point number B. If applicable. So this point is in relation to point A. So first of all, read point A, then immediately read point B. What is point A? Performance materiality. This is nothing but the definition of performance materiality, which is divided into two parts in this material. Okay. Performance materiality means the amount or amount set by the auditor at less than the materiality for the financial statements as a whole to reduce to an appropriately low level the probability that the aggregate of uncorrected and undetected misstatements exceeds materiality for the financial statements as a whole. If applicable, performance materiality, if applicable, performance materiality, if applicable, performance materiality. Where is that? If applicable, there may be one or more, if applicable, performance materiality also refers to amount or amounts set by the auditor at less than materiality level or levels for particular classes of transactions, account balances or disclosures. That's it. An automated environment basically refers to a business environment where the process, operations accounting, and even decisions are carried out by using computer systems. When I say decisions, you must be able to recollect the example of ATM wherein your balance is 100 rupees, but you are trying to withdraw 1000 rupees. In that case, the machine has to take a decision about whether to dispense the cash or not, and that decision will be taken not by human but by machine. The entire process, operation will be carried out by the machine. Once you withdraw money, your account will get debited. That will also be done. Accounting will also be done by the machine itself without any human intervention. If you withdraw money at 2 a.m. in the night, still your account will get debited instantly. That means there is no human intervention. Banking hours are not there. You are at ease to carry out banking operations even after banking hours. Previously, we used to visit the branch for the purpose of withdrawal of money. At least it will take 20 to 25 minutes to withdraw money. Nowadays, you can just withdraw money at the click of your mouse. Yes or no? Like that, automation has made sea changes to the business also. Several advantages are offered by automated environment. That is the reason why most of the entities are nowadays using automated environment. If you do not understand automated environment, once you complete your CA course, when you are made responsible to conduct audit, and when your client is maintaining his books by using computers, you do not know how to carry out audit. Therefore, be careful while listening to this chapter. Okay, in most of the cases, you are supposed to carry out and perform your audit in respect of accounts which are maintained under a computer. Okay, so an automated environment basically refers to a business environment where the process, operation, accounting, and even decisions are carried out by using computers. They are also known as information systems. You can call it either as automated environment or as information system, or as computers can also be called as information systems, because systems do contain information, or information technology systems. There are three words that you can make use of. Either you can call it as computer, or as information system, or as information technology systems. Nowadays, it is very common to see computer systems being used in almost every type of business. There is no requirement for accountants also. A small sole trader is purchasing a machine, he is installing Tally software, and he is trying to enter everything that he wants and he knows into the system. At the end of the year, Tally, it will be copied into an USB and it will be given to the auditor. Then auditor is required to make several adjustments in that. That is the trend now being followed by business organizations. They are not instead making use of the services of accountants also. The owner himself is trying to enter data, which everything in almost all the cases which proves to be wrong, and that entire wrong data will be given to the auditor. It is our responsibility to make adjustments or changes to the data. That is the fate of the auditors today. So nowadays, it is very common to see computer systems being used in almost every type of business. Why the business is automated? The fundamental principle of an automated environment is the ability to carry out business with less manual intervention and more system driven. I hope you have an understanding of this point. In the example that I have given to you, there is no dash at all. There is no manual intervention at all. Everything has been done by the computer. So to reduce manual intervention, because of manual intervention, there will be higher costs and the risk of error is also high. If systems are introduced, if proper programs are given to the systems, systems may process thousands and lakhs of transactions without any monotony. For example, if you are made responsible to total a particular page, you will be in a position to total the page. For example, if you have given 1 lakh pages and you are made responsible to check the totals of all the pages, is it practically possible for you to carry out the totaling effectively for all pages? No, because we are all, after all, humans. We cannot perform a task at the same efficiency level throughout the task. whereas computers do perform tasks without any monotony and consistently with the fast pace when compared with humans. That is the reason why most of the organizations are preferring automation over involvement of humans in their operations. And therefore, automation is becoming a standard in businesses nowadays. The fundamental principle of an automated environment is its ability to carry out business with less manual intervention and more system driven. The complexity of a business, this is most important. This point has already been explained to you. If the level of automation is more, the risk is also very high, because understanding it is difficult, and risks, if it is manipulated by any person, risks will also be high. High automation leads to high risks. The complexity of a business environment, because computer is not having its own mind. It works in accordance with the instructions given to it. There is no wisdom to the computer. Sometimes while processing a transaction, you need to apply wisdom. When the transaction is being processed by the computer, computer will not have wisdom. Therefore, higher the level of automation, higher the possibility of occurrence of frauds and errors. The complexity of a business environment. This sentence is very difficult to understand. First of all, read the sentence and conclude that it is not possible for you to understand. Then I will try to explain you the way in which that sentence is required to be read and understood. The complexity of a business environment depends on the level of automation. If a business environment is more automated, it is likely to be more complex. If it is less automated, it is likely to be less complex. Why this sentence is important for us? As an auditor, we need to check whether the entity under our audit is highly automated or less automated. If it is highly automated, it is more complex. In that case, you must be able to check internal controls as well under automated environment. If you fail to do that, your audit will give wrong results and you will come to wrong conclusions, and there will be an increased audit risk to the auditor. Therefore, if the entity under your audit is highly automated, the risk will also be very, very high. Conducting audit in that scenario is complex, and you should be very much careful while conducting the audit. Now, the following are said to be the key features of an automated environment. These things are well known to you, not only for you, even for a kid studying 4th or 5th standards. Standard is able to understand these things in a better way. Why? Because most of us are having generalized view about the advantages being offered by computers, and in fact one advantage has already been discussed with you. There is no monotony to the computer. Computers perform consistently. No rest is required for the computers. You can process crores of transactions without giving any rest to your program. There is no monotony. There is no inaccuracy. Every transaction will be processed with the same accuracy. Even if you try to process 1 crore transactions, provided dash is correct, program is correct. So, use of computers in business enables faster business operations, faster. In olden days, where the banks are maintaining their accounts manually, as I said, in order to withdraw money, we used to spend at least 20 to 25 minutes. Nowadays, there are some exceptions to everything. For this, the exception is HDFC Bank. Go to any other bank like State Bank of India, it won't take not more than 5 to 10 minutes for you to do a banking transaction. Of course, nobody is trying to withdraw money by visiting the bank counter. Most of the cases, we are withdrawing the money through ATMs. Today, nobody is withdrawing money through ATMs also. Because of advent of UPI, everybody is making payments. Even 1 rupee payment is being made through UPI. So there is no need to withdraw money at all from ATMs also. So apps, UPI apps like PhonePe, etc. are the best examples of business being carried on in a highly automated environment. Flipkart. These are all another examples of business wherein the manual intervention is less and automated environment is high. accuracy in data processing is also very high when computers are used, provided the program is correct. Computer is having the ability to process a large volume of transactions without monotony and integration amongst business operations. This point is quite difficult, but fortunately, with the example that I gave to you, that is ATM automatic teller machine, two things have been integrated. ATM is one system and accounting is another system. And more importantly, if you try to withdraw money from other bank's ATM, then that bank system shall have to communicate with the bank where you are having an account. That is technically called as integration. Better security and controls. If you make use of computers, you can establish security and controls, internal controls in a better way. Like you said, the controls through passwords, less prone to human errors. To error is human, but because we are using computers, there is a less chance that human errors might occur. It provides, because transactions are processed accurately and with agility, that means speed, then it is said that always computer systems will provide latest information, and computer information systems are having connectivity and networking capability. Networking capability should be well known to you, and unfortunately it may not be known to you. I can't help you in any way in that case. No, don't do that. Please try to understand at least 3 to 4 points out of several points given. That is sufficient for you because of your level of knowledge with information technology. That is sufficient. So key features of an automated environment are, say, it enables faster business operations, processing will be done accurately, large number of transactions can be processed without any fatigue or monotony, better security and controls can be established, less prone to human errors, it provides latest information. These are all the advantages that a business derives. These are all the advantages that a business derives if they are operating under dash environment, automated environment, and they were termed in our material as key features of an automated environment. And nature of audit. If a company uses, this point is nothing but an elaboration of this point, level of automation. Please try to correlate that point with this point. If a company under your audit is using an ERP, enterprise resource planning, it is more complex to audit. On the other hand, if a company under your audit is using an off-the-shelf accounting software, the best example is Tally. When you compare ERP with Tally, ERP is more sophisticated than Tally. If the entity is using Tally, it is said that the entity is less automative. If the entity is using ERP, it is said that the entity is more automative. When it is more automative, risk is also very high. Conducting audit is a complex task. This is all about question number 1. Read the question again. What is an automated environment, and explain the key features of an automated environment. An automated environment basically refers to so and so, purpose of automation, key features of an automated environment, and finally the nature of audit to be performed. The heading is completely different from the content. Instead of reading the heading, you can understand like this. If the level of automation is high, carrying out audit is more complex. If the level of automation is less, carrying out audit in such a scenario is less complex. That is what you can understand. Now, list out question number 2. List out the points that the auditor need to understand and document while performing audit of a company's automated environment. Simply speaking, auditor, when you are made responsible to conduct audit, in an automated environment, before starting your audit, you must have to understand the information technology being used by the computer. Based on that only you can plan for your audit. And this is nothing but carrying out dash by the auditor. Risk assessment procedures. When the entity is maintaining its books of account under automated environment, when you try to perform your audit, first of all you need to perform risk assessment procedures. Risk assessment procedures includes dash. Internal controls. Internal controls are required to be included not only under manual system but also under dash automated environment. So what type of aspects should we consider before starting our audit under automated environment to assess the risk of material misstatements in the financial statements of the entity? The first one is information systems being used. One or more application systems and what they are. If only one application system is used, the risk is less. If more than one application is being used, the risk is more. Location of IT systems, local versus global. If the systems being used confined to a particular area, risk is less. If the systems being used are to be used globally, the risk will be more. For example, if you are making use of internet, the risk that somebody may enter into your computer and hack your computer and withdraw monies from your bank account is very, very high. If you are not having any internet banking facility, is it possible for that person to hack your computer and to withdraw your monies? No. So when the application is large, risks will also be more. When the application is large and it is beyond territories, risk would also be more. Internet and intranet, you are using just intranet, the risk is less. You are using internet, the risk is high. Have you ever heard about an application available called as desktop? Desktop, no, that is the name of the, it is not desktop, AnyDesk, yes, AnyDesk. Have you ever heard about an app called as AnyDesk? Here, AnyDesk is there. I will click on AnyDesk app, then one password will be generated. I will pass on that password to somebody else residing elsewhere. That person will also click AnyDesk application, then he will enter the password given by me. Immediately, my computer will be under his control. When you maintain your books manually, is it possible for some other person to have a control over your books? No. When you maintain your books in a computerized environment, is it possible for somebody else to have a control over your books? Obviously, yes. Why? Because you are using computers globally. So when computers are used only locally, intranet, risk is less. When it is using internet, the risk is high. You are evaluating the risk. You are evaluating the risk of material misstatements. Whether risk of material misstatements is high or risk of material misstatements is low in an automated environment can be evaluated by the auditor by considering the following aspects. 1. Information systems being used, location of IT systems, architecture of the system being used. If you are using just a desktop based system, the risk is less. If you are using web applications or cloud-based computing or client server, the risk may be more. Version. Older version will create some threats. Will create some threats to risk. That is the reason why if you are using a mobile phone, the manufacturer of the mobile will provide updated software at times. And you can download the software at free of cost and you can upgrade the software being used in your mobile. If you fail to do that, your mobile may be hacked by some other person or may be misutilized by taking control by some other person. That is the reason why if you are using older versions of a software, risk is high. If you are using newer versions of software, the risk will be less. Why you are considering all these things as an auditor? To assess the level of risk of material misstatements when the entity under audit is using automated environment. Are you following? I don't know and I can't help you in any way, because even if you fail to follow, don't try to blame me, because if you do not know what is desktop based, what is client server, what is web application and cloud based, it is not an IT class to explain everything. Okay, done. The next one is If multiple systems exist, the risk will be more. In-house packaged. Usually, Tally is said to be a packaged software, which is being used by lakhs and crores of people. Time-tested and proved software. Tally is a time-tested and proved software which will have inbuilt controls. So you can safely rely on Tally. Whereas, if the entity under your audit is using a software which has been developed by them on their own, that is not that much reliable. In that case, risk of material misstatements in the information generated by the system would be very, very high. So, whether risk of, can we rely information generated by computers? It is dependent on the following factors. What are they? The number of applications being used, whether the systems are local or global, what is the architecture of the system being used, what is the version being used, whether it is using in-house or packaged systems, whether the entity is using multiple systems or not, and so on. Enough. So these are all the aspects that are required to be considered by you while following dash. Risk assessment procedures under dash environment. Automated environment. Now you can read the question. You'll have a better understanding of the question now. List out the points that the auditor need to understand and document. Need to understand and document while performing audit of a company's automated environment, or write a short note on understanding entity's automated environment. In an audit of financial statements, an auditor is required to understand the entity and its business, including information technology as per SA 315. Understanding the entity and its automated environment involves understanding how IT department is organized, how IT activities are conducted, and relevant controls. Controls are nothing but risk assessment procedures. Points that an auditor should consider while obtaining an understanding of the company's automated environment are as follows. By understanding these points, you would be in a position to conclude whether the entity is operating under high automated environment or is operating under low automated environment. I repeat, if you consider all the points that we discussed under question number 2, you would be able to assess the level of automation. You would also be able to assess whether the risk of occurrence of fraud is high or low. Two things can be evaluated by the auditor by going through these aspects. Can you please repeat any one of it? As an auditor, while you are performing audit under automated environment, you need to check all these points. Why should the auditor check all these points? 1, to ascertain the level of automation. 2, to identify whether the risk of material misstatements is high or is low. For this purpose, the auditor should have to have an understanding of these points. Documentation is whatever you understood should have to be documented as a part of SA 230. Don't try to read it. At least don't try to read it. There is no need to read it. Okay. Next one. As said earlier, most of the people are having a misconception that if the data is generated by the system, it is more reliable. It is wrong. Even if it is generated by the system, it may not be properly reliable. I will give you an example for this. I carried out several concurrent audits in the past. While I am auditing Central Bank of India, concurrent audit of Central Bank of India. Probably this happens probably in the year 2002 or 2000, in between 2002 and 2004 or so. In those days, banks are maintaining their accounts manually. They are slowly converting their manual accounting systems into automated environment. And it is not at all possible for them to convert manual accounting system into automated environment straight away. Therefore, what the banks did in those days is converting each and every area. First of all, banks converted loans area into computerized environment. Later on, depots area has been computerized. Like this, area by area has been computerized. Today, every activity in the bank has been computerized, and hence we are calling it as a CBS environment. Prior to this, every activity was not computerized in banks. Slowly, each and every activity has been computerized. In those days, while I am carrying out concurrent audit, I have identified one important thing by chance, not because of my ability, not because of my doubts, but by chance, I identified a software error like this. It is almost 10 to 1. I need to leave the branch for lunch by 1 o'clock. There is 10 more minutes left. Therefore, while going through an interest calculation, I got a doubt about whether interest is correctly calculated by the system or not. Generally, we are of the opinion that interest calculations will be done by the system correctly. I am also of the same opinion. I started calculating interest, and then the interest was calculated by me manually has been compared with the interest generated and debited by the computer to the loan account, and I find that there is a difference between the two. Then I am of the opinion that probably I would have calculated the interest wrongly, because we do have more reliance on systems. So what I did is I have taken a paper. I carried out interest calculations by following day-wise basis, that is product basis. Do you know how to calculate interest on product basis? Probably this may be explained to you while calculating interest on drawings or average due date chapter. So I took the paper. I have calculated interest on product basis. It took some time, but again I find that the interest calculated by me is different from interest debited by the bank's system. Then I started investigating into the reasons. I find that this error is occurring only in the first quarter. In those days, banks used to charge interest on a quarterly basis. This error is occurred only in first quarter, not in the later quarters of the year. Then finally, I found that while developing the software, the person developing the software failed to consider the opening balance for the purpose of calculation of interest. It has been reported, and finally it is adjusted by the software people. It's a different thing. What I want to prove is that even if the systems are being used for the purpose of data processing, if the system is not correctly developed, then system will calculate things inaccurately. Therefore, you cannot blindly rely on dash. You cannot blindly rely on the information generated by the computer system. That is what I want to prove, and he also proved it by giving several reasons for the same. Don't try to rely blindly on dash. So information generated by the system because of the following reasons. Explain the risks arise from use of IT systems. Risk arise from use of IT systems, and describe the impact of such risks on the audit. Risk arise from use of IT systems. After having obtained an understanding of IT systems and automated environment of a company, the auditor should also understand the following risks that arise from use of IT systems. IT systems may have processed the data inaccurately. Why IT systems have processed the data inaccurately? Because there were some errors in the program being used in the systems. This point is completely different from this point, but they look alike. Processing inaccurate data. Inaccurate processing of data is different from processing inaccurate data. Do you find any difference between inaccurate processing of data is because of the result of use of wrong programs? Then what is meant by processing inaccurate data? The person who is inputting the data. The person who is inputting the data to the system. An amount of 5,000 is appearing in the voucher. The amount has been inputted as 50,000. That is called as providing inaccurate data to the system. System doesn't know how much is the value that is being reflected in the voucher. If you enter input data into the system, system will take care of the remaining things. The data itself is inaccurately entered into the system. When input is incorrect, then you can say that output is also incorrect. That is the difference between inaccurate processing of data and processing inaccurate data, and sometimes both may occur. Why you should understand all these things? To understand that as an auditor we cannot rely blindly on information generated by clients' computers. That is what you must understand by reading this and by understanding this discussion. This is easy to understand. Direct data changes, backend changes. Backend changes means changes will not be done by the person who is made responsible to enter the data into the system. It will be done by some other person at the back of the system. That means there are some personnel in the organization who will not be involved in operating the system directly, but they will look after these systems and processes. They may try to change the data at the back end. The next one is, if someone has been given privileged access, the person to whom privileged access is given is technically called as super user. He need not prove his authorization before entering into the computer room. You are allowed to the computer room whenever you want to enter into the room without checking your authenticity. In that case, there is a greater risk that you could involve in fraud by making manipulations to the data in the client's computer. That is called as super users. This is easily understandable. Internal control is nothing but segregation of duties, and lack of adequate segregation of duties will result in inappropriate internal controls. Lack of adequate segregation of duties results in inappropriate internal controls in automated environment. When internal controls established in automated environment are inappropriate because duties are not properly segregated, the data generated from the system is not reliable. If you fail to understand segregation of data, from tomorrow onwards, please withdraw from this course. Don't try to pursue this course in future. Why? Because I explained you at the first instance that internal control is nothing but segregation of data. Internal control can be defined as segregation of duties or division of responsibilities between or among more than one person in such a manner that the work done by one person is automatically verified by another person. If you fail to do that, it is said that your internal controls are not working properly. If your internal controls are not working properly, information generated by the systems cannot be relied upon. This is easily understandable. Unauthorized changes to systems or to programs. Failure to make necessary changes to systems or programs. If unauthorized changes are made to the programs, or if you fail to make changes to the program whenever required, in both the cases, the data generated by the system may not be reliable. So what they want to prove to you is that in a manual system, the financial information may be reliable, whereas in an automated environment, generally people are of the opinion that the information being generated by the system is more reliable, but that conception is a misconception because of the reasons that we discussed till now. Even the information generated in a computer system is not directly reliable. Therefore, you must be cautious while placing reliance on the information generated by the computer. Remember, from the information generated by the computer only, financial statements are prepared. Those financial statements are provided to you. You need to form an opinion about the truthness and fairness of such financial statements. Truthness and fairness of the financial statements is dependent upon the financial information. The financial information, truthness, correctness or otherwise of financial information is dependent upon the information technology being used. Therefore, without having an understanding of all these things, you cannot give a correct opinion as an auditor, particularly when you are supposed to perform your audit under a dash environment, automated environment. మీరు ఆడిట్ చేసే ముందర ఇవన్నీ అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. అదర్వైజ్ ది ఒపీనియన్ గివెన్ బై యూ విల్ బికమ్ రాంగ్ ఆర్ ఇన్అప్రోప్రియేట్. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఐ వాంట్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ టు యూ అండర్ క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 3. Explain the risks arise from use of IT systems and describe the impact of such risks on the audit. If there are risks that will have an impact on the substantive procedures to be followed, compliance procedures to be followed. Enough. The next one, don't try to read question number 4. It focus only on dash, internal controls. If I want to explain these internal controls, it takes at least 4 to 5 hours of time to explain all these things. Even after that also, there is no guarantee that you would be able to understand. But fortunately, I have explained this point. Physical security. What is physical security? Access controls. Access to computer room should be restricted. Access to computer should be restricted. Access to computer files or programs should be restricted. Access to computer documentation should be restricted. Those are all nothing but internal controls to be established by the organization under under automated environment. It is very difficult for you people to understand those things, and it is very difficult for us also to explain those controls in the scenario. And please try to leave that. Question number 4. If question number 4 is left, there is no need to read question number 5. Why? Because, no, trust me. Because internal controls can be checked by following methods like inquiry, reperformance, inspection, and observation. Have I told you about observation, the role of observation in evaluating internal controls? I have given you an example for this. The example is like this. Management has established a control whereby the head of the personnel department should be physically present at the time of disbursement of wages. It is my responsibility to check whether that control has actually been implemented or not. In that case, what should I do? I need to go to the organization, visit the organization on a day where the wages are being disbursed. Then I will try to observe whether the head of the personnel department is sitting next to the counter where the wages are being paid. If I found the person sitting next to the wages counter, then I can say that, okay, what was the control established by the entity? Head of the personnel department should be physically present at the time of disbursement of wages. He is physically present. I concluded that the established control has been followed just through the process of dash. Through the process of dash. Observation. This is not new to you. And I even explained to you about inspection. Now, what is inspection? For that purpose, I have given you another example. The entity has established a system whereby the head of the personnel department should authorize, fortunately you are able to recollect it, should authorize all the wage sheets before disbursement of wages. In order to verify whether that system has actually been followed, if you were the auditor, what will you do? You will try to verify each and every voucher, and you will try to find out whether the signature of the head of the personnel department is there on the voucher. When you inspect the voucher, and when you find that each and every voucher contains the signature of the head of the personnel department, you can satisfy that the dash has been followed. Established control has been followed. So why you are following all these methods? To check whether established controls have actually been followed. That is the reason. మీరు ఏమనుకున్నారు తెలుసా? 4th వదిలేసాను కాబట్టి 5th కూడా వదిలేయండి అంటే నవ్వారు మీరంతా. అందుకని హర్ట్ అయ్యి చెప్పడం మొదలుపెట్టాను నేను. ఎందుకంటే 4th one and 5th one are interrelated to one another. When you are not focusing on internal controls, there is no point in following question number 5, which is useful in checking the internal controls. Because of your laugh only, I started explaining these things to you. Now I completed observation and inquiry. Now I will try to inspection. Inquiry means to ascertain what type of controls have been established. Reperformance is well known to you. I have given you an example of BRS, not Bharat Rashtra Samiti, Bank Reconciliation Statement. That is the example that I gave to you for the purpose of understanding the term reperformance. So these are all the things. And I took my time and I proved that those things like inquiry, inspection, observation, reperformance, recalculation can be followed by the auditor either in tests of controls or in substantive procedures. Very good. That is about question number 5. Heart filled with joy. Next, not kinder joy. You are not a student of LKG, so don't eat that. Explain. The name itself suggests that it is only for explain the audit approach under EDP, automated environment. Just like in any other, in case of any other audit, you need to perform risk assessment. You need to identify significant accounts and disclosures. Don't try to read that. Leave it. Next one. This is most important. Right? Number of times in the exam this question was asked in the past, and I am sure in future this question will be asked for several number of times in future. The concept of data analytics for an audit. I will try to, even it is from the old material, this is very important and you must understand this point so that and before explaining that, I will try to explain question number 10 appearing in under the heading digital audit. I won't explain even a single sentence. I will read all the points appearing there and I will see you. You need to give your reaction after reading and listening to all these things. Ready? And I am sure that you will be able to give a reaction in 2 words. Ready? At the conclusion of each audit, it is possible that there will be certain findings or exceptions in IT environment and IT controls of the company that need to be assessed and reported to relevant stakeholders, including management and those charged with governance. Some points to consider: are there any weaknesses in internal deficiencies in internal control? What is the impact of these weaknesses on overall audit? Reporting these deficiencies to management, communicating, writing significant deficiencies to those charged with governance. The auditor needs to assess each finding or exception to determine the impact on the audit and evaluate the results of deficiencies in internal controls. Enough. Essay 265 and letter of weakness, otherwise called as letter of internal controls. Have you observed that? Even under automated environment, since you evaluated internal controls, you might have identified some weaknesses or deficiencies in the established internal controls. Those deficiencies or weaknesses are required to be communicated by the auditor, are required. తమ్ముడే పేకాటే ఆడు వెళ్ళిపోతాడు కదా, మాట్లాడుతూ ఊరుకుంటాడు అనుకుంటారు. ఊరుకోను, సమస్య లేదు. లాస్ట్ మినిట్ దాకా మీరు వినాల్సిందే, తప్పదు. డోంట్ టేక్ ఇట్ లైట్లీ. డన్. సో దట్ లెటర్ ఆఫ్ వీక్నెస్ ఆర్ లెటర్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్నల్ కంట్రోల్ is not only made applicable in respect of audits where the books and other related records are being maintained manually. The same is applicable even where the entity is operating under automated environment. So what we read till now is nothing but letter of weakness or letter of internal control to be written by the auditor to the management, and what we discussed under Essay 265, communicating deficiencies in internal controls to management and to those charged with governance. That is what question number 10 deals with. Okay? Documentation part is very well known to you. Essay 230, everything that you observed while you are evaluating internal controls is required to be documented. And the most important one, which will take some time to discuss because it is very important, is the concept of data analytics. I will try to explain this point in detail. Please listen to this point carefully. I don't want to read what is appearing in our material, but my discussion will be more than sufficient for you to understand what is given in our material. I will show it practically to you also. Okay? What is meant by data analytics? I passed my CA in the year 1954, let us assume. The first batch chartered accountant. I don't know the spelling of computer. If somebody asks me to write what is the spelling of the computer, I will write it as CAM, not COM. That is my stage. Now I am made responsible for conducting audit of an entity where the entity is maintaining their books of account under automated environment. That is my fate. I don't know what is automated environment. I don't know what computer is. Even I don't know the spelling, but the entity under my audit is maintaining their books of account under an automated environment. In that case, if you are supposed to carry out audit, what will you do? You need to reject it or else you could do one thing. There is one alternative. You can ask the management to take a printout of all the reports and all the books that the computer is able to generate. Because you don't know what the computer is. You don't know what is the meaning of computer program, what is the meaning of system. Nothing is known to you. Therefore, you will ask the management to take a printout of all the books and other related records that may be generated by the computer. Then the management would provide the output in the form of books of account and other related records. That output, keep that output. Don't try to see through the computer. Put that output before you. Ask the management to provide input documents, that is vouchers, etc. Take the input documents, vouchers. You have already taken output. Now check the input document, process the input document manually, and that processed result shall have to be checked into output document. For example, the voucher in your hands is about payment of salaries. Process it manually. What entries should have been recorded in the books of account in respect of payment of salaries by the entity, salaries account that are to cash or bank. Then you will see whether that entry is appearing in the output. You have taken the input document, you processed the input document manually, and you compared the result with the output document. Like this, every input document is required to be taken. It is required to be processed by the auditor manually. Then the auditor should compare the result of the manually processed document with output documents. If the auditor finds that the processed result and results appearing in the output document are one and the same, the auditor can conclude that input is correct, output is also correct. When input and output are correct, you can conclude that what has been done in the computer is also correct. What has been done in the computer is nothing but the programs that are being used by the computer are also correct. If you are supposed to listen to an IT class, then in the very first class, the IT lecturer will try to tell you about three things. Three boxes will be drawn like this, and they will name such boxes as input, processing, and output. Yes or no? Now, as an auditor, you focused on dash. Input, you find that input is correct. You also focused on dash output. You find that output is also correct. When the auditor concludes that both input and output are correct, you can conclude that what has been done in the computer is also correct. So without touching computer, without checking the programs that are being used by the client in the computer, you are concluding that the programs that are being used by the client are correct. That approach of audit was called earlier as auditing around the computer. What is that? It was called as auditing around the computer. That means auditor won't consider computer at all. You don't know anything about computer. So computer will not be touched by the auditor. Without touching the computer, without the aid of the computer, the auditor will try to conclude whether what has been done in the computer is correct or not. That approach is technically called as dash. Auditing around the computer. So when you are not having computer related knowledge, but unfortunately, if your client has maintained his records by using computer, in that case, the approach to be followed by you is technically called as dash, auditing around the computer. Supposing that you have passed your CA just now, and you have been appointed as the auditor of an entity, and the entity under your audit is maintaining its books of account by using computers. In that case, you are conversant with what is computer. You are having very good knowledge, in-depth knowledge. You are having in-depth knowledge of what is a computer and what are computer applications, in what way computer affects the maintenance of accounts and everything. In that case, in order to carry out audit of accounts maintained under automated environment, you need to follow another approach called as auditing through computer. The previous one is called as dash, auditing around the computer, wherein computer will not be used by the auditor at all. Whereas in the present approach, that is auditing through the computer, auditor will make use of the computer as a tool for the purpose of carrying out audit, because auditor is having in-depth knowledge of the computer like you. So you people will perform an audit in the form of auditing through the computer. Now the question is, what is meant by auditing through computer? if the auditor made use of cats, it's not a cat, it's a cat. There was an advertisement for a car manufactured by Nissan called as Sunny. The advertisement reads like this: it's not a car, it's a car. The meaning is that they want to convey to us that the car is a big car. So instead of calling it as a car, they call it as a car. Like that. This is not a cat, it's a cat. What is cat? Computer, not like you. Computer assisted or aided audit techniques. Computer aided audit techniques or computer assisted audit techniques are known technically as CAT. So when the auditor makes use of CATs, then it is said that the approach followed by the auditor is auditing through the, not CAT, auditing through the computer. Simply speaking, audit through computer means following computer assisted and aided audit techniques. Actually, there are several techniques under CAT, like program developed by the organ. In a manual system, the auditor is required to verify each and every transaction for its correctness. Whereas in a computerized environment, it is not necessary for the auditor to verify the correctness of each and every transaction. Instead, it is sufficient if the auditor focuses on the correctness of the program. I repeat, in a manual audit, it is necessary for you as an auditor to check the correctness of each and every transaction. Whereas in a computerized environment, it is not necessary for the auditor to check the correctness of each and every transaction. Instead, it is sufficient if the auditor checked the correctness of the program. If the program is correct, any number of transactions processed through such correct program would prove to be correct. If the program is wrong, any number of transactions processed through such wrong program will prove to be wrong. So the focus of the auditor under automated environment is not on individual transactions, but on the correctness or otherwise of the program. So what is required to be checked by the auditor? Auditor is required to focus on the correctness of the program. How do you check the correctness of the program? To check the correctness of the program, auditor is having two options. Option number one, the auditor can develop his own program to test the correctness or otherwise of the program being used by the client. This requires a lot of effort from the auditor side, lot of time from the auditor side, and most importantly, auditor should have an expert knowledge in drafting or in creating programs. But still, if you are capable of that, you can prepare your own program to test the correctness of the programs being used by the client. For example, sitting in my office, I have developed a program relating to debtors. I copied the program in a pen drive. I went to my client's premises. I inserted my USB into client's computer. Now I run my program in the client's computer. I run my program in the client's computer, asking the data, asking my program to prepare an aging schedule of debtors. An aging schedule of debtors using the data available in the client's computer. Now what my program did is, my program read all the files in the client's computer, capture the required data from the client's computer, and based on the data available in the client's computer, auditor's program is able to generate a report called as aging schedule of debtors. Now auditor has taken his program back from the computer. Now auditor asked client to prepare aging schedule by using his own program. Are you able to follow this point or not? So client made use of his program to prepare aging schedule. Have you observed any difference between aging schedule printed earlier and now? In the first case, aging schedule has been prepared by using auditor's own program. In the second case, aging schedule has been prepared by the program being used by the client. But remember, both the programs used the same data. Then the auditor will try to compare aging schedule generated through using his own program with the aging schedule generated through using a client's program. If they both are exactly comparable, then the auditor will conclude that since both are giving the same result, the program being used by the client is correct. Because we have confidence on our own program. The program being generated by the auditor is behaving like the program being used by the client, and hence the auditor may conclude that the program being used by the client is correct. This is one approach that you can follow to test the correctness of the program being used by the client. But this is not that much easy. As I said earlier, the auditor should have thorough knowledge of the computers, programming, etc. Although you are having knowledge of the computers and programming, in most of the cases it is not desirable. Why? Because of the time involved in it and cost involved in it. If you spent almost 100 hours of time in creating a program, and if the client pays you an audit fees of 1000 rupees, is it feasible to you? Certainly not. Therefore, every time it is not possible for the auditor to write his own program to test the correctness or otherwise of the program being used by the client. In that case, there is no other alternative for the auditor but to use this is technically called as purpose written audit software. What is that? The example that I gave to you just now is technically called as purpose written audit software. Audit software has been developed by the auditor for the purpose of ascertaining the correctness of the software being used by the client, and hence it is technically called as purpose written audit software. As explained to you, there are some disadvantages associated with the purpose written audit software. Every time it is not possible for the auditor to make use of purpose written audit software. In that case, the auditor can make use of GAS. GAS is nothing but generalized audit software. What is that? Generalized audit software, not the GAS that you are expecting. Generalized audit software. This is purpose written audit software, and this is generalized audit software. Generalized audit software. Purpose written audit software. So purpose written audit software will be developed by the auditor, whereas generalized audit software will not be developed by the auditor. That is available in the market. The best example of generalized audit software which is available in the market is a software called as IDEA. By spending some thousands of rupees, you can just purchase an audit software called as IDEA, and that software can be used by you while conducting your audit, particularly where the client is maintaining his books of account under automated environment. In that case, it is said that you are following data analytics. In that case, it is said that you are following data analytics. Thousands of transactions that have been processed by the computer shall have to be analyzed. The data is required to be analyzed by following some tools by the auditor. Auditor is not in a position to develop such tools. Hence, auditor is dependent on the tools that were already developed by somebody in the market. Some tools are available in the form of generalized audit software. As I said earlier, I have taken coaching for application of IDEA software by paying almost 10,000 rupees in the year 2004 to the CA Institute of Vijayawada branch. Vijayawada branch of CA Institute, I paid an amount of 10,000. They have given us some training for almost 40 days on a software called as IDEA software, about how to make use of IDEA software for the purpose of carrying out audit under automated environment. What are the features that are offered by that audit software? How to make use of such features for the purpose of conducting effective audit. So, some general features are included in generalized audit software. You can make use of such features available in generalized audit software to carry out audit in case of the audit under automated environment. But remember, out of the available two, that is purpose written audit software and generalized audit software, purpose written audit software is said to be more effective than generalized audit software. If it is not at all possible for you to go through to apply purpose written audit software, in contempt situations, you can make use of a software called as generalized audit software. I want to explain you a demerit of generalized audit software. Please listen to this point very carefully. If you use generalized audit software, it may not be able to identify programming errors. The generalized audit software to be used or being used by the auditor may not be able to identify programming errors. If you use purpose written audit software, the aging schedule prepared by your own program is different from the aging schedule prepared by client program. In that case, you can identify and conclude that the program being used by the client is wrong. So if you follow purpose written audit software, it will be capable of identifying programming errors. Whereas if you follow generalized audit software, it may not be able to detect programming errors, but it will help the auditor. It means generalized audit software will help the auditor in completing the audit early and with effectiveness. Because that generalized audit software offers some features. By making use of such features, you can carry out the audit early and with effectiveness. For example, it will provide features like you can identify data. On the basis of a predetermined criteria. On the basis of generalized audit software will help the auditor in identifying the data on the basis of a predetermined criteria. Immediately after listening to this, you might have fear that you might not be able to understand it. But I will try to provide a generalized example for this under tax audit so that you will have a better idea about this feature offered by generalized audit software. Supposing that you are performing a tax audit. 40A3 payments is well known to you. What is 40A3 payments? Any cash payment in excess of 10,000 is required to be identified by the tax auditor and is required to be reported in a report called as tax audit report, which is to be submitted to the income tax department. If the client is using computers and if there are lakhs of transactions or entries in the computer, is it really practically possible for you as an auditor to identify all transactions, cash transactions having a value of about 10,000? In a computer screen, it may appear 5 to 6 entries may appear in a screen. You need to go through 1 lakh transactions to identify whether there are any transactions which violates the requirements of say section 40A3 of the Income Tax Act. You can do that, but it takes some time. Instead of doing that manually, what you can do is you can make use of a generalized audit software and you can give some instruction. You can give some instruction to the generalized audit software to find out a particular item, on the basis of a predetermined criteria. Remember, these generalized audit softwares are based on Excel. Do you know the feature offered by Excel called as Control F? There is a feature in Excel called as Control F. For example, in a particular sheet, there are 1 crore mobile numbers. In a particular sheet, there are 1 crore mobile numbers. My number is also included in those 1 crore numbers. I want to locate the place where my number is lying in an Excel sheet. 10 minutes level pata nahi. I want to locate my mobile number in that Excel sheet. It is not at all possible for you to go through all 1 crore numbers to locate my number. Instead of doing that, what you can do is you can apply a formula in Excel, a shortcut in Excel called as Control F. Find. In that find box, I will try to provide my mobile number. When I press enter within microseconds. నేను కళ్ళు రెప్పలు ఇలా ఎత్తి ఇలా చూసేప్పటికల్లా the system would be able to locate my number within microseconds. By filtering crores of numbers, system would be able to locate my number within microseconds. So what was the criteria that I gave to the system? This is the number that you need to identify. What the system did that within microseconds. I can find it manually also by going through each and every number, but it takes some time. It is not effective. Instead of doing it for hours together, if you make use of a formula in Excel called as Control F, you would be able to identify it within split seconds, microseconds. Now I will try to repeat the feature offered by generalized audit software. You will be in a position to understand it now. It helps the auditor in selecting the data. It means generalized audit software will help the auditor in selecting the data on the basis of a predetermined criteria. What is the predetermined criteria in our example? Find all cash payment vouchers exceeding 10,000. That is the criteria. If you press enter, it will be able to identify and list down all the items which are having a cash payment value of more than 10,000. It saves a lot of time to the auditor. That is the reason why I said to you that when you use data analytics, they might not be in a position to identify the programming errors, but they will certainly help you in completing your audit in the earliest possible time, and that too with effectiveness. Like that, several other features are offered by generalized audit software. The second feature that may be offered by generalized audit software is it can recalculate data. It can recalculate data. The best example which you can easily understand is calculating depreciation. In that generalized audit software, rates of depreciation as per Income Tax Act will be included. If you ask your generalized audit software to recalculate depreciation by applying income tax rates of depreciation, within microseconds, it will be able to recalculate depreciation, and the amount of depreciation so recalculated by generalized audit software can be compared with the amount of depreciation claimed by your client to identify whether it is correctly claimed or not. Like this, you are not going to identify programming errors by using generalized audit software, otherwise called as data analytics or computer assisted or aided audit techniques, but they will certainly useful to you to complete the audit early and with effectiveness. I will try to explain you some other example or feature for generalized audit software. It can resequence the data. Some of the points that I'm telling you may not be there in your material, but these are all the features that are offered by generalized audit software. You can, what is that feature? You can resequence the data. For example, while going for an audit, you asked the management to provide an inventory sheet. Management has given an inventory sheet wherein some of the items of inventory are located in godown, some other items are located in factory, some other items are located in some other premises. You need to make physical verification of inventory. In order to make physical verification of inventory, first of all, you need to resequence the data. It is just like putting the data in ascending order or descending order in Excel. Do you know that? If you do not know Excel, what is being explained by me to you is not understandable to you. You can put the data in ascending order. You can put the data in descending order in Excel just by giving a formula to Excel. That means all the inventory items that are lying in godown may be resequenced at one place. All the items of inventory that are lying at factory may be resequenced. These facilities will be offered by dash to dash, offered by generalized audit software to the auditor. Similarly, you can compare or generalized audits with the help of generalized audit software. You can compare or relate data in two different locations. You can compare or relate data in two different locations. For example, you got a doubt about the correctness of the payment of salary to a particular person. Then you can ask your generalized audit software to compare the amount of salary paid with appointment letter. Salaries paid is in accounts department. Appointment letter will be there with personal department. If you give an instruction to your generalized audit software to compare data at two different locations. It can easily compare data and relate data appearing in two different locations, and it can provide results. So by listening to this, what you need to understand is not exactly about data analytics. What you need to understand is using generalized audit software is said to be using computer assisted or aided audit techniques. They won't help the auditor in locating program related errors, but they will certainly help the auditor in completing the audit early and with effectiveness by offering some types of features. By using such features, you can carry out your audit when the client is maintaining his accounts in an automated environment. This is all about the concept of data analytics. You can just go through it and you will find that it is understandable to you. Not only that, I have given you some more points which were not there in our material. By clubbing these two, you can write something about data analytics. Out of this entire chapter, the most important question is data analytics.